Chapter 33, Chapter 32. The jet descended toward the airfield, the hum of the engines cutting through the crisp air as the team made their way to the safe house. Alexei's mind was still a storm of thoughts about the past, the present, and what was to come. He glanced around the cabin, his eyes flicking to Natasha, Bucky, and Harry, all of whom seemed lost in their own thoughts as well. The weight of everything Hydra, the weapons, the new team, the kid with the vibranium skeleton was settling in, but for Alexei, the best way to deal with it was through bad dad jokes. With a sigh, he muttered, "You know, I've been in worse situations than this. Once, I was trapped in a KGB karaoke bar with a bottle of vodka and a man who thought he could sing. That was real torture. And don't get me started on the wardrobe choices. Who thought a green sequin suit would ever be a good idea?" Natasha rolled her eyes but couldn't suppress a smile. Bucky's expression remained stoic, but even he couldn't help the faint twitch at the corner of his mouth. Harry, however, just gave him a long, blank stare that seemed to say, "Seriously?" As the jet touched down, the group disembarked, stepping onto the airfield with the cold New York air biting at their faces. Alexei adjusted the collar of his jacket and squinted into the distance. His eyes widened in disbelief when he saw who was waiting for them. Standing tall, looking like he'd just stepped out of a 1940s photograph, was none other than Steve Rogers, Captain America. Alexei froze. He had thought the man had died during World War II. It was a shock to see him standing there, looking exactly the same, not a day older. Beside him stood Peggy Carter, though not the seasoned director of SHIELD that Alexei had heard about. This Peggy was younger, more vibrant, as though time had never touched her. "Holy Mother of God," Alexei muttered under his breath, his thick Russian accent barely containing the surprise. "You've got to be kidding me. Steve Rogers is still alive." "What's that?" Natasha asked, giving him a sidelong glance. Alexei shook his head slowly, still staring. "That's Captain America, the original super soldier. And I thought I was the only one who could kick Hydra's ass. This is gonna be interesting." As they approached, Nick Fury, the one-eyed director of SHIELD, stepped forward, his gaze flicking over the team before locking onto Alexei with that patented Fury intensity. "Shostakov," Fury greeted in his gravelly voice, raising an eyebrow. "It's good to see you, though I'm sure you're not thrilled to be here." Alexei smirked, tapping his fingers together. "You know, Fury, I always imagined you with a little more, one-eyed menace and a little less government-issued suit. But I guess you're pulling off the look. Just don't go trying to recruit me for some intergalactic space mission or anything. Last time I checked, I don't do space." Fury chuckled dryly. "You'd be surprised at the things we do, Shostakov. You might not have a choice." As they all exchanged brief greetings, Alexei's eyes kept drifting back to Steve Rogers. He couldn't resist a joke, even if the moment was serious. "All right, Steve," Alexei said, walking up to him with a wide grin. "I've always wanted to know, how does it feel to be the original super soldier? You and me, we could have had some fun back in the day. Just think of it, two supers, side by side, kicking ass and taking names. But now? Now you've got all these guys running around with enhanced this and enhanced that. I bet you're feeling a little outclassed, hey?" Steve's smile was as wide as ever, but there was a glint of amusement in his eyes. "You must be Alexei," he said, extending a hand. "I've heard stories. Some of them even sounded like they could have been true." Alexei took the hand firmly, squeezing it with surprising strength for a man his age. "Oh, I've got stories. Some of them are even legal in most countries." Just as Steve was about to respond, a voice cut through the air. A tall man with dark hair and a well-worn suit walked forward. Clint Barton, also known as Hawkeye, sporting a quiver and bow slung over his shoulder. He grinned at Alexei. "I see you've already started with the dad jokes. You're gonna fit right in," Clint said, his tone light and friendly, but his eyes sharp. Dad jokes? Alexei raised an eyebrow. My friend, I am a connoisseur of dad humor. You want bad jokes? I'll give you bad jokes. Like the time I tried to take down a Hydra agent with a rubber chicken. Do you know what they say about chickens, my friend? They're excellent at winging it. Clint groaned, rolling his eyes. Please don't tell me we've got another one of those. I've heard enough bad puns to last a lifetime. Before Alexei could retort, two figures appeared by Clint's side. A woman with short black hair and a stern expression, Melinda May, stepped forward, giving Alexei a sharp glance. Behind her stood two more figures, Ted and Andromeda Tonks, both of whom looked as if they belonged in the medical field. All right, Shostakov, Ted said, his eyes scanning Alexei's worn frame. We've been instructed to run diagnostics. You've been in that hellhole for too long, and we need to make sure you're not carrying any baggage. Alexei gave him a wide grin. You've got to be kidding me. I just got out of prison, and now you want to check for baggage? If you find anything, I promise I'll share. But it better not be your medical bills. Andromeda shot him a sharp look, though her face softened a little as she started scanning him. You're not making this easy, are you? Of course not, Alexei replied with a smirk. Life's too short for easy, right? As they began their scans, Alexei's gaze shifted again to Steve Rogers. A quiet tension lingered between them, one of unspoken competition. Alexei couldn't help himself. He leaned over to Bucky, who was observing the scene, and muttered under his breath. You ever wonder how I'd match up with him? The original super soldier. I mean, we both come from such different worlds, but I can't help but think it'd be an interesting fight. Bucky looked at him with a knowing smirk. I think Steve would be too busy making speeches about the American dream to actually fight you. Yeah, but speeches are only fun for the first 10 minutes, Alexei said, then he waved a hand in the air. All right, enough about that, let's get down to business. Hydra's not going to kill themselves, after all. And with that, the team gathered, ready to take down Hydra, but not without Alexei cracking one last dad joke for good measure. So, when are we getting the snacks? He asked, with a wicked grin. I'm thinking something with a lot of carbs. And a little bit of liquid courage, if you know what I mean. The safe house was bustling with the sound of laughter, the chaos of children at play filling the otherwise quiet room. Harry, dressed in his usual red and gold armor though without the helmet, strode into the room, his eyes scanning the scene. He could hear Rose's giggles before he saw her, and his heart gave a little flutter when he caught sight of her, sitting on the floor with Tonks, her wild hair bouncing as she threw something, a plush bear, maybe, in the air, laughing all the while. Phil Coulson was leaning against the doorframe, his arms crossed, watching the two kids with a fond smile. Billy Koenig was sitting on a nearby couch, playing some kind of game on a tablet, though his attention was clearly half on the kids and half on keeping an eye out for anything that might go awry. Harry! Rose's voice rang out, sharp and clear, cutting through the noise. She turned, her bright eyes locking onto him with an intensity that almost made him stop in his tracks. She was upset, that much was obvious, but the glint of excitement in her gaze, the joy of seeing him again, was stronger than the annoyance she clearly felt. But it didn't stop her from crossing her arms and glaring at him. Where have you been? She demanded, pouting as she stood up and walked over to him, her little fists clenched at her sides. You didn't even say goodbye before you left for Bleecker Street. Mom's been worried. Natasha's been worried. And I was worried, too. Harry's stomach twisted with guilt. He hadn't meant to leave her without saying goodbye. The world had been a blur of missions, responsibilities, and people pulling him in all directions. But that didn't excuse it. I'm sorry, kiddo, Harry said softly, kneeling down to her level. His heart ached at the way she looked at him, as if she'd been abandoned. I didn't mean to make you feel like that. I had to go, and everything happened so fast. Rose's brow furrowed, and she took a step back, her arms still crossed as she gave him a skeptical look. You didn't even tell me where you were going. You're always going on adventures without me. Don't you trust me? You're always busy with your superhero friends. Hey, Harry said, holding up his hands in mock surrender. I trust you. And I wasn't trying to go on adventures without you, promise. He looked over at Tonks, who was still in the middle of whatever game they were playing, and then back at his little sister. But you know how it is. Sometimes, things are a little too dangerous, even for me. It's not that I don't want you around, it's just I need to make sure you're safe. Rose seemed to soften a little, but she wasn't done. Then why didn't you visit? You said you would. You know how much I missed you. The words stung. Of course, he should have visited. He should have made time for her, no matter what was going on. Yeah, you're right, Harry admitted, a small sigh escaping him. I've been all over the place. But that's no excuse, Rose. I'm sorry for not coming to see you. Before she could say anything else, a voice broke into their conversation. It's Harry's fault, isn't it? Tonks said with an exaggerated pout, her tone dripping with playful mischief as she hopped over to them. It's always Harry's fault when you're mad. You're like his little sidekick. Rose shot her a glare, but it didn't hold much weight. Even in her frustration, she couldn't stay mad for long when Tonks was around. Harry took advantage of the distraction, nudging Rose gently with his elbow. Tonks is right, you know, he teased. You've got to be a little more forgiving. What's the fun in being mad all the time, hey? Rose narrowed her eyes at him, clearly torn between wanting to stay angry and wanting to forgive him. I'll think about it, she finally said, her voice softening. She reached up to grab his hand and pulled him down to sit next to her. Good enough for me, Harry grinned, ruffling her hair. But I've got something to tell you, and I need you to keep it between us. It's a secret. Ooh. A secret. Rose's eyes lit up with the kind of excitement only a 6-year-old could muster. What is it? Harry leaned in close, lowering his voice dramatically. I'm going to have to leave again soon. Kamar-Taj needs me. But don't worry, I'll be back before you know it. Rose's face fell slightly, disappointment flashing in her eyes. She was trying so hard to be brave, but the little girl in her still couldn't quite understand why he had to leave again. She bit her lip for a moment, her fingers playing with the hem of her shirt. I don't want you to go, she said quietly. I want you to stay. I know, kiddo. I really do. But there are things I have to do. Things I can't ignore. You know how it is. He gave her a small smile, ruffling her hair again. But we'll make sure you're kept busy, right? Busy with what? Rose asked, her curiosity piqued. Well, Harry grinned, I think we could get you into some serious training with your own special powers. I bet you'd make an amazing hero one day, you know. She blinked up at him, her face scrunching up in thought. Do you think I could be as cool as you? And maybe make bad jokes like Sirius? Harry chuckled at that, shaking his head. Trust me, kid, no one does bad jokes like Sirius. But yet, I think you could be a hero. Just like Natasha, just like Mom and Dad. Just like me. Rose grinned, her expression softening. I'll be the best one, I promise. That's what I like to hear, Harry said, pulling her into a quick hug. He held her close for a moment, inhaling the scent of her hair, a reminder of just how much he'd missed this. The hug was brief but meaningful, a simple way to reassure her that no matter how far he had to go, she would always be in his heart. I'll come back soon, I promise, Harry said, pulling back and looking at her. But until then, you'll have to be the big sister, okay? Keep everyone safe for me. Rose nodded, her expression serious for a moment before a mischievous grin tugged at the corners of her mouth. Only if you bring me back something shiny from Camartage. Or maybe a new stuffed animal. You know, for protection. Shiny, hey. Harry smirked. I think I can manage that. But no promises on the stuffed animal. You're getting too old for those. No way, she protested, making a face. I'm always going to love stuffed animals. You can't change that. I'll take that as a victory, Harry said with a laugh, standing up. He waved at the group in the room, giving them all a nod before his gaze lingered on Rose for a moment longer. I'll be back, okay? And I'll try not to make it so long next time. With one last smile, Harry turned to leave, feeling the weight of the mission ahead, but also the warmth of the love that connected him to his family. Even when he was far away, they would always be with him. The safe house felt quieter now, the familiar hum of activity replaced by the soft sounds of people moving about, preparing for the inevitable goodbye. Harry took a deep breath, his gaze shifting to the small group gathered near the door. His family, the ones who had always been there for him, the ones he always returned to. First, his parents, Lily and James, were standing together near the window, talking quietly. Harry walked up to them, his steps slow but purposeful. Lily was the first to notice him, her eyes lighting up as she turned toward him. Harry, she said softly, a smile tugging at her lips, though it didn't quite reach her eyes. She knew as well as he did that these moments of parting were never easy, especially with the uncertainty that came with the world they lived in. You sure you're ready for this? Harry's eyes softened, meeting his mother's gaze with a quiet determination. Yeah. I'll be okay. It's just Camartage, you know? It's important. And I'll be back before you know it. I promise. James, who had been standing behind Lily, put a hand on Harry's shoulder and gave him a firm, reassuring squeeze. Just be careful, son. We'll be waiting for you. And don't forget, we can always use a little more of that Gryffindor courage back here. Harry chuckled, his heart swelling with the familiar warmth of their love and support. Don't worry, Dad. I've got a whole lot of courage to spare. Besides, it's not like I'm just going to vanish into thin air. Actually, wait, I kinda can do that now. Portal magic, you know. Lily raised an eyebrow, looking at him skeptically. Don't use that as an excuse to disappear for weeks on end, Harry. I won't, Mum, Harry promised, his voice soft. I can make portals now, so I'll be around more often, okay? No more long goodbyes. James grinned. Good. Because I still have to take you to see a game of Quidditch. I know, I know. Harry grinned back, though it faded quickly. I'll make it up to you, I swear. With one last squeeze to his shoulder, James nodded and stepped back, letting Lily step forward. She gave him a tight hug, her arms wrapping around him like a lifeline. I'll be waiting for you, Harry. Always. I know, Mum, Harry murmured, his voice thick with emotion. He pulled back slightly, brushing a few stray locks of hair from her face. I'll come back more often. And I'll bring you something shiny next time. Lily laughed softly, her eyes glinting with both sadness and love. You'd better. Harry then turned his gaze to the other corner of the room, where Sirius was sitting, his arms crossed and his usual smirk in place, though there was a hint of something else in his eyes, a kind of unspoken understanding. Ready for this, Padfoot? Harry asked, his tone light, but it was clear the words carried more weight than the casual question let on. Sirius shrugged, giving him a half grin. As ready as I'll ever be, Prongslet. You know the drill. Just don't get yourself killed or anything. We need you for more family dinners. Harry smiled back, a small laugh escaping him. I'll try not to. But if you keep making those terrible jokes, I might just run off to Camartage for good. You wouldn't dare. Sirius raised an eyebrow, his grin widening. You wouldn't last 2 days without my irresistible charm. True, Harry admitted, shaking his head with a playful sigh. How could I possibly survive without the charm of the infamous Padfoot? Exactly. Sirius clapped him on the shoulder, his expression softening for just a moment. I'm proud of you, Harry. No matter what happens out there, we'll always have your back. I know, Harry said quietly, his voice thick with emotion. He cleared his throat, not wanting to linger too long in the moment. I'll be back, Sirius. And maybe next time, I won't have to sneak off and disappear without saying goodbye. Sirius chuckled and patted him on the back one more time. Just make sure you don't leave without telling us when you're back. And don't go getting all mysterious on us, all right? Harry gave him a mock salute. You got it, old man. Finally, Harry turned to Natasha, his heart skipping a beat as his gaze met hers. She was standing by the door, arms crossed, her expression unreadable, though the flicker of emotion in her eyes was impossible to miss. She'd been quieter than usual since his sudden departure, and Harry knew that the time they'd spent apart had left its mark on both of them. Natasha, Harry said softly, his voice low, unsure of what to say. It was hard to express the things he felt sometimes, especially with the weight of everything pressing down on him. But with her, he didn't need to say much. She didn't say anything at first, her lips curving into a small, private smile as she stepped closer. Then, without warning, she wrapped her arms around him, pulling him into a tight embrace. Harry froze for a moment, surprised by the suddenness, but then relaxed into her warmth, his arms coming around her instinctively. He buried his face in her hair for a second, breathing in the familiar scent of her, something that always made him feel like he was home. I'll be back soon, he murmured into her hair, his voice a whisper against her ear. I promise. And I'll make sure it's not as long as last time. Natasha pulled back just slightly, enough to look him in the eyes, her hands resting on his shoulders. There was a faint smile on her lips, but the look in her eyes was serious, intense. You better. Or I might just track you down. Harry chuckled softly, raising an eyebrow. I don't doubt it. You know I'm not exactly hard to find. Her lips twitched at the corners, but she didn't break eye contact. Then, without warning, she leaned in, her lips capturing his in a quick but meaningful kiss, a reminder of the bond they shared, even when separated. The kiss lingered for a moment longer than Harry expected, a gentle promise in the way their lips met and parted. As she pulled away, she gave him a final, soft smile. Stay safe, Harry. And don't forget, portals or not. I'll be waiting for you. Same here, he said, his voice soft but firm. I'll be back. I'll make sure of it. With one last lingering look, Harry stepped back, taking a deep breath. He looked at the family that had always been his foundation, his heart swelling with gratitude. He could do this, he could face whatever came next, because he knew they were all waiting for him. See you all soon, he said, his voice carrying the weight of the promise he intended to keep. And with that, Harry walked to the door, his heart lighter than it had been in a while, knowing that no matter where his adventures took him, he'd always have a place to come back to. He opened a portal with a flick of his hand, stepping through it with a final glance back, knowing this goodbye wasn't forever. It never would be. Once the last of the goodbyes had been exchanged, and Harry had disappeared through the portal, the room fell into a quiet that stretched a little longer than it should have. The air hung heavy with the things unsaid, and the atmosphere felt almost too calm. Alexei Shostakov, who had been standing just off to the side, watching the whole scene like a hawk, could only shake his head with a quiet laugh. Ah, Natasha, he muttered to himself. I see what's going on here. A wide grin spread across his face, and he couldn't help himself, he needed to poke the bear. He stepped forward, his boots clicking on the floor as he made his way to his daughter, who was standing just a little too still for his liking. Her back was slightly turned, but her posture told him everything. She wasn't fooling anyone. Not him, anyway. Well, Alexei began, his voice deep with that classic fatherly Russian accent that could make any conversation sound like a heavy drama, even if it was about something as trivial as ketchup. My little Natasha, all grown up. Kissing men goodbye, hey? I never thought I'd see the day. This is a big moment, I must say. Natasha snapped around to face him, eyes narrowing. Oh, God! Not you! Ah, yes, the kiss goodbye. Alexei sighed, as though deeply moved by the significance of the moment. Such passion! Such intensity! I might have to call my old buddy at the Russian Ministry of Love to report this, he teased, hands going to his hips in a mock-serious pose. It's a very serious thing, Natasha. Maybe I should get him to sign off on your relationship, make sure you're both legally allowed to kiss each other like that. Natasha rolled her eyes, arms folding across her chest. You're ridiculous, Alexei. Alexei grinned wider, clearly undeterred. What? Can't a father be proud? I mean, I never thought I'd see you get kissed by a guy like that. He seems like a real charmer. His eyes twinkled mischievously, and he wagged a finger in the air. I'll have to keep an eye on him, make sure he knows how to treat my little girl right. We'll see if he's worthy of the Shostakov seal of approval. You're insufferable, Natasha muttered, but there was a faint smile on her lips despite herself. It was the same smile that came out whenever her dad poked fun at her, half embarrassed, half amused. Oh, I'm insufferable? Alexei asked, his voice rising in mock offense. Do you know who else was insufferable? Every father who ever had to watch his little girl grow up and get kissed by a boy. You think this is easy for me? He held his hand to his chest in an exaggerated show of pain. No, Natasha, this is the hardest thing a father must do. He's stealing you from me. First, it's the kiss. Next thing you know, he'll be stealing your heart. What's next, hey? A wedding? You want to bring him home for Thanksgiving dinner? I need to start preparing my speech. You'll always be my little girl, even if you marry Harry and live in some magical land. Stop it, Alexei, Natasha groaned, her face reddening. It's not a big deal. It was just a kiss. A kiss, eh? Alexei raised an eyebrow. So that's how it starts. First, it's just a kiss, and then you wake up one day and find yourself in love with him, giving him your heart, your soul, your sandwich in the fridge. He paused dramatically. I swear, I'll have to start hiding my food from him. You're so embarrassing, Natasha said, though she was fighting a grin. She could never fully stay mad at him. Not when he was so extra about everything. Alexei clucked his tongue, shaking his head. I just want to make sure the boy knows what he's getting into. I've been there. Back in the day, I used to tell jokes to win hearts. But those jokes? Not recommended for a first date. He winked and muttered to himself, knock, knock. Who's there? Russian dad who's never leaving you alone. Natasha groaned, her face contorting with a blend of affection and exasperation. Alexei, please don't tell me any more of your dad jokes. You're a grown man. You're supposed to be mature. Look, honey, Alexei said, his tone shifting slightly to something a bit more sincere, but still full of that classic dadness. You know I only want the best for you, right? You deserve someone who will fight for you, who will make you laugh and keep you safe, all at once. So, you think Harry's that guy? Natasha paused for a moment, and despite herself, her heart gave a little flutter at the thought of Harry. She wasn't going to admit that to her dad, though. I think Harry's complicated, she said instead. But I'll figure it out. I always do. Alexei gave her a soft smile, the playful glint in his eye giving way to something a little warmer. You do. You always do. But just know this: if he ever crosses you, I'll be there. Like a bad cold that won't go away. He paused, thinking for a second. Maybe I need to get a new catchphrase. Papa Shostakov is always watching. Nah, that's too creepy. Never mind. But you get my point, right? Natasha rolled her eyes again, but now, there was something genuine in her smile. Thanks, Dad. I'll keep that in mind. Alexei nodded, looking pleased with himself. You're welcome. Just make sure you invite me to the wedding, all right? I'll bring the vodka and tell the groom embarrassing stories about you. Absolutely not, Natasha said, shaking her head but laughing. Not a chance. Well, if you change your mind, Alexei said, winking, I'll be here with the best bad dad jokes and some truly excellent wedding gifts. I've been saving up for this moment my whole life. She sighed, but there was no hiding the affection in her voice. You're impossible. And don't you forget it, Alexei replied, slapping her on the back with a hearty chuckle. Now go ahead and chase your boy. Just don't let him off the hook too easily. With that, Natasha couldn't help but laugh, shaking her head in exasperation. Alexei may have been a lot to deal with, but when it came down to it, he was the closest thing she had to a dad, and no one else could make her laugh quite like him. The air was heavy with the kind of anticipation that only a mission like this could bring. The dimly lit room at a secluded, nondescript British airstrip was a far cry from the grandiosity of the Ministry of Magic, yet it felt much more real, more immediate. Inside, two figures were preparing to leave British soil. One, a man who appeared in his 40s despite the weight of centuries on his shoulders, and the other, a grizzled veteran whose motto was, quite literally, constant vigilance. Gideon Adler, who, for the sake of a more normal life, went by the name of Adler, stood near the edge of the tarmac, surveying the Shield-owned cargo plane that would be taking them to the safe house in New York. The plane was large, practical, and decidedly unassuming. No glittering ministry symbols or elaborate charms. Just a solid piece of technology designed for efficiency and, in this case, secrecy. It was the kind of thing that would get the job done. No more, no less. Adler adjusted the collar of his dark, tailored coat, running a hand through his prematurely salt and pepper hair, a remnant of his true age that no amount of the infinity formula could reverse. His appearance may have been younger, but his eyes carried centuries of wisdom, cunning, and a past he preferred to forget. Despite his best efforts to live a different life, there were still those whispers of his former self that lingered like a shadow in the back of his mind. Ready, Alastair? Adler asked, his voice deep and measured. There was a quiet certainty to his words, a weight of authority that made it clear he wasn't just asking to pass the time. He was getting to the heart of things. Alastair Moody, who was busy inspecting the cargo plane with the same meticulous attention he'd given to everything in his long career, turned his one good eye on the man. The other, hidden beneath the magical enchantment he used to shield his magical eye, scanned the perimeter, catching every movement and anomaly with unnerving precision. Always ready, Moody grunted, tightening his grip on his wooden staff. Just don't ask me to trust any bloody portkaya the ministry's cooked up. That lot's only good for sending people into the wrong place at the wrong time. His tone was rough, his voice a gravelly growl, but the undertones were something more: fear, perhaps, or just the frustration of a man who's seen too much go wrong to ever let his guard down. Shield's tech is solid. You'll appreciate it, Adler said, the faintest of smirks tugging at the corners of his lips. He'd been around for too long to miss the depth of Moody's distrust when it came to ministry-sanctioned methods. The man had the wisdom of a battle-hardened warrior who knew, better than most, how to survive the treachery that could come from within. Moody grunted in approval at the shield plane. Better bloody be. I've had enough of those ministry messes. Once you're in, and their port keys have a tendency to drop you off in the middle of nowhere. Not the best situation if you're fighting off an ambush. Moody glanced at the cargo plane again, narrowing his one good eye as he scanned the landing gear and wings. Looks like it'll get the job done. No surprise at the end of the bloody trip. None of this wrong destination nonsense. Adler gave him a knowing look. You're a man who values control. You damn right I do, Moody replied, his voice gruff but with an edge of pride. Constant vigilance means having a plan. And port keys? Port keys don't give you a plan. They just throw you somewhere. No thanks. Then let's get you on board before you start taking apart the engines to make sure we're not being followed, Adler quipped lightly, his tone a little warmer now. Moody's paranoia was legendary, but it had saved both their lives more times than either of them cared to count. As they moved toward the plane, Adler's thoughts turned inward for a moment. He hadn't trusted the Ministry in years, not even when he was still among them. His former name still haunted him like an old ghost, a weight on his conscience that could never truly be shed. The fact that he was now working with a former Auror like Moody, a man who represented everything the Ministry was supposed to stand for, spoke volumes. Yet, there was something Adler had never told Moody, not about his past, not about the life he'd left behind. Are you sure you can handle this? Moody's voice broke Adler out of his reverie, though it wasn't a question of capability. Moody trusted him, at least to the extent that Adler had proven useful to their joint cause dealing with Hydra-allied wizards, those who had infiltrated the magical world and aligned themselves with dark forces that stretched far beyond simple politics. I've handled far worse, Adler replied, his voice steady. He gave Moody a glance before climbing up into the plane, his posture that of a man who had lived many lives, but who was still fighting for something, even if he couldn't always define it. And you? You're as stubborn as ever, I see. Moody snorted, stepping up behind Adler. Don't mistake stubborn for good sense. But I've been doing this long enough to know when I've got a good partner. Besides, he added, grinning with a sharp edge in his voice, I like to keep an eye on everyone. Even if that means watching someone who used to be a bloody legend. Adler raised an eyebrow, half amused and half patient. You think you're the only one with secrets, Alastair? Moody's eyes narrowed, and he didn't answer immediately. Instead, he gave a low chuckle that didn't quite reach his eye. We'll see, won't we, Adler? We'll see. The cargo door of the plane rumbled shut behind them, and the engines began to hum to life, cutting through the tension with the promise of flight. Moody and Adler took their seats as the plane began its journey from British soil to the safety of S.H.I.E.L.D's New York headquarters, unaware of how their lives would change the moment they arrived. But for now, the air between them was filled with that unsaid understanding, the shared knowledge that, regardless of how many secrets were buried beneath layers of magic and time, they were in this together. And sometimes, that was all that mattered. Huffs. Can't wait to hear from you. If you're passionate about fanfiction and love discussing stories, characters, and plot twists, then you're in the right place. I've created a Discord server dedicated to diving deep into the world of fanfiction, especially my own stories. Whether you're a reader, a writer, or just someone who enjoys a good tale, I welcome you to join us for lively discussions, feedback sessions, and maybe even some sneak peeks into upcoming chapters, along with artwork related to the stories. Let's nerd out together over our favorite fandoms and explore the endless possibilities of storytelling. https://discord.com/invite/hhhwrsb6wd. Can't wait to see you there. If you appreciate my work and want to support me, consider buying me a cup of coffee. Your support helps me keep writing and bringing more stories to you. You can do so via PayPal here. https://www.paypal.me/vikrantutker007 or through my Buy Me a Coffee page. https://www.bemeacoffee.com/vikird001s. Thank you for your support. Chapter 34, Chapter 33. The S.H.I.E.L.D. cargo plane taxied to a halt on the private airstrip under the watchful gaze of the ever-paranoid Alastair Moody. Standing at the edge of the open cargo ramp, Moody surveyed the surroundings, his magical eye spinning in its socket while his normal one squinted suspiciously at the figures waiting for him on the tarmac. 2 men stood near a shield jeep, their casual stances betraying the unmistakable confidence of those who'd seen more than their fair share of battles. Moody recognized them instantly, though he double-checked anyway because constant vigilance wasn't just a motto, it was a way of life. James Potter and Sirius Black, he muttered to himself, his lips curling into a grimace. What in Merlin's name are they doing here? He'd read about them in the Daily Prophet, of course. The articles had been almost too ludicrous to believe. James and Lily Potter waking from a 5-year magical coma, Sirius Black exonerated of betraying the Potters and cleared of murdering Peter Pettigrew. Moody had dismissed most of the details as ministry propaganda, but there were enough kernels of truth for his sharp mind to piece together the gist. As the ramp lowered with a hydraulic hiss, Moody stomped down to the tarmac, his staff clicking against the metal floor. His magical eye locked onto James first, scanning him from his wild, graying hair to his scuffed boots. "Potter," he barked, his gruff voice carrying across the open space, "you look like you've been dragged backward through a dragon's nest." "And Black?" His gaze snapped to Sirius, whose trademark smirk was already firmly in place. "Still managing to be an insufferable git, I see." Sirius clutched his chest in mock offense. "Alastair, you wound me. Here I was, hoping for a warm reunion, and all I get is verbal abuse. And after all these years." Moody's good eye narrowed as his magical one swiveled rapidly, as if expecting Sirius to pull a prank out of thin air. "If you think I'm letting my guard down for even a second, Black, you're madder than I thought. And you, Potter," he pointed his staff accusingly at James. "What in the name of Merlin's spotted pajamas are you two doing here? Shouldn't you be, I don't know, recovering from your coma or something equally sensible?" James chuckled, running a hand through his messy hair in that infuriatingly casual way of his. "Good to see you too, Moody. And no, I'm not exactly the rest and recover type. You know that. And neither am I," Sirius added, stepping forward with a theatrical flourish. "Though I hear Azkaban is great for working on your patience. And your tolerance for Dementor roommates." Moody grunted, his magical eye swiveling again. So the Daily Prophet wasn't spewing complete rubbish for once. "You're really back? Both of you?" "Surprise," James said dryly. "And before you ask, yes, Lily's back too. Fully recovered, and as sharp as ever." "Sharper," Sirius added with a grin. "She's already made me apologize about 50 times for things I don't even remember doing." "Good," Moody growled, though his tone softened slightly. "The lot of you gave us all a bloody heart attack back then. And Black, don't think I've forgotten how much of a nuisance you were as my Aura recruit." "Ah, those were the days," Sirius said with mock nostalgia. "Dodging hexes, causing mayhem, driving you to the brink of madness." James smirked. "To be fair, Moody, you did hex him a few times. And I'm pretty sure you enjoyed it." "I did," Moody admitted without hesitation. "And I'd do it again, given half a reason." Gideon Adler, who had been standing slightly behind Moody, finally decided to intervene. He stepped forward with his usual calm, calculated demeanor. "Alastair, James, and Sirius are part of the team we've assembled for this operation. As is Lily." Moody's magical eye stopped spinning for a moment, fixing Adler with an intense glare. "You're telling me these two clowns," he jabbed his staff in James and Sirius's direction, "are on the team? Along with Lily?" Adler nodded, his expression unwavering. "Indeed. Given their experience and skills, they are invaluable assets. James and Sirius were among the best Aurors in your program, were they not?" "Best?" Moody huffed, turning back to James and Sirius. "They were insubordinate, reckless, and a bloody headache. But I'll give them this, they were effective. And Potter's wife, she's got a brain sharper than any blade. If she's in, I'll trust her judgment. Not sure I can say the same for these two. James grinned. Don't worry, Alastair. We've matured. Well, mostly. Speak for yourself, Sirius quipped. I'm still the same charming rogue I've always been. Moody rolled his eyes. Merlin help us all. Don't worry, Moody, James said with a smirk. We'll behave, mostly. Adler clapped his hands together, signaling it was time to move on. If we're finished catching up, the safe house awaits. We've much to discuss, and I'm sure Alastair will feel better once we're behind wards and shields. Moody grunted again, his magical eye already scanning the horizon for potential threats. Fine. But if anything goes sideways, don't expect me to say I didn't warn you. As they climbed into the waiting vehicles, Sirius leaned over to James, whispering just loud enough for Moody to hear, "He's missed us, hasn't he?" James chuckled. "Oh, definitely. But don't push your luck." Moody, overhearing, barked out, "Constant vigilance, Black. That includes shutting your trap." Sirius just grinned wider, and the convoy rumbled off the tarmac, leaving behind only the faint echo of Moody's grumbling. Whatever lay ahead, it was clear the team was in for an adventure. The jeep pulled up to the nondescript safe house nestled in the New York countryside, its surroundings quiet save for the distant hum of cicadas. Moody, ever vigilant, was already scanning the perimeter, his magical eye spinning wildly in its socket while his wand hand twitched reflexively. He stepped out of the vehicle, staff in hand, boots crunching against the gravel driveway. The house itself was nothing special to look at, a two-story structure that seemed more suited for a suburban family than an elite team of operatives. But Moody knew better than to judge a book by its cover, and the faint hum of layered wards tingled against his magical senses. "Good wards," Moody muttered approvingly, though his tone was begrudging. "Complex, but solid. Looks like you didn't half-arse it, Potter." James smirked as he hopped out of the jeep, Sirius following closely behind. "We learned from the best, Moody. You think I'd risk my family with anything less?" "Good to know you can still think," Moody grunted, hobbling toward the front door with his staff tapping the ground rhythmically. His magical eye flicked to Adler as he followed. "So what's the bloody story here? I'm assuming the big reveal hasn't hit yet, given the smirks these two have been throwing my way." Adler gave a polite, unreadable smile. "I think you'll find the answer inside, Alastair. We've made additions to the team. Necessary ones." Moody grumbled under his breath, his hand tightening on his staff. "I don't like surprises, Adler. Not since that fiasco in 47. I trust you remember." "Oh, I remember," Adler replied smoothly. "But this is a pleasant surprise, I assure you." Moody gave a noncommittal grunt but said no more as Sirius pushed open the door. "After you, Moody. Prepare yourself." "If this is a joke, Black, I swear," Moody began, but his words caught in his throat as his magical eye whirled wildly. The room before him was spacious yet unassuming, with a few couches and tables scattered about. But it wasn't the decor that caught his attention. It was the people. Standing near the center of the room was Lily Potter, her fiery red hair tied back, looking every bit the youngest ever recruit to the Department of Mysteries that Moody remembered. But beside her stood three figures that made him stop in his tracks. "Bloody hell," Moody muttered, his wand arm instinctively lowering just a fraction. His magical eye locked onto the man in the crisp blue tactical armor with the white star emblazoned across his chest. There was no mistaking him, the jawline, the shield resting casually by his side. "Steve Rogers." "Captain America," James said with a grin, crossing his arms. "Well, technically both are correct." Steve stepped forward, his hand outstretched, a warm smile on his face. "Alastair. It's been a while." Moody stared for a moment before finally grasping Steve's hand in his gnarled one. "You haven't aged a bloody day," he muttered, his eyes darting to Steve's face and then to the metal shield. Still playing the hero, I see. Old habits die hard, Steve said with a chuckle. Good to see you again, Moody. Good to see him, Sirius whispered to James. Though I'm sure he's seeing him with that magical eye of his in ways we can't imagine. James smirked. Bet he's trying to figure out how much of Roger's is enhanced and how much is just dumb luck. Moody ignored them, his magical eye swiveling to the man standing just to Steve's right. His brow furrowed as he took in the long dark hair, the faint scarring on his face, and most prominently the metallic arm glinting under the room's light. Bucky Barnes, he muttered, his tone laced with equal parts surprise and suspicion. Bucky shifted awkwardly but nodded. Yeah. Most people call me the White Wolf these days. I don't care what they call you, Moody barked. You've got a bloody metal arm, lad. What happened to you? Bucky's expression darkened, but before he could reply, Steve stepped in. Long story. Let's just say he's back on the right side of things now. Moody said, his magical eye sweeping over Bucky's arm. We'll see about that. And what about me? Came a voice, crisp and confident. Moody turned, his good eye widening just slightly at the sight of the woman stepping forward, her posture as impeccable as ever. Surely you haven't forgotten me, Alastair. Peggy Carter, Moody said, his tone softening just a fraction as he took in her sharp suit and no-nonsense expression. She looked every bit the fearless operative he remembered, though there was a subtle shift in her stance, something lighter, freer. Still barking orders, I assume. Only when it's necessary, Peggy replied, her lips curving into a faint smile. Though from what I hear, you've been doing plenty of that yourself. Moody let out a low chuckle, surprising even himself. Not as much as I used to. Takes too much energy these days. Peggy stepped closer, her eyes flicking to his magical one. You look different. But the same where it counts. That's what happens when you lose half your bloody body parts, Moody replied gruffly. And what about you lot? How in Merlin's name do you look the same as you did in 45? Peggy's smile faltered slightly, but Adler stepped in smoothly. That's part of the briefing, Alastair. Suffice it to say, certain factors have allowed them to remain in peak condition. They're invaluable to the mission. Moody's magical eye swiveled to Adler, narrowing slightly. You're being cagey, Adler. And you've always been suspicious, Adler replied, his voice calm but firm. It's why I wanted you here. Moody grunted, turning his attention back to the trio before him. So, you're telling me that Captain America, his metal-armed pal, and the lady who could out-strategize half the ministry are part of this little team of yours? That's right, Steve said, his tone earnest. We're here to help. Just like we did before. Before, Moody repeated, his voice carrying a hint of disbelief. Bloody hell! I don't know whether to feel reassured or concerned. But knowing my luck, probably both. Sirius clapped Moody on the shoulder, his grin as wide as ever. Relax, Moody. With this lot, we're practically unstoppable. That's what you said the last time, Moody muttered, his good eye narrowing at Sirius. And look how that turned out. The room fell silent for a moment before Bucky broke it with a wry smile. He's not wrong. Moody sighed, shaking his head. Fine. Let's get on with it. But don't expect me to start trusting anyone just because they look heroic. His magical eye swiveled to Adler again, lingering for a moment. I'll be watching. All of you. Wouldn't have it any other way, Steve said with a nod, his voice steady. Peggy smiled faintly. Welcome to the team, Alastair. It's good to have you back in the fight. Moody snorted. Fights never stopped, Carter. Just changes the battlegrounds. With that, he stomped toward the nearest chair, his staff tapping against the floor as he muttered to himself, unbelievable. Captain America, a bloody wizard war, and me in the middle of it. Just like old times. Moody sat heavily in a chair that had clearly been reinforced with some sort of magic or vibranium, if the way it didn't creak under his bulk was anything to go by. His magical eye whirred, flicking between the photographs spread out on the table and the faces of the room's occupants. It was a lot to take in, even for someone as seasoned and cynical as Alastair Moody. James leaned forward, his usual smirk absent, replaced by a rare seriousness that Moody had only seen during his Auror training days. I know it's a lot to process, Moody, but we needed you to hear it all. No half-truths. Moody grunted, leaning on his staff. You're damn right it's a lot. You're telling me your boy, the kid we all thought died last year, is alive, kidnapped by bloody Hydra of all people, and that happened to him. He jabbed a finger at one of the photographs, a grainy image of a towering, muscular figure that looked like it had stepped out of a nightmare. And you're calling that your 6-year-old son? James's jaw clenched, but it was Lily who spoke, her voice steady despite the faint tremor beneath it. Yes, Alastair. That's Harry. Hydra experimented on him. They injected him with the super soldier serum, spliced his DNA with something or someone called Weapon X, and coated his skeleton with vibranium. Her hands tightened into fists. They were turning him into their weapon. Moody's magical eye swiveled toward Adler, who stood off to the side, arms folded, his expression unreadable. And you, this descendant of Grindelwald nonsense, decided to grow a conscience and help the lad? His good eye narrowed. Or is there more to this story than you're letting on? Adler's lips twitched, almost imperceptibly. You always were a sharp one, Alastair. He straightened, his gaze meeting Moody's directly. I won't insult your intelligence. I'm not a descendant of Gellert Grindelwald. I am Gellert Grindelwald. The room fell silent. Moody's grip on his staff tightened, the wood creaking under his fingers. You're telling me, you broke out of Nurmengard, and now you're playing the bloody hero? Forgive me if I don't start clapping. Sirius, leaning casually against the wall, chimed in, yeah, that was about my reaction too. But turns out, he's not the same Grindelwald we all grew up fearing. He's, well, different now. His smirk softened into something resembling sincerity. And he saved Harry. Saved him, Moody repeated, his voice dripping with skepticism. You're telling me Grindelwald, the Grindelwald, grew a bloody conscience and decided to help S.H.I.E.L.D. rescue a 6-year-old boy from Hydra? It's true, Peggy said, her voice calm but firm. And he didn't just help rescue Harry. He helped rescue Bucky as well. She glanced at Barnes, who had remained silent, his metal arm resting on the table. Moody's magical eye whirred, locking onto Bucky. So you're telling me Hydra did to you what they were planning to do to the Potter boy? Turned you into a puppet? Yeah, Bucky said quietly, his voice rough. For a long time, I was their puppet. But I'm free now. Thanks to him. He nodded toward Adler, his expression conflicted but sincere. Moody leaned back in his chair, his magical eye darting between them all. So let me get this straight. Grindelwald, sorry, Adler gets a conscience, teams up with this Black Widow I've heard whispers about, and helps S.H.I.E.L.D. rescue Harry and Barnes here. Meanwhile, your boy's been turned into a bloody magical super soldier, and you're telling me he's not even here because he's off doing something important? He snorted. You expect me to buy all this? We're not asking you to buy it, Moody, Steve said, stepping forward, his voice steady and authoritative. We're asking you to be part of the solution. Harry's been through hell, and so has his family. We're working to stop Hydra from doing this to anyone else, and your experience is invaluable. Moody's magical eye swiveled to Steve, narrowing slightly. And what's in it for me, eh? Why should I trust any of you, especially with him? He gestured toward Adler, standing here like some reformed saint. Adler stepped forward, his voice calm but firm. Because I've spent decades reflecting on my actions, Alastair. Nurmengard was not just a prison, it was my penance. And when I saw what Hydra was doing using magic and science to create horrors, I knew I had to act. I won't ask for your trust. I'll earn it. Moody stared at him for a long moment, his magical eye unblinking. Then he let out a low chuckle, though it lacked any real humor. Well, Grindelwald, you've certainly got away with words. Fine. I'll stick around. But if you so much as blink wrong, I'll end you myself. Constant vigilance. Wouldn't expect anything less, Adler replied with a faint smile. James clapped Moody on the shoulder, his grin returning. See? Told you it all makes sense eventually. It doesn't, Moody muttered, shaking his head. But when has anything in this bloody world ever made sense? He glanced around the room. Now, about this infinity formula you mentioned. Moody's eye whirred again, scanning the room as if expecting trouble to leap out from the shadows. He wasn't one for unnecessary surprises, and this whole setup, from the breakneck pace of being dragged into this covert operation to the bizarre twist of Grindelwald's redemption, had his paranoia buzzing. But when James nudged him toward the door of a smaller room where they'd apparently be having their strategy session, the old Auror didn't flinch. He'd seen and survived worse, and this? This was just another bloody puzzle to solve. James knocked once, and before anyone could say another word, a deep, gravelly voice from the other side called out, "Come in." The door swung open, revealing a broad-shouldered man in a black suit, his white shirt crisply pressed, but his face, more specifically, his left eye, was unmistakable. A pair of dark sunglasses hid his features from view, but the sharp, intense presence could only belong to one person. Well, Moody muttered under his breath. A younger version, eh? Nicholas Fury, I presume. Fury stood up from behind the desk, his posture as rigid as a steel rod. He pushed his sunglasses up onto his forehead, revealing a sharp, calculating eye that gleamed with cold intensity, much like Moody's own. Alastair Moody, Fury greeted with a nod. I've heard a lot about you. Though I didn't expect to find you in bed with the likes of Grindelwald. His lip curled into a half-smile that didn't quite reach his eye. Guess the world's full of surprises. Moody stared at Fury for a moment, sizing him up with his magical eye, which whirred in a way that suggested it was particularly interested in the younger man's every movement. He'd heard of Fury, of course, the new director of SHIELD, the guy who didn't care who you were, only if you could get the job done. He was more than familiar with the legend, and though he didn't trust many people, Fury's reputation was one of calculated pragmatism. It made him dangerous in a different kind of way. Didn't expect to be dealing with another one-eyed bastard, Moody grumbled, taking a step into the room and ignoring Fury's outstretched hand. But then again, I suppose the world's got a way of pairing up people who've got a knack for seeing what others don't. Fury's lips twitched upward into a smirk, and he dropped his hand. Some people see more with one eye than others see with two. He gestured to a chair opposite his desk. Sit down, we've got things to discuss. Let's get this over with, shall we? Moody grunted and sat, his eye continuing to scan the room, always on alert. You'd better start explaining, Fury. What's the deal with this infinity formula? And why exactly do I need it? Fury sat back in his chair, his fingers steepling in front of him. You want to fight Hydra, and you want to keep up with the kind of firepower they're using. Simple as that. He leaned forward, his voice dropping to a more serious tone. And don't tell me you're not interested in the infinity formula. I know a man like you, grizzled, paranoid, doesn't trust anyone, including himself, who would leap at a chance to undo the damage of aging and fighting a battle you can't win with just your natural abilities anymore. Moody's magical eye swiveled to Fury, narrowing in suspicion. I don't take kindly to people guessing my motives, Fury, he grunted, his tone terse. But you've got a point. I'm not in this to die a slow death, especially not while there's still work to be done. So, what's this formula supposed to do? Fury leaned back in his chair, looking almost amused, though his eye never left Moody's. The formula's Howard Stark's work. It's based on some old tech he's been tinkering with, combining science and magic. It's a way to reverse aging, keep someone in their prime indefinitely. Essentially, it's the next step in preserving humanity's best assets, and it'll be the key to keeping our team in fighting shape. You want to join us, you want to keep up with what's coming down the line, then you're going to need it. Moody's magical eye flickered. Reverse aging, eh? Sounds like something even the likes of me could use. But you think I'm going to just trust this formula because Stark promises it'll work? I'm not asking you to trust Stark, Fury shot back. I'm asking you to trust me. If you want to be part of this operation, then the formula's your best shot at surviving long enough to see it through. Because let's face it, Alaster Hydra's already ahead of the game. And they've got wizards on their side now. It's going to take more than just magic to beat them. You're going to need everything at your disposal. Moody rubbed his weathered face with his good hand, grumbling to himself before speaking again. I didn't become an Auror by trusting anyone blindly, Fury. But I've seen enough of this mess to know I can't take it all on alone anymore. Hell, I've barely managed to stay ahead of these Hydra bastards as it is. Fury gave him a look that was part challenge, part understanding. That's why I'm offering you the formula, Alaster. You're not the only one who's getting old in this fight. You need it as much as anyone else. We've got a war to win and I'm not about to let anyone get left behind, even you. Moody sat back in the chair, eye still whirling, as if weighing Fury's words. His fingers drummed on the armrest. I suppose it wouldn't hurt to stick around a little longer. Not like I've got any better options, anyway. Fury leaned forward again, eyes sharp. You've got a choice, Alaster. You've always had a choice. But if you want to make a real difference and maybe save your hide in the process, then you'll take the formula when Stark's ready. It's that simple. Moody's gaze hardened as he locked eyes with Fury. Fine. I'm in. But make no mistake, Fury constant vigilance, he growled, a grim promise in his voice. I don't care how shiny that damn formula is. If I see any sign of foul play, I won't hesitate. Fury's grin was sharp, almost predatory. Wouldn't expect anything less, Alaster. Now let's get to work. The two men shared a brief, unspoken understanding, a mutual respect forged by decades of fighting in the shadows, and for the first time in a long while, Moody felt like he might just be part of something bigger than his own survival. Back at Camartage, the stillness of the grand halls was interrupted by the sound of footsteps echoing through the corridors, loud, purposeful, and more than a little angry. Wang was on a mission, his expression tight with disapproval, his every step radiating attention that was hard to ignore. And it wasn't just the usual disgruntlement that came from his role as protector of Camartage's sacred halls. No, this was personal. He turned the corner sharply and nearly collided with Harry Potter, who was just entering the building, his brow furrowed with confusion. The moment their eyes met, Wang's glare could have melted stone. You, Wang growled, pointing a finger at Harry with all the authority of a strict headmaster. Harry raised his hands defensively. Wang, listen, No. Wang snapped, cutting him off. You do not get to just waltz back here after what you've done. He took a menacing step forward, making Harry instinctively retreat. Do you have any idea what you've done? Harry blinked, taken aback by the intensity of Wang's fury. I'm just, what did I do? Don't play innocent with me, Potter. Wang growled, voice dropping to a low, dangerous tone. You magically copied books from the library of Camartage. You know the rules, no one takes anything without permission. He spat the last word as if it were a curse, his usually composed demeanor now a whirlwind of anger. Harry's eyes widened, realizing what Wang was referring to. Oh, right, that. Look, Wang, I didn't actually take anything. I made copies. He raised a hand, attempting to calm the situation. Magical photocopies, not actual books. I didn't steal anything. Wang's eyes narrowed. The Ancient One gave you permission. His voice was sharp, demanding, though there was still doubt in his tone. Harry hesitated for a second before nodding. Well, kind of. She didn't say the words, but she didn't say no either. He scratched his head awkwardly. I just thought it was, fine. I mean, I was making copies for my parents and serious not to keep for myself. Before Wang could respond, a soft voice interrupted from behind them. It's true, Wang. Wang's face hardened, and he turned to face the Ancient One, who had appeared, her robes flowing as though she'd materialized from the ether itself. Her calm, serene presence only made the tension more palpable. She gave Wang a level look, one that could quiet a storm. I did not give Harry explicit permission, but I knew what he intended to do. He would not break our rules. Wang's frustration boiled over, though he kept his voice measured. You knew? The rules are not as rigid as you think, the Ancient One interrupted, her gaze soft but firm. Harry's actions did not pose a threat to the sanctity of our library. His heart is in the right place. He merely wished to share knowledge with his loved ones. Harry, still feeling awkward in the middle of this, rubbed the back of his neck. I just figured. Well, things could go south for me at any moment, and I wanted to leave something behind, something my parents could remember me by. They've been through enough, and it seemed, I don't know, like the right thing to do. Wang took a step back, but the disapproval still simmered in his gaze. But you know the power of the knowledge housed in Camartage. You can't just go copying things on a whim. Harry shrugged, trying to defuse the tension. Look, I get it. I didn't mean any harm. And I won't do it again. Just. The Ancient One raised a hand, silencing both men. She smiled at Harry, a small, knowing smile that carried the weight of centuries of wisdom. Harry Potter has a good heart, Wang. He has not taken anything that could harm us, and his actions were motivated by love, not greed. Let this be a lesson, though, Harry, she added, her tone turning more serious. Camartage is a place of discipline, and we must respect its rules, even when our intentions are pure. Wang shot Harry a look that suggested he didn't entirely agree with this leniency, but he didn't argue with the Ancient One. He was, however, still clearly unsettled. Next time, Potter, he said gruffly, ask before you do something like that. No more sneaking around. Understood. Harry gave him a sheepish grin. Yet. Understood. Good, Wang muttered, still not entirely convinced, but at least slightly mollified. The Ancient One stepped closer to Harry, her eyes kind but unwavering. You are part of this world now, Harry. You must learn its rules, its consequences, and its responsibilities. And sometimes, those responsibilities come with sacrifices. Harry nodded solemnly, understanding the weight of her words. I know. I'll be careful. I promise. Wang turned to leave, shaking his head as if still grappling with the situation. If you'd asked me, I would have told you it was a bad idea, he muttered under his breath. The Ancient One watched him go with a slight smile. Wang, she called out softly, sometimes, a little bit of rebellion is the only way to move forward. Harry chuckled quietly, but it was the Ancient One's expression calm, but with a flicker of something deeper that stayed with him. I'll keep that in mind, he said with a small nod. As Wang disappeared down the hallway, Harry turned back to the Ancient One. Thanks, he said sincerely. I wasn't trying to cause trouble. I just wanted to make sure my family knew what was going on, if something happened. The Ancient One studied him for a moment, her gaze lingering on Harry's face. Your love for them is clear, Harry. Just remember, knowledge comes with a burden. It's not just about sharing it, but about bearing the weight of what it can do. Be mindful of that. I will, Harry promised, though the undercurrent of uncertainty in his voice lingered, a hint of the weight that the Ancient One had mentioned starting to settle in. The Ancient One gave him one last look of understanding. Good. Now, go. There are bigger challenges ahead, and you'll need all your strength to face them. Harry nodded and turned to head toward his room, but his mind was already on the next mission. The weight of responsibility was starting to press in, and while he had no idea what the future held, he was ready to face it no matter how complicated it became. Huffs. Can't wait to hear from you. If you're passionate about fanfiction and love discussing stories, characters, and plot twists, then you're in the right place. I've created a Discord server dedicated to diving deep into the world of fanfiction, especially my own stories. Whether you're a reader, a writer, or just someone who enjoys a good tale, I welcome you to join us for lively discussions, feedback sessions, and maybe even some sneak peeks into upcoming chapters, along with artwork related to the stories. Let's nerd out together over our favorite fandoms and explore the endless possibilities of storytelling. https://discord.com/invite/hhhwrsb6wd. Can't wait to see you there. If you appreciate my work and want to support me, consider buying me a cup of coffee. Your support helps me keep writing and bringing more stories to you. You can do so via PayPal here. https://www.paypal.me/vikrantutker007 or through my Buy Me a Coffee page. https://www.bemeacoffee.com/vikard001s. Thank you for your support. Chapter 35, Chapter 34. The Safe House Workshop was a chaotic symphony of innovation, where arcane runes glowed faintly amidst the sleek lines of advanced technology. The hum of machinery filled the air as Howard Stark leaned against a workbench, sipping from a steaming cup of coffee, his sharp eyes darting between the schematics on the table and the wizard and Red Guardian seated across from him. Lily Potter, her hair tied back in a loose braid, was perched on a stool nearby, her wand twirling idly as she made notes in a charmed notebook that floated in front of her. Alastair Moody grunted as he shifted in his seat, his magical eye whirring as it locked onto Alexei Shostakov, who sat with his arms crossed, an amused grin on his rugged face. This was the first time Moody had met the former Red Guardian, and he wasn't entirely sure what to make of him yet. "You're a big bastard," Moody muttered, eyeing Alexei up and down. "I'd wager you could give a troll a run for its galleons in a fist fight." Alexei chuckled, his deep voice carrying a trace of Russian pride. "And you, my friend, look like you've already fought one. Did the troll win, or did you?" Moody's lips quirked into a rare smirk. "The troll's 6 feet under. I'm still breathing, so you tell me." Howard clapped his hands together, cutting through the banter. "All right, love fest aside, let's get to business, shall we? We've got some serious work ahead. Now, Moody," he said, pointing a wrench at him, "you're getting more than just a vibranium-laced suit. Lily here has some ideas about upgrades." "Upgrades?" Moody asked, his magical eye swiveling to Lily, who looked up with a sly smile. "I'm talking about your leg," Lily said, gesturing to his wooden prosthetic. "I've been working with Howard to design something better, something that combines magic and tech. A prosthetic that won't just get you from point A to point B but will also be an asset in combat." Moody raised a skeptical eyebrow. "An asset? It's a bloody leg, lass, not a broomstick." Howard grinned, clearly enjoying the challenge. "Oh, it'll be a leg, all right. But imagine a leg that's not just vibranium reinforced but also enhanced with a few tricks. Lily's been working on some enchantments to make it lighter, faster, and tougher than anything you've ever used. Plus, I've added a few Stark Innovation stabilizers for better balance, deployable spikes for traction, and, if you're feeling feisty, a shock mechanism for close encounters." Moody leaned back, his magical eye narrowing. "You're telling me you want to turn my leg into a bloody Swiss Army knife?" "Essentially, yes," Howard replied without missing a beat. "But cooler." Lily flicked her wand, and a shimmering blueprint of the prosthetic leg appeared in mid-air. "It'll be linked to you magically, so it'll respond like a natural limb. We're also embedding a concealment charm to keep it looking ordinary until you activate its additional features. Think of it as a wand, a shield, and a boot all rolled into one." Moody grunted, clearly impressed despite himself. "As long as it doesn't start thinking for itself, I'll give it a shot." "Good," Lily said, beaming. "Now, on to the rest of the gear." Howard leaned over the table, tapping a different schematic. "Everyone's getting the standard vibranium-laced armor with built-in magical protection runes for durability, fire resistance, and shielding spells. But I'm open to customizations. What do you two need?" Alexei leaned forward, his expression turning serious. "I'm used to heavy combat, close quarters. I'll need something that won't restrict movement. And maybe, a weapon? Something hefty. I prefer smashing to stabbing." Howard nodded, scribbling a note. "Got it. How about a vibranium hammer? We can enchant it with some impact-boosting runes. It'll hit like a freight train." Alexei grinned. "Now we're talking." Moody cut in, his voice gruff. "I'll need a wand holster built into the armor, something quick draw. And spare compartments for potions. I've got some tricks of my own I'll want to carry into battle." Lily added a note to her floating notebook. "I can work in potion compartments and wand access points. What about your magical eye, Alastair? Any upgrades there?" Moody considered this, his hand brushing over the worn surface of the eye. "It's served me well, but if you've got ideas, I'm listening." Howard tapped his chin thoughtfully. "What if we integrate it with the suit's tech? Give you enhanced scanning capabilities, heat signatures, magic detection, maybe even some sonar for low visibility situations." Moody's lips twitched. "If it doesn't interfere with the magic, I'll take it." "Perfect," Howard said, turning back to Alexei. "Anything else for you, Red Guardian?" Alexei shrugged, his grin returning. "Just make sure it looks good. I'm going to need to outshine Captain America." Howard smirked. "I like your style." Lily closed her notebook with a decisive snap. "All right, I think we've got everything we need to get started. Moody, I'll need you to stick around for measurements and some calibration work for the prosthetic. Alexei, I'll send you some weapon prototypes to test." Moody stood, his wooden leg creaking as he shifted his weight. "Fine. But no funny business, Stark. If this leg malfunctions in the middle of a fight, I'm coming for you." Howard raised his coffee cup in a mock salute. "Noted. But trust me, old man, when I'm done with you, you'll be the baddest one-eyed bastard this side of the Atlantic." Alexei snorted. "Except for Fury." Moody's magical eye swiveled toward Alexei. "We'll see about that, comrade." The training room in the safe house was a vast, high-ceilinged space enchanted to mimic different terrains and combat scenarios. Its walls shimmered faintly with wards, ensuring that the magic unleashed within wouldn't level the rest of the building. Moody stood in the center of the room, his magical eye spinning as he assessed the equipment, wards, and the two men standing before him. James Potter and Sirius Black were decked out in lightweight training armor, a blend of enchanted leather and stark tech padding. James was grinning, his hazel eyes glinting with the same mischief that had earned him and Sirius countless detentions at Hogwarts. Sirius, on the other hand, looked more subdued but no less eager. His sharp, angular face bore the marks of his time in Azkaban, but his grey eyes burned with determination. "You two think you're ready for this?" Moody growled, his voice like gravel being crushed underfoot. His magical eye swiveled to Sirius. "You've been out of Azkaban for what, half a year? That place saps more than just magic. It eats away at your instincts, your reflexes. And you, he barked, turning to James, 3 years in a magical coma might have saved you from Voldemort, but it doesn't save you from me. James smirked, adjusting his grip on his wand. You sound worried, Alastair. Afraid we might show you up. Moody's face didn't twitch, but his tone turned colder. Cockiness gets you killed, Potter. You know better. Sirius tilted his head, a lopsided grin tugging at his lips. Come on, Moody. We survived your aura training once. What's a little refresher between old friends? Old friends. Moody spat, stomping his wooden leg for emphasis. You'll wish we were strangers by the time I'm done with you. He raised his wand, and the room shifted around them. The floor turned into uneven cobblestones, fog rolling in to obscure their vision. The faint sound of footsteps echoed in the distance. Your mission is simple, Moody barked. Neutralize me. If you can't do that, survive for 10 minutes without getting killed. No cheap tricks, no holding back. I'll know if you're slacking. James and Sirius exchanged a glance, their years of friendship allowing them to communicate without words. They both raised their wands, falling into a practiced stance. Let's dance, Sirius muttered, his grin widening. Moody didn't respond verbally. Instead, he flicked his wand, and a barrage of stunners erupted from the mist, forcing James and Sirius to dive in opposite directions. James rolled to his feet, firing a silent expelliarmus toward the source of the spells. The red beam sliced through the fog, but it hit nothing. He's moving fast, he called out. No kidding, Sirius growled, ducking as another spell whizzed past him. He countered with a conf Ringo, the explosive charm sending a shockwave through the fog, momentarily clearing it. Think he's using the fog to track us? Always assume the worst. Moody's voice boomed from somewhere in the mist. That's the first lesson, boys. Constant vigilance. James chuckled under his breath. Same old Moody. Sirius barked a laugh, already moving to flank. At least we know he hasn't gone soft. A faint whirring noise was the only warning before a stupefy streaked toward James. He barely managed to deflect it with a hastily cast Protego, the force of the impact sending him stumbling backward. He's not aiming to teach us a lesson, he's aiming to obliterate us. Lesson 2. Moody's voice growled as another spell came hurtling out of the fog toward Sirius. You're only as good as the worst day you've prepared for. And trust me, lads, I'm your worst day. Sirius leapt behind a conjured stone wall, the reducto Moody had sent his way obliterating its icons later. All right, enough playing nice, he muttered. He flicked his wand, and a spectral dog erupted from its tip, charging into the mist to sniff Moody out. James, meanwhile, muttered a quick hominum revelio. A faint glow appeared to his left, and he grinned. Got you. He sent a flurry of jinxes in that direction, but the glow disappeared as quickly as it had appeared. Lesson 3. Moody bellowed. Your enemy won't stand still just because you've found him. From the corner of his eye, Sirius saw a shadow darting between the fog banks. He pointed his wand and cast Incarcerus, ropes flying toward the figure but they wrapped around nothing. A decoy. Nice try, Black, Moody's voice taunted. James growled in frustration, his mind racing. All right, think. He's using the fog to keep us off balance. We need to distract him. Sirius interrupted, his grin wolfish. On it. Before James could protest, Sirius transformed into his animagus form, his large black dog shape blending into the mist. Moody's eye whirred, but Sirius's sudden change of tactics threw him off for a split second. That was all James needed. Expelliarmus! James shouted, his wand slashing through the air. The spell hit Moody squarely, sending his wand spinning out of his hand. Sirius lunged, tackling Moody to the ground. The older man let out a grunt but twisted with surprising agility, knocking Sirius off balance and retrieving his wand in one fluid motion. Lesson 4, Moody growled, brushing off his robes. Never let your guard down. But I'll admit, you two haven't rusted as much as I thought. James helped Sirius to his feet, grinning. Is that your way of saying we passed? Moody's magical eye swiveled to him. Don't get cocky, Potter. I've still got 50 other ways to break you. Sirius smirked, clapping Moody on the shoulder. You missed us, admit it. Moody grunted, a rare twinkle of amusement in his good eye. You're lucky you're both too damn stubborn to die. Now, get cleaned up. We've got real enemies to face, and they won't pull their punches like I just did. As James and Sirius laughed and walked off, Moody allowed himself a small, fleeting smile. Maybe these two would survive after all. The sparring room was quieter than usual, though the faint hum of shield-grade energy barriers lining the walls and the rhythmic sound of fists meeting flesh filled the air. Natasha Romanoff and Melinda May moved like opposing storms, circling each other with predatory grace. Both women were in sleek training gear, light, breathable, but durable enough to handle the punishment they were dishing out. Clint Barton leaned against the wall nearby, idly flipping a practice arrow between his fingers. His sharp eyes followed the fight, a smirk tugging at his lips. He was still getting used to this team magic, super soldiers, and whatever the hell this camartage business was, but watching Natasha go toe-to-toe with the cavalry was the kind of entertainment he could get behind. Natasha feinted left, then struck out with a lightning-quick kick aimed at May's ribs. May anticipated it, blocking the blow with her forearm before countering with a jab aimed at Natasha's jaw. Natasha ducked, spun, and tried to sweep May's legs out from under her. May leapt over the sweep with effortless agility, pivoting midair to deliver a sharp kick toward Natasha's side. Natasha blocked, grinning as she stepped back. Not bad for someone who isn't technically an assassin. May didn't reply, but her eyes narrowed slightly, the corner of her mouth twitching in what might have been a smile. She moved in again, throwing a series of rapid strikes. Natasha blocked most of them, but May slipped past her defenses, landing a glancing blow on Natasha's shoulder. Clint winced dramatically. Ooh, Tasha, you letting her win? That doesn't feel very Black Widow-y. Natasha shot him a glare over her shoulder. Keep talking, Barton. You're next. Clint raised his hands in mock surrender, the smirk never leaving his face. I'm just saying, May's making you work for it. Thought you were supposed to be the unstoppable assassin. May finally spoke, her voice calm and measured even as she threw another punch. Unstoppable doesn't mean unbeatable. She sidestepped Natasha's counterattack, grabbing her wrist and twisting it into a lock that forced Natasha to kneel or risk a dislocated shoulder. Natasha tapped out with her free hand, her grin widening. All right, you've got me. As May released her, Natasha stood, rolling her shoulder. Nice technique. You always this intense, or is it just because of me? May tilted her head, considering. I like to know what I'm up against. Same here, Natasha said, adjusting her stance. Again. Before May could respond, Clint groaned from his perch against the wall. You two are machines, you know that? What happened to team bonding? Isn't that why Fury dragged us into this team in the first place? Natasha turned to him, hands on her hips. And what do you suggest, Clint? A trust fall. Clint grinned, twirling his arrow. I was thinking more like a drinking game, but sure, trust falls work too. Might be fun watching you drop May. May crossed her arms, arching a brow. If anyone's doing the dropping, it'll be me. And trust me, Barton, you won't enjoy it. Natasha laughed, a rare, genuine sound that momentarily lightened the room's tension. Careful, Clint. She's got a mean right hook. I'm noticing, Clint muttered, his smirk softening into something more thoughtful. He straightened, stepping forward to join them. All right, fine. You're both scary, I get it. But seriously, how are you two adjusting to all of this? He gestured vaguely around the room, clearly referring to the larger team dynamic. Mei shrugged. I've worked with teams before. This one's different. That's an understatement, Natasha said. I spent years not trusting anyone. Now I'm trusting a bunch of wizards, a few super soldiers, one of whom came back from the dead, and an actual former Dark Lord. It's a work in progress. Hey, don't forget the bowman, Clint said, pointing at himself. You can trust me. Mostly. Natasha rolled her eyes. You're lucky you're good at what you do. And charming, Clint added, grinning. Mei shook her head, a faint smile tugging at her lips. You two are exhausting. But I'll give you this team might be strange, but it's effective. If we're going up against Hydra, we'll need every advantage we can get. Natasha nodded, her expression turning serious. Agreed. Hydra's always been dangerous, but this is something else. Magic, super soldiers, genetic experiments, they're pulling out all the stops. We can't afford to be anything less than ready. Clint nodded, twirling his arrow again. So, what's the plan? Another round of sparring, or are we finally going to eat? Because I'm starving. Natasha glanced at Mei, who raised a brow. Food can wait, Mei said. One more round. Clint groaned, slumping against the wall. You're both insane. Natasha smirked as she turned back to Mei, her stance shifting. Let's see if you can keep up, cavalry. After an intense sparring session that left everyone dripping with sweat, Natasha, Melinda, and Clint finally relented to the demands of their stomachs. Over a shared meal in the safe house's kitchen where Clint, ever the joker, managed to snag most of the bread before Melinda smacked his hand away, they found themselves laughing more than they'd expected. For a team assembled from such wildly different backgrounds, they were beginning to find some common ground. But Natasha, always focused, quickly turned the conversation back to business. We've had our warm-up, she said, wiping her mouth with a napkin and leaning back in her chair. Now it's time to talk about gear. Howard and Lily wanted to go over everything with us. Clint raised an eyebrow, pausing mid-bite of his sandwich. Howard Stark and Lily Potter? I feel like I've accidentally stumbled into a nerd's fever dream. Natasha smirked, standing up and motioning for them to follow. Try not to drool too much when you see what they've been cooking up. Melinda stood as well, her demeanor as cool and composed as ever. I'm more interested in seeing how practical their designs are. I've seen too many prototypes that look great on paper but fail in the field. Trust me, Natasha replied, leading them toward the armory. Howard may be eccentric, but he's a genius. And Lily? She's not just some wand waver. She's been combining magic with tech in ways that'll make your head spin. As they entered the armory, Clint let out a low whistle. The room was a sleek blend of high-tech engineering and magical artistry. Steel racks held everything from state-of-the-art firearms to enchanted blades, while holographic displays showcased schematics for various pieces of gear. The air hummed faintly with magic, a sensation that made even Melinda pause for a moment. Howard Stark, clad in his signature button-up shirt with sleeves rolled to the elbows, was bent over a table, tinkering with what looked like a miniature arc reactor. Lily Potter stood beside him, her crimson hair pulled back into a loose ponytail as she waved her wand over a piece of armor, runes glowing faintly under her touch. Howard looked up first, flashing his trademark grin. Ah, our sparring champions have arrived. Tell me, who won? My money's on Natasha. Clint rolled his eyes. Of course, it's Natasha. She's terrifying. Can we talk about the gear now before she decides we need another round of trust falls? Howard laughed. All right. Come on over. Let's start with the basics. Lily stepped forward, gesturing to a set of sleek black tactical suits displayed on mannequins. These are your new field uniforms. Vibranium-laced fabric for maximum durability, reinforced with enchantments to enhance mobility and provide basic protection against magical attacks. Melinda examined the suits closely, running her fingers over the material. Looks sturdy. What kind of enchantments are we talking about? Think of them as layered wards, Lily explained. They'll repel low-level spells and mitigate the damage of more powerful ones. And we've included charms to regulate body temperature, suppress sound for stealth missions, and even provide a mild healing boost in emergencies. Impressive, Melinda admitted. But how do they hold up against non-magical threats? Bullets, knives, explosions. That's where I come in, Howard said, stepping up with a flourish. The vibranium weave is practically indestructible. Bullets? They won't even leave a dent. Knives? Good luck. Explosions? Well, you might feel the heat, but you'll walk away in one piece. Clint tapped one of the suits, nodding in approval. All right, I'll admit, this is pretty cool. But what about the fun stuff? Gadgets, weapons. Howard grinned, reaching under the table to pull out a sleek bow and quiver. For you, Hawkeye, we've got a bow made of vibranium alloy, lighter, stronger, and practically unbreakable. The arrows? Well, let's just say we've got a little bit of everything. Explosive tips, EMP charges, grappling hooks, and even a few enchanted ones, courtesy of Lily. Clint's eyes lit up as he took the bow, testing its weight. Okay, I'm officially impressed. You've outdone yourself, Stark. Howard winked. I always do. Lily turned to Melinda, holding up a pair of sleek black gauntlets. Agent May, these are for you. Enhanced strength boosters, built-in tasers, and a small shield charm activated by a simple gesture. They'll complement your hand-to-hand style perfectly. Melinda slid one of the gauntlets on, flexing her fingers as the enchantments activated with a faint glow. Not bad, she said, her tone approving. I could get used to this. Finally, Lily handed Natasha a pair of modified Widow's Bites. For you, Natasha. These are upgraded versions of your usual gauntlets. In addition to their standard taser capabilities, they now include magical pulse emitters and a cloaking charm. Natasha examined them closely, a small smile tugging at her lips. You've been busy. You have no idea, Lily said with a grin. But it's worth it. Hydra isn't going to know what hit them. Howard clapped his hands together. All right, team, any questions? Complaints? Requests for an espresso machine in your field packs? Clint raised a hand. Actually, do we get a warranty on these? You know, just in case Hydra blows them up or something. Howard chuckled. Don't worry, Barton. If anything breaks, we'll fix it. But good luck trying to break vibranium. As the team continued to test their new gear, Natasha glanced at Melinda and Clint, her expression softening just a bit. They were still getting used to working together, but with gear like this and a team this determined, she knew they'd be ready for whatever Hydra threw their way. The Library of Camartage was a place of reverence, its high, vaulted ceilings echoing with an ancient stillness that seemed to demand respect from anyone who entered. The shelves were lined with books whose spines glowed faintly in the dim light, radiating power and secrets from ages past. Harry sat at a heavy wooden table, a stack of thick tomes before him. He had an intense look of focus on his face as he flipped through a book titled Advanced Applications of Elemental Convergence. Hovering nearby, his arms folded and his expression resembling that of a hawk ready to strike, was Wong. You're turning the pages too quickly, Wong said, his voice sharp and accusatory. Harry paused, blinking up at the man. I've been reading for over an hour without a single word to you, Wong, he replied, raising an eyebrow. I think I've earned the benefit of the doubt. You've earned nothing, Wong retorted. I know your type. Overconfident, reckless, and far too clever for your own good. He gestured dramatically toward the bookshelves. The last person who thought they could master advanced battle magic without proper supervision ended up summoning a demon into the meditation chamber. Harry smirked, flipping a page with deliberate care, just to be cheeky. I promise, no demons today. I'm just trying to brush up on my counterspell strategies. You know, in case Hydra decides to send more magically inclined assassins my way. Or do you think they'll take it easy on me? Wang narrowed his eyes. The threat of Hydra is no excuse to disregard discipline. Magic is not a tool for your convenience, Potter. It is a sacred art, one that requires humility and... Harry held up a hand, cutting him off. Yes, and focus, and patience, and self-awareness, he finished with a drawl. Believe me, I've heard the lecture. Merlin knows, my mother won't stop talking to me about it. But honestly, Wang, I think you just like glaring at me. Wang's lips pressed into a thin line. Glaring at you is my way of preventing catastrophe. Touché. Harry returned to his reading, though he could feel Wang's eyes boring into the back of his head. Harry decided to let his mind wander as he continued flipping through the book. The spells detailed within were no joke incantations that could summon storms, conjure walls of flame, or even freeze entire rooms in ice. He couldn't help but imagine how these techniques could be applied in the field, against Hydra or any of their allied wizard factions. Potter, Wang said suddenly, breaking Harry's concentration. What now? Harry asked without looking up. Wang stepped closer, his tone a mix of suspicion and curiosity. You're not just studying. You're scheming. I can tell. Harry leaned back in his chair and gave Wang a half-smile. You're not wrong. I'm trying to figure out how to tweak these spells for combat situations. Efficiency, mobility, all that. Hydra's mages are fast, and if I don't stay 2 steps ahead, I'm toast. Wang frowned, clearly torn between reprimanding Harry for his irreverence and grudgingly admitting he had a point. Battle magic isn't just about raw power, he finally said, his tone softening slightly. It's about understanding your surroundings, predicting your opponent's moves. That level of mastery doesn't come from a book. It comes from experience. Harry nodded, his expression thoughtful. Fair. But I can't exactly wait for Hydra to send another ambush squad to practice. And, you know, I'm not exactly normal anymore. He tapped his chest, referencing the vibranium-enhanced skeleton, the spliced DNA, and the serum running through his veins. Every advantage counts. Wang sighed heavily, shaking his head. You're insufferable. I get that a lot, Harry quipped. But come on, Wang. Admit it. You're at least a little impressed. Wang's expression didn't change, but there was a flicker of amusement in his eyes. When you accidentally set yourself on fire trying to cast one of those spells, don't expect me to put you out. Noted, Harry replied with a grin. As he returned to his studies, Wang hovered nearby, still watchful but perhaps a little less harsh. He'd never admit it, but there was something about Harry's determination and his sharp wit that reminded Wang of the Ancient One herself. That thought unsettled him almost as much as it reassured him. After a couple of hours of intense study, Harry's attention began to wane. His eyes flicked over the intricate diagrams of spell patterns and enchantments, but his mind started wandering. He let out a long sigh, leaning back in his chair and stretching. Across the room, Wang was still watching him like a particularly disapproving hawk. You know, Wang, Harry called out, not bothering to look up from his book, if you keep staring at me like that, people might think you're plotting something sinister. Ever consider taking up knitting? Maybe a calming hobby. Wang didn't bite. Perhaps I should start knitting a shroud for your inevitable demise if you continue treating magic like a plaything, he replied, deadpan. Harry snorted. Wow. Dark. And here I thought we were bonding. He tried to refocus on the text in front of him, but his fingers drummed on the table restlessly. Boredom was beginning to claw at him, and when boredom struck Harry Potter, trouble wasn't far behind. Then inspiration hit. A mischievous glint appeared in Harry's eyes as he began tracing the air with his fingers. With a flick of his wrist, a small golden portal shimmered to life in front of him. "Wong," Harry said through the portal, his voice now coming from a second portal that opened up directly next to Wong's ear. Wong jumped, startled, and turned to glare at the source of the voice. "Potter," he barked, spinning around to see Harry sitting smugly at his desk on the other side of the room. "What are you doing?" "Talking to you," Harry said innocently, leaning his elbow on the table and resting his chin on his hand. "You're so far away over there. Thought I'd save us the trouble of shouting." Wong clenched his jaw, his patience visibly fraying. "Portals are not toys." "I'm aware," Harry said, though his smirk suggested otherwise. He flicked his fingers again, and another portal appeared, this time directly above Wong's head. "Wong," Harry's voice echoed from the new portal. "Wong? Can you hear me?" "Over." The older sorcerer's eye twitched. "Stop this nonsense right now, Potter, or..." Another portal opened at Wong's feet. "Wong, I'm trying to reach you about your car's extended warranty," Harry's voice quipped, barely stifling laughter. Wong muttered something in Mandarin that Harry was fairly certain was a very creative curse. He slammed the portal near his ear shut with a sharp hand gesture, only for another to open in front of him. This time, Harry poked his head halfway through, grinning like a mischievous child. "You know, I could totally see us as a comedy duo," Harry said. "Harry and Wong, masters of mischief. We'd be big in Vegas. Do you have any idea how much trouble you're asking for right now?" Wong growled, though his tone had softened just enough to suggest he wasn't completely immune to Harry's antics. Harry shrugged. "Probably loads. But come on, admit it, this is at least a little impressive." "It's juvenile," Wong snapped. "And reckless. The misuse of portals can lead to catastrophic consequences. What if you accidentally opened one into the dark dimension?" Harry waved a hand dismissively. "Pfft! What are the odds of that? Besides, I'm pretty sure Dormammu would just find me annoying and kick me out." Wong sighed deeply, pinching the bridge of his nose. "You are impossible." "I prefer innovative," Harry corrected, leaning back through his portal and closing it behind him. He sat back down at his desk, looking quite pleased with himself. Wong stormed over to Harry's table, his expression a mix of exasperation and grudging respect. "You are lucky the Ancient One has taken a liking to you. Otherwise, I'd be thrown into some interdimensional prison for life." Harry interrupted, grinning. "I think you secretly enjoy having me around, Wong. Admit it." Wong glared at him for a long moment, then turned on his heel without another word, muttering something about children these days. As Wong left the library, Harry couldn't help but chuckle to himself. Sure, he might have been pushing his luck, but getting a rise out of Wong was just too much fun to resist. Besides, it wasn't every day you got to prank the most uptight sorcerer in Camartage. Huffs. Can't wait to hear from you. If you're passionate about fanfiction and love discussing stories, characters, and plot twists, then you're in the right place. I've created a Discord server dedicated to diving deep into the world of fanfiction, especially my own stories. Whether you're a reader, a writer, or just someone who enjoys a good tale, I welcome you to join us for lively discussions, feedback sessions, and maybe even some sneak peeks into upcoming chapters, along with artwork related to the stories. Let's nerd out together over our favorite fandoms and explore the endless possibilities of storytelling. https://discord.com/invite/hhhwrsb6wd. Can't wait to see you there. If you appreciate my work and want to support me, consider buying me a cup of coffee. Your support helps me keep writing and bringing more stories to you. You can do so via PayPal here. https://www.paypal.me/vikrantutker007 or through my Buy Me a Coffee page. https://www.bmeacoffee.com/vikird001s. Thank you for your support. Chapter 36, Chapter 35. Sirius and James sat across from each other in the safe house's library, a small room crammed with magical tomes, shield files, and stacks of Lily's notes that somehow seemed to defy gravity. The books Harry had magically photocopied for them from Camartage lay open in front of them, glowing faintly with the otherworldly energy of their origin. Sirius, slouched in his chair with one leg thrown over the armrest, was flipping through advanced transfiguration techniques, shaping the elements and beyond. He muttered under his breath as he read, scratching his head in confusion. So, let me get this straight, these Camartage types use magic without wands, focus it through these hand gestures, and essentially force reality to behave itself? And all they need is their own willpower and, what, sheer stubbornness. James, who was leaning over Practical Applications of Combat Magic, a Sorcerer's Handbook, didn't look up. Sounds right up your alley, Pads. You're already stubborn enough to qualify. Sirius smirked. Flattery will get you nowhere, Prongs. Besides, I'd like to see you try to keep up with this stuff. Half of these hand movements look like they were designed by someone who's had way too much coffee. James raised a brow, finally glancing up. Says the bloke who could never manage a simple augmenti without accidentally soaking half the Gryffindor common room. Don't act like you're some magical prodigy. Sirius flipped him an obscene gesture with a flick of his wand. A small spark shot out, but nothing dramatic. That was one time. And anyway, this is different. It's all about channeling raw magic, shaping it into whatever you want. I think I can figure it out eventually. The question is, can you manage to adapt this, he tapped James's book, without blowing yourself up? James ignored the jab, tapping his wand against the edge of the book, his hazel eyes scanning the spell diagrams. Combat magic here seems more straightforward than wand-based dueling. Most of it's about using the environment, creating shields, summoning energy blasts, and trapping enemies in these crazy magical constructs. But the weird thing is, there's almost no reliance on verbal incantations. Well, you've been practicing silent casting for years, Sirius pointed out. Should be a piece of cake for you. Although, his tone turned teasing. You might have to drop that dramatic wand-twirling flourish of yours. Can't have the bad guys laughing at you mid-fight. James rolled his eyes. The flourish adds style. Don't act like you haven't been impressed. Sirius barked a laugh. Impressed? No. Mildly embarrassed for you? Constantly. They fell into a companionable silence for a few minutes, both of them reading intently. Every now and then, Sirius would mutter a spell under his breath or practice one of the intricate gestures described in the book. James, meanwhile, seemed deep in thought, tapping his wand rhythmically against his knee. Finally, Sirius leaned back with a groan, tossing his book onto the table. All right, let's test this out. If these sorcerers don't need wands, maybe we don't either. Let's see if we can force some of this magic to play nice with what we've already got. James closed his book more carefully, nodding. Agreed. We'll start simple. Sirius stood, rolling up his sleeves. Simple? Where's the fun in that? Let's try something flashy. He grinned mischievously, pointing at the bookshelf on the far wall. I bet I can transfigure that into a dragon faster than you can. James raised a brow. You mean blow it up faster than I can? Same difference, Sirius replied with a smirk. James stepped back, drawing his wand. All right, Pads. Show me what you've got. Sirius closed his eyes for a moment, taking a deep breath. He stretched out his hands, mimicking the gestures described in the book. His wand was tucked into his back pocket, forgotten for the moment. Slowly, his hands began to glow with a faint, silvery light. Not bad, James admitted, watching with genuine interest. Now what? Now, Sirius said, grinning, I turn that dusty old thing into something exciting. He thrust his hands forward, and the glow shot toward the bookshelf. For a moment, it shimmered, and the wood began to twist and warp. Then, with a loud pop, the entire bookshelf collapsed into a pile of multicolored butterflies that fluttered chaotically around the room. James burst out laughing. A dragon, hey? Looks more like your patroness had a bunch of illegitimate children. Sirius scowled, though he couldn't quite hide his grin. Shut it, Prongs. I'm learning. Let's see you do better. James stepped forward, pointing his wand at a nearby chair. He muttered a few words under his breath and mimicked one of the combat techniques he'd been reading about. His wand glowed faintly, and the chair began to levitate, spinning slowly in midair. Impressive, Sirius admitted, leaning against the table. But can it breathe fire? James smirked. Not yet. But give me a week, and we'll see. They spent the next hour experimenting, alternating between their wands and trying to channel magic wandlessly. While neither of them managed to completely master the camartage techniques, they made surprising progress. Sirius discovered he could transfigure small objects with minimal effort, while James found that focusing his magic through gestures seemed to amplify his spell work. Finally, they collapsed onto the couch, both grinning despite their exhaustion. You know, Sirius said, wiping sweat from his brow, this might actually work. Combining camartage magic with wand magic, it could give us an edge. James nodded, staring thoughtfully at his wand. It's going to take time, but yet. If we can integrate this into what we already know, we might be able to outmatch anything Voldemort or Hydra throws at us. Sirius smirked. Now you're talking. Let's show them what the Marauders can really do. Lily sat in the corner of the safe house's common room, a large, ornate book on advanced wards and protective magic spread across the table in front of her. The faint golden glow of the camartage book illuminated her face as she scribbled furiously on a piece of parchment, her notes scattered all around her. Every now and then, her wand would flick in the air, tracing a glowing sigil that hovered for a moment before fading. She muttered to herself, lips pursed in concentration. The wards from camartage were entirely unlike anything she'd ever seen before. While the magical world relied heavily on runic sequences rooted in ancient Norse, Celtic, and Egyptian traditions, the runes here seemed to draw from a completely alien system. The intricacy was mesmerizing. These wards didn't just block spells, they absorbed, redirected, or even transformed magical energy into harmless forms. The possibilities were endless. Still with your nose in that book, came a familiar, slightly teasing voice. Lily glanced up to see Andromeda standing nearby, holding 2 cups of tea. You've been at it for hours. What is it this time? Something groundbreaking, I assume. Lily leaned back with a faint smile, gesturing for Andromeda to join her. You could say that. Look at this. She tapped the page in front of her. The intricate diagram of interconnected runes shimmered faintly, as though imbued with the magic it described. These are wards from camartage. Entirely different from the ones we use in the wizarding world. I've already integrated some of them into the team's gear, made their protections stronger, more flexible. Andromeda placed a cup of tea beside Lily and peered over her shoulder, her dark eyes narrowing in curiosity. Runes, but they're not runes. Not like we know them, anyway. She traced the edge of the diagram with her finger, frowning. These don't follow any of the standard patterns. No Norse influence, no Egyptian roots, where are they even from? That's the thing, Lily said excitedly. I think they're entirely unique to the sorcerers of camartage. They don't just represent concepts like power, protection, or transformation. They're dynamic. They react to intent and the flow of magic itself. Andromeda raised an eyebrow, intrigued. Dynamic runes? That shouldn't be possible. Once a rune is inscribed or activated, its function is fixed. At least, that's what every magical theory text I've ever read claims. Exactly. Lily said, her green eyes alight with enthusiasm. These aren't static like ours. They're more like living symbols. They change depending on how they're drawn, activated, or layered. Watch this. She picked up her wand and drew a glowing symbol in the air, one of the words from the book. As Andromeda watched, Lily modified the lines with a few careful strokes. The glowing sigil shimmered and morphed into a slightly different shape. That's the same ward, Lily explained. But with a few adjustments, it went from a shield that deflects energy to one that absorbs it. Andromeda's mouth fell open slightly. That shouldn't work. But it does. You've tested it. Lily nodded. On the team's armor. Howard and I collaborated. I used these wards, and he layered them into the vibranium. The result? A defense that not only blocks most spells and attacks but also strengthens with every hit it takes. It's incredible. Andromeda shook her head in amazement. No wonder you've been glued to that book. This could revolutionize everything. Wards, enchantments, even potion making. If these runes can adapt like that, there's no telling how many applications they might have. Exactly, Lily said again, a slight flush of pride on her cheeks. But it's not just about the wards themselves. It's the way they think about magic. It's not rigid or formulaic, it's fluid, intuitive. Like. She paused, searching for the right words. Like painting a picture instead of solving an equation. Andromeda leaned back in her chair, sipping her tea thoughtfully. I'll admit, I never thought I'd see something that made our magical traditions feel outdated. But this is something else. Lily smiled faintly. It is. And I think it's just the beginning. If we can figure out how to combine these techniques with what we already know, the possibilities are endless. Stronger wards, better protections, maybe even new ways to cast spells. Andromeda smirked. You're already thinking of outdoing Voldemort, aren't you? Always, Lily said with a sly grin. And Hydra. And anyone else who dares come after my family. Andromeda chuckled. Fair enough. So, what's next? Are you planning to teach James and Sirius these new techniques? Oh, I'll teach them, Lily said with a wicked glint in her eye. But only after I've mastered them myself. Let's see if those two can keep up for once. Andromeda laughed. They're going to love that. She reached for the book, flipping through a few pages. Mind if I borrow this for a bit? I'd like to take a closer look. Of course, Lily said. But be careful. Some of these wards are tricky. If you draw one wrong, it might backfire. Noted, Andromeda said dryly, already engrossed in the glowing diagrams. And Lily? Yes. Andromeda glanced up, her expression serious but warm. Harry and Rose are lucky to have a mum like you. And James, well, he's luckier than he deserves. Lily laughed, a soft, genuine sound. Thanks, Andy. That means a lot. As the two women bent over the book, the room filled with the quiet hum of their collaboration, the glow of the camartage wards casting flickering patterns on the walls. Tony Stark straightened his tie in front of the dorm room mirror, his expression the picture of smug self-satisfaction. He gave himself a little finger gun salute. What do you think, Rhodey? Am I most eligible genius billionaire playboy in the making, or am I irresistible charmer who's going to make Cynthia forget what the word no means? Rhodey, sitting cross-legged on his bed with a textbook in hand, barely glanced up. I think you're trying way too hard for a girl who's probably out to steal your tech or your wallet. Maybe both. Tony turned to him, mock offense radiating from every inch of his being. Wow! First of all, rude. Second of all, you don't know that Cynthia is smart, gorgeous, and totally into you, Rhodey interrupted, making air quotes. Yeah, I've heard the spiel, Tony. But what I'm telling you is something about her doesn't sit right. Tony scoffed, turning back to the mirror to adjust his collar. You're just saying that because she doesn't laugh at your jokes like she does mine. Because your jokes aren't funny, Rhodey shot back, flipping a page in his book. But seriously, man, do you ever stop to wonder how she got here? Tony shrugged, sliding on his signature sunglasses. Maybe she applied to MIT the same way I did by being a once-in-a-generation genius with a killer smile. It's not exactly rocket science. Rhodey snorted. Yeah, but you applied when you were 11, Tony. Cynthia just waltzes in halfway through senior year like it's nothing. Transfers don't happen that easily at this level. And when I asked her about it, she was evasive. Tony raised an eyebrow, lowering his glasses to give Rhodey a pointed look. Evasive how? She said she transferred from Caltech, Rhodey explained, closing his book and leaning forward, but I checked the student directory. There's no record of her ever being there. Not under Cynthia, not under any alias I could think of. She's a ghost. Tony smirked, tilting his head. Maybe she's just that good. A secret genius who prefers to stay under the radar, unlike some of us who bask in the spotlight. Rhodey rolled his eyes. Or maybe she's not who she says she is. And don't even get me started on that whole a little bit of everywhere nonsense when I asked where she's from. Who says that? Tony grabbed his jacket from the back of his chair, slipping it on with a dramatic flourish. People with a mysterious allure. You know, the kind of people who make life interesting. Or people hiding something. Rhodey's tone turned serious. Listen, T, I'm not saying don't go out with her. I'm saying keep your guard up. For all we know, she could be working for a competitor or worse. Tony turned, arms outstretched like he was inviting an audience to admire him. Rhodey, when have I ever been anything but careful? Rhodey gave him a deadpan look. Do you want a list? Because I can make one. Tony grinned, pointing at him. That's why I like you, buddy. Always keeping me grounded. Somebody has to, Rhodey muttered, shaking his head. Seriously, man. If she's legit, great. But if not, I don't want to have to explain to your dad how his only son got conned by a pretty face. Tony raised a hand as he opened the door. Relax. I've got this under control. If Cynthia's playing a game, she's playing against the Tony Stark, and let's be honest, she's already lost. Rhodey sighed as the door closed behind him. Yeah, because your ego's totally not a blind spot, he said to the empty room. Grabbing his laptop, Rhodey powered it up and began typing. If Tony wasn't going to take this seriously, then Rhodey would have to do some digging on his own. He wasn't about to let his best friend walk into a trap not without a backup plan, anyway. Because something about Cynthia was off, and Rhodey wasn't going to rest until he figured out what. In a sleek, nondescript apartment a few blocks from MIT, Cynthia Smith, or as her true identity dictated, Cynthia Schmidt, daughter of the infamous Red Skull, stood in front of a vanity mirror, her expression one of calm precision as she adjusted the delicate clasp of her necklace. The reflection staring back at her was meticulously crafted, warm, approachable, and utterly unthreatening. The perfect cover for her mission. Behind her, two Hydra operatives, dressed in plain black clothing, hovered uncertainly near the doorway. One of them, a wiry man with a perpetual sneer, cleared his throat. Are you sure this is a good idea, Frau Schmidt? Getting this close to Stark? He's a wild card. Cynthia's sharp green eyes flicked to him in the mirror. That's why you're not getting close to Stark. I am. Her tone was as smooth as silk, but there was a razor edge underneath that made the operative flinch. Your job is to watch and report. Nothing more. The second henchman, a broader man with a buzz cut, frowned. With all due respect, ma'am, surveillance isn't exactly our specialty. If the opportunity arises to neutralize the target. No. Cynthia spun around, the sharpness in her voice cutting through the air like a blade. She stepped toward them, her heels clicking ominously against the floor. I said surveillance only. Do I need to spell it out for you? The first operative raised his hands in surrender. No, ma'am. We get it. No action unless ordered. Good. Cynthia's demeanor softened slightly, though her eyes still carried a glint of warning. Tony Stark is not a typical target. He's brilliant, erratic, and unfortunately, too valuable to simply eliminate. Hydra wants him, persuaded. And that requires finesse, not brute force. Finesse, the second operative repeated dubiously, as though the word offended him. Yes, finesse, Cynthia snapped, her patience wearing thin. Which means you two will sit in the surveillance van, monitor my movements, and report back to me when this is over. Do you think you can manage that without embarrassing yourselves? The two men exchanged a glance, then nodded. Understood, ma'am. Satisfied, Cynthia turned back to the mirror, adjusting her hair into soft waves. Her dress was simple but elegant, a deep red that hinted at her true loyalties without revealing them outright. She applied a final coat of lipstick, a shade perfectly chosen to appear both understated and captivating. As she slipped on her heels, she addressed the operatives without looking at them. Stark may be reckless, but he's also predictable. He craves attention and thrives on being the smartest person in the room. All I have to do is feed that ego, and he'll walk right into Hydra's hands. The wiry operative frowned. And if he doesn't? Cynthia smiled faintly, a chilling expression that didn't quite reach her eyes. Then we adapt. But for now, we stick to the plan. No risks, no improvisation. Stark doesn't suspect a thing, and I intend to keep it that way. As she grabbed her clutch and headed for the door, the operatives followed her to the hallway. The buzzcut one hesitated. Just remember, ma'am, he's not the only wild card. His roommate's been poking around. Rhodey. Cynthia scoffed, waving dismissively. Please. He's nothing more than a loyal lapdog. Annoying, but harmless. If he gets too curious, we'll handle him. But for now, let's not attract attention. Is that clear? Crystal, the wiry operative muttered, stepping back into the shadows. Cynthia walked down the hall with confidence, her heels clicking in an even rhythm. She was ready. Tonight was just the beginning, and Tony Stark was a pawn in a much larger game. Hydra always played the long game, and if everything went according to plan, she'd ensure that Stark Industries and its brilliant young heir became assets to the cause. After all, what was a little seduction compared to the glory of Hydra? Tony Stark adjusted the collar of his tailored blazer as he strode up the stairs to Cynthia's apartment door. The smirk on his face was pure confidence, as though the world were already applauding his latest conquest. He paused just before knocking, glancing at his reflection in the glossy apartment window beside the door. Damn, Stark, he muttered to himself, smoothing his hair, you clean up good. He reached out and knocked twice, a confident rhythm, and then leaned casually against the doorframe, as though he were posing for the cover of Genius Playboy Billionaire Monthly. The door opened a moment later, and Cynthia Smith stood there, framed by the soft light of her apartment. She looked stunning in her deep red dress, the color accentuating her sharp green eyes. Her lips curved into a soft smile, equal parts inviting and mysterious. Tony, she said, her voice warm and perfectly measured, right on time. Well, I couldn't keep you waiting, Tony quipped, offering her a once-over that was only slightly more obvious than it needed to be. Wow! You look, he gestured vaguely, then gave her a roguish grin. I was going to say phenomenal, but I think intimidatingly gorgeous might be more accurate. Cynthia chuckled lightly, stepping out of the doorway and closing the door behind her. "Careful, Stark. You're laying it on so thick, I might think you're nervous." "Nervous? Me? Never." He offered his arm, which she took gracefully. "I've been accused of being a lot of things: charming, brilliant, devilishly handsome, but nervous isn't one of them." As they descended the stairs, Tony noticed a nondescript black van parked across the street. He didn't think much of it. It wasn't exactly in the suburbs, but his genius mind filed it away instinctively. "So," Tony said, as they walked toward his sleek vintage convertible parked nearby, "Rhodey thinks you're secretly a super spy or something. Says you're too good to be true." Cynthia arched a perfectly shaped eyebrow, her smile not faltering. "And what do you think?" Tony opened the car door for her, then paused dramatically. "Well," he said, leaning in slightly, "I think Rhodey spends too much time watching conspiracy movies. But I wouldn't mind finding out if he's right." She laughed softly as she slid into the passenger seat, her movements graceful and deliberate. Tony shut the door and walked around to the driver's side, his grin widening. He loved a good mystery, and Cynthia Smith, for all her apparent brilliance and beauty, had an air of intrigue he couldn't resist. As he started the engine, she turned to him, her smile playful. "Do you always listen to your roommate's dating advice?" Tony pulled out into the street, the car purring like a contented cat. "Rhodey? Nah. He's just jealous. Guy wishes he had my charm." Back in the van across the street, the two Hydra operatives watched the convertible pull away. The wiry one, peering through binoculars, shook his head. "How does he do it?" "Do what?" grunted the broad-shouldered one. "Make it look so easy. If I tried to pull off half the stuff Stark does, I'd be in traction or prison." The broad one snorted. "You're not Tony Stark. None of us are. Let's just stick to the job." In the car, Cynthia turned to Tony, her tone light but with a trace of curiosity. "So, what's the plan for tonight, Mr. Stark?" "Ah, see, that's where the magic happens," Tony said, winking as he turned a corner. "I like to keep things spontaneous. Keeps life interesting. But I promise you, by the end of the night, you'll be thinking, best date ever." Cynthia leaned back in her seat, her smile never wavering. Inside, she couldn't help but marvel at his natural charisma. It wasn't just his genius or his money, though both were formidable, it was his sheer audacity. Tony Stark was a puzzle, one she intended to solve, piece by piece. And if she had to break his heart or his spirit in the process, well, that was just part of the job. "Let's see if you can live up to your own hype, Tony," she said, her tone playful yet challenging. "Oh, I don't just live up to it," Tony shot back with a cocky grin. "I exceed it." The car roared down the road, the city lights reflecting off its polished surface, as the game between them began. Neither knew just how dangerous it would become. The vintage convertible rolled to a smooth stop in front of an elegant, modern restaurant tucked between the bustling streets of Boston. Tony hopped out with a practiced flair and was at Cynthia's door before she could even reach for the handle. He opened it with a flourish, extending a hand. "Dinner's on me. Drinks are optional but strongly encouraged," he quipped, helping her out of the car. "Such a gentleman," Cynthia teased, accepting his hand. "Only when it counts," Tony said with a wink, his grin unrelenting as he led her inside. The maitre d' greeted Tony like an old friend, and why wouldn't he? This wasn't Tony's first impromptu reservation at an exclusive eatery. Within minutes, the pair was seated at a private booth near the back, soft jazz playing in the background, the lighting dim and intimate. Cynthia glanced around. "You don't strike me as a jazz guy, Stark." Tony leaned back in his chair, smirking. "I contain multitudes. Besides, jazz is like me, unpredictable, smooth, and occasionally misunderstood." Cynthia chuckled. "I'll give you unpredictable. The rest is still up for debate." A waiter arrived, handing them menus that might as well have been bound in gold. Tony waved his away. 2 glasses of your best red, and let's go with the chef's tasting menu, he said, cutting off any protest from Cynthia with a charming smile. Trust me. You'll love it. Cynthia raised an eyebrow but didn't argue. She folded her menu and handed it back to the waiter. As the server walked away, she leaned forward slightly, her emerald eyes gleaming. So, Tony, tell me what's the catch? Tony tilted his head, feigning innocence. Catch? There's no catch. You're gorgeous, brilliant, and I have impeccable taste. It's a win-win. Right, Cynthia said, her smile amused. The famous Tony Stark charm. But why me? MIT is full of brilliant minds, and I'm sure you've had your pick. Tony's smirk faltered for a brief moment, replaced by something genuine. He leaned forward, resting his elbows on the table. Here's the thing, he said, his tone suddenly serious. You're not like the others. Most people, you can read them in 5 seconds what they want, what they're after. But you're complicated. Cynthia's expression didn't waver, but inwardly, she tensed. She forced a laugh, tilting her head. Complicated? That's not exactly a compliment. Oh, but it is, Tony countered, his grin returning. I like puzzles. And you? You're a work of art wrapped in a riddle with a side of danger. Danger? Cynthia repeated, raising an eyebrow. Well, you are sitting across from me. That's already a risk, Tony said, leaning back with a triumphant smirk. Cynthia shook her head, laughing softly. You're impossible. Impossible is my middle name, Tony quipped as the waiter returned with their wine. They clinked glasses, Cynthia smiling faintly as she sipped the red wine, the rich flavor masking the unease brewing beneath her surface. Dash. Across the street, the 2 Hydra operatives sat in their nondescript black van, watching the restaurant through binoculars. She's good, the wiry one muttered, lowering his binoculars. Too good. Stark doesn't even know what's coming. Focus, the broad-shouldered operative growled. We're here to observe, not commentate. But doesn't it feel wrong? Like we're sending a lion to charm a shark? The larger operative sighed, checking his watch. Our orders are clear. Smith gathers intel, we keep our distance. Stark isn't our concern right now. The wiry one frowned, his curiosity burning. Yeah, but what happens when he is our concern? Dash. Back in the restaurant, Tony and Cynthia had transitioned into lighter conversation, trading stories. Tony recounted an ill-fated experiment involving Rhodey, a makeshift rocket engine, and a very expensive lab coat. So, the fire department shows up, right? Tony said, laughing. And Rhodey's standing there, covered in soot, trying to convince them it was all part of the experiment. I swear, if he'd said controlled burn one more time, I would have died laughing. Cynthia chuckled, shaking her head. And they just let you off the hook. Well, you know, Tony said, shrugging nonchalantly. I'm me. That explains a lot, Cynthia said dryly, sipping her wine. Okay, your turn, Tony said, leaning forward. Tell me something about you. And don't give me the standard transfer student spiel. I want the juicy stuff. Cynthia hesitated, her mind racing. She couldn't exactly share her real background. Instead, she smiled slyly. Juicy stuff, huh? Well, I'm ambidextrous, I make a mean souffle, and I've been told I have a killer poker face. Tony studied her, intrigued. Poker face, huh? We'll have to test that sometime. Maybe, Cynthia said, her smile enigmatic. The night continued, their banter growing more comfortable, but beneath it all, Cynthia's mind remained sharp, calculating. Tony Stark was a piece on Hydra's chessboard, a piece she couldn't afford to mishandle. As they left the restaurant, Tony opened the car door for her again, still the picture of charm. Cynthia slid into the seat, her thoughts swirling as she watched him walk around to the driver's side. She had to admit, Tony Stark was unlike anyone she'd ever met. And that made him all the more dangerous. In the quiet stillness of her chamber, the Ancient One stood before the orb of Agamotto, her translucent hands hovering over the swirling mists contained within. The scene reflected in the orb wasn't of some apocalyptic battlefield or a mystic confrontation against Dormammu, but rather a modest restaurant in Boston, where Tony Stark and Cynthia Smith sat across from each other, engaged in animated conversation. Her usual serene expression was tinged with faint curiosity, and perhaps just a sliver of unease. It wasn't often she observed such mundane human interactions, but Tony Stark was no ordinary mortal. Even in his youth, he has a gravitational pull, she mused to herself, her tone contemplative. Stark Industries, the arc reactor, the Avengers, his mind, his choices, they ripple across the multiverse. But this wasn't just idle curiosity. She was watching because, in any timeline, Tony Stark was crucial and unshakable constant in the battle against Thanos. The snap, the stones, the ultimate sacrifice, these were absolute points in time, unchangeable in the grand calculus of reality. Yet, her gaze lingered longer than it should have. Cynthia Smith, no, Cynthia Schmidt was an anomaly, an unexpected variable that the timelines had not accounted for in quite this way. She was Hydra, born of the Red Skull's legacy, and her presence here, entwined with Tony's, was a danger that could not be overstated. The Ancient One exhaled softly, her golden robes shimmering faintly in the dim light of her chamber. She didn't need the orb to see what this encounter meant. Cynthia's presence, coupled with Tony's youthful arrogance, could spell disaster. Her fingers traced delicate patterns over the orb, fast-forwarding through the timeline just enough to glimpse the immediate possibilities. The futures splintered and wove together, countless outcomes coalescing into one undeniable truth: Tony Stark was in danger. Her mind turned to Harry Potter, the young sorcerer who had upended so many established patterns of fate simply by existing in this world. With Harry's presence, the timeline had shifted like a river diverted by a rock. Howard and Maria Stark still lived, meaning Tony's journey to becoming Iron Man was now untethered from its original path. Would Harry intervene if he knew? She wondered aloud, her tone thoughtful. Harry had an inherent penchant for meddling, and while his actions often veered into reckless territory, they were guided by a fierce loyalty and determination to protect those he cared about. But then she shook her head. Tony becoming Iron Man is an absolute point. Without it, the Avengers would never form. The fight against Thanos would crumble before it began. Even if she wanted to, she could not alter this outcome. Still, it was tempting. Her lips curved into a faint smile, a rare display of humanity beneath her centuries-old veneer. You would try to save him, wouldn't you, Harry? If you knew the danger, you would leap in without hesitation. But some things, some burdens cannot be lifted. She turned her attention back to the orb, the scene shifting as Tony escorted Cynthia back to his car, his charm unwavering. The Ancient One tilted her head, the faintest trace of amusement glimmering in her eyes. Of course, Stark, you're still Stark, she murmured. Even faced with mortal peril, you wouldn't see it. Not yet. For a brief moment, she considered warning Harry not to intervene, but to prepare him for the fallout. Yet even that thought was fleeting. Harry's presence had already destabilized the timeline enough, she couldn't risk tipping the scales further. Instead, she allowed the orb to dim, the images fading into a soft golden glow. Turning away, she moved gracefully through the chamber, her thoughts lingering on the altered paths ahead. Much has changed, she whispered to herself. But the universe has a way of correcting itself. She clasped her hands behind her back, her gaze distant. Still, I wonder, how much of that correction will be because of Harry Potter? With that, the Ancient One descended into the depths of Kamartaj, her mind both heavy with worry and alight with curiosity. Whatever came next, she would watch closely. The stakes had never been higher, and the pieces on the board were moving faster than ever before. Dash. Huffs. Can't wait to hear from you. If you're passionate about fanfiction and love discussing stories, characters, and plot twists, then you're in the right place. I've created a Discord server dedicated to diving deep into the world of fanfiction, especially my own stories. Whether you're a reader, a writer, or just someone who enjoys a good tale, I welcome you to join us for lively discussions, feedback sessions, and maybe even some sneak peeks into upcoming chapters, along with artwork related to the stories. Let's nerd out together over our favorite fandoms and explore the endless possibilities of storytelling. https://discord.com/invite/hhhwrsb6wd. Can't wait to see you there. If you appreciate my work and want to support me, consider buying me a cup of coffee. Your support helps me keep writing and bringing more stories to you. You can do so via PayPal here. https://www.paypal.me/vikrantutker007 or through my Buy Me a Coffee page. https://www.bemeacoffee.com/vakird001s. Thank you for your support. Chapter 37, Chapter 36. Tony slid into the driver's seat, the engine of the convertible roaring to life with a deep, satisfying purr. The streets of Boston stretched before them, the bustle of the city softened into a distant hum, as though the world itself was giving them a moment of peace. The soft glow from the streetlights flickered across Cynthia's face, catching her profile in a way that made Tony pause. She was just as enigmatic as she seemed, no pretenses, no effort to hide behind a mask. Cynthia glanced at him through her lashes, her lips curling in that all-too-knowing smile of hers. "Thanks for dinner," she said, breaking the silence. "It was unexpected." Tony shot her a sideways glance, his smirk spreading wider as he leaned back in his seat. "Unexpected is my brand," he quipped, his fingers drumming lightly on the steering wheel. "You should know that by now." She raised an eyebrow, her eyes never leaving his profile. "Yeah, well, you certainly live up to the hype." Tony's smirk faltered for a brief second, as though something deeper, something darker, might be lurking just beneath his usually unshakable cool. But the moment passed, and he gave her that signature stark grin, smooth, calculated, and effortlessly charming. "I try," he said, tossing the words over his shoulder like a playful challenge. The comfortable hum of the car's engine filled the space between them as they cruised through the empty streets. The night air was cool, but Tony didn't seem to notice, his focus entirely on the woman beside him. For the first time in a long while, there was something magnetic about her. Something that kept pulling him in, even though he knew he should be stepping back. Eventually, Tony pulled into a quiet street, the faint scent of salt from the nearby harbor mixing with the night air. He slowed the car to a stop outside an old, quaint building that was as understated as it was charming. He turned off the engine and unbuckled his seatbelt, his movements smooth, like someone who had done this 1,000 times before. "Well, here we are," he said, with a small, theatrical sigh. "You've survived an evening with the great Tony Stark. I'm impressed." Cynthia smiled, but it was soft, almost calculating. "I'm not sure what's more impressive, dinner or the fact that you didn't blow up the restaurant with one of your experiments." Tony grinned widely, clearly enjoying her wit. "Oh, I would have blown it up if I hadn't already got a reservation in a place that doesn't look like it came from the set of The Godfather." She laughed softly, but there was something more in her eyes, something sharp and calculating. "You sure know how to leave an impression." "Oh, impressions are my specialty," Tony said, eyes glinting as he slid out of the car. He walked around the front, his casual swagger at odds with the very real intelligence that lay just beneath the surface. Cynthia followed him, heels clicking against the pavement as she made her way to the door. Tony stood there for a moment, watching her closely. He was still a little on edge from the evening. There had been something about the way she spoke, the way she seemed to know things, that didn't sit quite right. But of course, being Tony Stark meant he wasn't one to shy away from a challenge. Especially a challenge wrapped in a stunning package like her. They stood there for a moment, and then Tony held the door open for her. He smirked again, the unspoken invitation hanging in the air between them. "After you," he said, voice dripping with mock innocence. Cynthia stepped inside, and Tony followed, leading her to the front door of her building. The night air felt colder now, but the tension between them was palpable, charged, almost electric. "Well," Tony said, his voice lower, quieter than before, "I guess this is it." She turned to face him, her heart beating a little faster than usual. She couldn't help it. Tony Stark had that effect on people. That confidence, that edge. He was a walking, talking enigma wrapped in an armor of arrogance and charm. But she could see through it. She had to see through it. "Good night, Tony," she said softly, eyes meeting his. Tony took a step closer, his gaze intense, his body language unreadable. His fingers brushed against hers as he gently cupped her chin, tilting her face up. It was deliberate, careful, the smallest of touches that nonetheless sent a shockwave through her. His voice dropped even lower. "You know, it's rare that I get a second chance at a first impression. But with you, I think I'm willing to risk it." Cynthia's heart skipped, but she kept her cool. "A little too late for that, don't you think?" "Nope," Tony said, his smirk returning. "I like to live dangerously." And then, without another word, he leaned in. Slow. Tentative. Giving her every chance to back away. But Cynthia didn't. She was, after all, playing a game of her own. His lips met hers, soft at first, just a whisper of a kiss, as though he was waiting for her to give him permission. Cynthia didn't hesitate. She leaned into the kiss, just a little, allowing it to deepen as his arm slid around her waist, pulling her closer. It wasn't the fireworks kind of kiss, more like the kind that burns slow, deep. Dangerous. When they pulled back, it was only by a fraction, their faces still close, their breaths mingling. Tony looked at her, his eyes a mix of curiosity and something else, something that was hard to place. "Don't think too much about it," he said, his voice barely above a whisper. There was something amused, but almost serious beneath it. "But you're a hard woman to forget, you know that." Cynthia smiled softly, her heart racing despite herself. "I'm sure you say that to all the women." Tony chuckled, straightening up, his usual confidence returning in full force. "Only the ones worth saying it to." He stepped back, nodding to her door. "I'll leave you to think about it, but don't take too long. I'm not exactly a patient man." Cynthia stood there for a moment, her mind a whirlwind of thoughts. She watched him turn to walk away, but her gaze lingered, watching the back of the man who was far more dangerous than she'd ever let on. Tony Stark. A piece of her puzzle. And for once, she couldn't wait to see where the next move would take her. From across the street, tucked into the shadows of a narrow alley, two men watched the scene unfold with quiet intensity. Neither spoke as Tony Stark disappeared down the sidewalk, his car carrying him out of view. The faint echo of his footsteps finally faded into the night, leaving the pair alone with their thoughts and the task at hand. The taller of the two adjusted his coat, pulling it tighter around his frame as if to fight off the cool night air. He was the more disciplined of the two, a man who prided himself on following orders without question. He didn't bother looking at his partner, who was already muttering under his breath. "I don't get it," the shorter man whispered, his voice laced with irritation. "Why is she bothering with all of this? The dinners, the flirting, the whole act." He gestured toward the building where their superior, Cynthia Schmidt, had just disappeared. We could have grabbed Stark weeks ago easy. No games. The taller man finally turned his head, fixing his companion with a sharp look. Because those aren't our orders, he said, his voice clipped and cold. She doesn't explain herself to us, and she doesn't need to. If she says we watch, we watch. Simple. The shorter man scoffed, shoving his hands into his pockets as he shifted his weight. Simple? You think this is simple? This is Tony Stark. We're talking about a guy who's smarter than half the damn world put together. Do you know how many people have tried to get close to him and failed? But her? She just strolls in, bats her eyes, and he's what? Taking her out for steak and holding her hand. He shook his head, almost incredulous. It's unreal. The taller agent didn't respond right away, his gaze fixed on the building's entrance. Cynthia hadn't yet reappeared, and he knew she wouldn't not tonight. Stark was gone, and their task was complete. Still, the unease lingered. She's better than anyone who's come before, the taller man said finally, his voice calm and matter-of-fact. You've seen it yourself. Stark doesn't even know he's being played. The shorter man shifted again, glancing toward the darkened street. Yeah, well. I still don't like it. He's dangerous. If he figures out what's going on. He won't, the taller agent interrupted, his tone brooking no argument. Not yet. Not until she wants him to. The silence stretched for a beat before the shorter agent muttered, still think we should have just shot him. The taller man shot him a glare that could have frozen water. You shoot Tony Stark, and the whole world comes down on you before the body even hits the ground. You want to deal with Shield? With her? Because I don't. The shorter man swallowed hard, the memory of their superior's icy gaze silencing any further complaints. Cynthia Schmidt was not a woman to cross, and she certainly wasn't one to question not if you wanted to keep breathing. Fine, he said after a moment, his voice quieter now. But what happens when she's done with him? When she's got whatever it is she wants? The taller agent shrugged, the motion barely noticeable beneath his coat. Then Stark becomes a problem to be solved. One way or another. A beat of silence passed between them before the shorter agent grunted, clearly still dissatisfied. You think she's really into him, though? Like, for real? The taller man shot him a withering look. What do you think? The shorter agent smirked, though there was no real humor in it. Yeah, didn't think so. Poor bastard doesn't stand a chance. They both turned back to the building, watching as the light in one of the upper floor apartments flickered off. Cynthia Schmidt. Cynthia, as Stark knew her, had made her move, and it was a good one. Subtle. Calculated. Far more dangerous than a bullet. The shorter man sighed, shaking his head. We're gonna be cleaning up this mess when it all blows up in his face, aren't we? The taller man gave a faint, humorless chuckle. You're assuming he'll even know what hit him. With that, the two men melted back into the shadows, their surveillance complete for the night. Whatever game Cynthia Schmidt was playing with Tony Stark, it was working. And they both knew that when she finally decided to end it, Stark wouldn't see it coming. He wouldn't see her coming. Nick Fury stood at the head of the operations table, his one good eye locked on the collection of monitors that flickered around him. The dim glow of the screens painted his face in harsh angles, but he wasn't bothered by the shadows. He wasn't bothered by much, really, except for this damn situation. He was pissed. No, scratch that, livid. This whole vibranium problem was a cluster of failure after failure, and Fury didn't have the patience to deal with it. We're out of vibranium. Fury's voice cut through the silence like a blade. His good eye narrowed, and the words sounded like a goddamn curse. He turned slowly, hands planted on the table as he shot Maria Hill a look that could make even the bravest of agents squirm. Maria didn't flinch. She was used to him by now. It's getting low, sir. Maintenance is fine, but we don't have enough for more armor, especially for field agents. We can't afford to keep making custom orders." Fury scowled, pacing like a tiger in a cage, his leather trench coat swaying with every step. "Well, hell." He stopped mid-step, turning toward the monitor again. "That armor's a lifesaver. Hell, it saved my ass in that Hydra ambush in Pierce's penthouse. Now we're supposed to let that tech sit on the shelf because we're out of the one thing that makes it work." Maria raised a brow. "We could always ask Wakanda. But I'm guessing you're not a fan of that plan." Fury let out a sharp breath through his nose, hands clenched. "Wakanda's out. I've tried to get them to talk. They don't deal with outsiders. So we'll have to find another way." He turned back to face her, his eye cold, calculating. "We need to find a supplier, someone with access to the vibranium. Someone who isn't the Black Panther." Maria's face remained impassive. "I've got a name." Fury raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. "Who?" "Ulysses Claw," Maria said without hesitation. The name hung in the air like a bad smell. "You know, the one arms dealer, mercenary, black market kingpin. He's been moving vibranium through the back channels for years." Fury muttered under his breath, his hands tightening into fists. "I've been wanting to catch that son of a bitch for years. He's been hiding under our noses." He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, weighing his options. "You're sure Claw's still moving it?" Maria nodded. "Yet. He's not exactly subtle about it, either. Word is, he's got a stash bigger than we've ever seen. If we can track him down, we can force him to hand over his stash." Fury's lips curved into something close to a smile, though it was far from warm. "Then it's time to pay Claw a visit. Tell May and Romanoff they're on the job." Maria's eyes flickered for a moment. "Both of them?" Fury didn't hesitate. "They're the best at what they do, Hill. You know that. I want Claw a found and I want him alive. I don't care what it takes. You tell them if they're going in, they're authorized to use whatever resources they need. But don't let that bastard slip away again." Maria nodded, already stepping toward the door. "I'll get them prepped." Fury turned back toward the screens. "Good. And make sure it's quiet. No traces. If word gets out that we're hunting Claw, he'll vanish like smoke." Dash. Melinda May stood by the jet, her arms crossed tightly over her chest, her expression unreadable as usual. She didn't need to speak much, her actions always said more than enough. She was the calm in the storm, the one who got the job done without flinching, no matter how messy it got. Natasha Romanoff, on the other hand, was pacing near the edge of the hangar, tapping her fingers against her thigh and humming a tune that made May want to strangle her. "Not sure why we're wasting our time with this," Natasha said with a smirk, flicking her wrist to make her knife spin effortlessly between her fingers. "Claw's a joke." May didn't respond at first, her focus still on the jet. She knew exactly what Natasha was getting at. Romanoff wasn't one for small talk, but when she had something to say, she got straight to the point. "You're not worried?" May asked, turning her head slightly, but her tone still flat. "Worried?" Natasha snorted. "Hell no. I've hunted down worse things than Claw. This is going to be like taking candy from a baby, just a baby that's holding a bazooka." She threw May a sidelong glance, her eyes gleaming. "Fury's got us going for the good stuff, hey." "Don't underestimate him," May replied, her tone softer but firm. "Claw's a slippery bastard. You might think you've got him cornered, but he's always got an escape route. We don't just want his stash, we want him alive." Natasha grinned, a wicked, dangerous smile. "You know, that's always the fun part. Making sure they stay alive long enough to get answers." May didn't acknowledge the comment, but she didn't need to. She could see the glint in Natasha's eyes, the one that meant business. She started up the jet with an efficient flick of her wrist, not wasting a second. "You ready to move?" she asked, her eyes still locked on the control panel. "Always," Natasha answered, sliding into the seat next to her and strapping in without missing a beat. "And you know I love Chloe's little toys. Let's see how many of his weapons we can borrow." Mei shot her a sideways look. "Borrow? All right, fine. Take. Whatever." Natasha leaned back, her tone light as the Quinjet's engines powered up. "I'm just saying, a little extra firepower never hurt anyone." Mei's lips twitched ever so slightly, though she didn't let the smile reach her eyes. "This is a stealth mission, Romanov. No fireworks." "Sure," Natasha said, her voice turning mockingly sweet. "But sometimes, a little spark is exactly what you need to light up the big picture." The jet's engines hummed louder as they lifted off the ground, its sleek form slicing through the air as it made its way toward Chloe. There was no time to waste and no time to screw around. Nick Fury had made it clear. Chloe wouldn't be walking away from this encounter. In the quiet hum of another wing of the safe house, Howard Stark's workshop looked like organized chaos, an endless tangle of blueprints, scribbled notes, and prototypes cluttering every surface. The smell of engine oil mixed with faint traces of ozone and magic, creating an odd blend of science and sorcery that somehow worked. Howard stood in the middle of it all, sleeves rolled up and grease smudges streaking across his shirt like war paint. On the table before him lay a set of crisp blueprints labeled the Quinjet, with diagrams so detailed they might as well have been schematics for a starship. "So," Howard started, flashing a grin that could sell anyone on just about anything, "what do you two think? Pretty, isn't she?" Lily Potter leaned over the table, her fiery hair falling to one side as she studied the designs. Her green eyes, sharp and assessing, flickered across the intricate plans. "She's impressive," she admitted, her voice thoughtful. "Compact, sleek, built for her speed. But..." She traced one of the structural lines with a finger, her expression tightening. "It's vulnerable. If someone were to hit her with, say, a directed magical blast or even a well-placed ward-piercing spell, you could lose structural integrity." "Right," Howard said, nodding as though he expected that answer. "That's where you come in, Red. And you too, Adler." Gideon Adler, or rather, the reformed Gellert Grindelwald, was standing with his hands clasped behind his back, watching Howard with an amused glint in his pale blue eyes. Despite his younger appearance de-aged to look like he was in his 40s, there was no mistaking the quiet authority he carried. "I must say, Mr. Stark," Gideon spoke in his measured, lilting tone, "your ingenuity is admirable. I've seen my fair share of magical and mechanical hybrids, but you've outdone yourself with these." He gestured toward the blueprints, then tilted his head. "However, if you want this machine to stand against magical attacks, you'll need more than basic enchantments. What you're asking for will require wards and runes far beyond your current understanding. Which is why you're here, sport." Howard shot him a smirk, undeterred. "I build the tech, you make it unbreakable." He turned back to Lily, his expression sobering slightly. "Harry said you've been working on some advanced wards and enchantments. Got them from that weird monastery library he visited Camartage, right? I'm thinking we can weave those into the frame of the Quinjet." Lily glanced at Gideon, eyebrows raised. "It's possible," she said carefully. "If we combine Protego Maxima with a reinforced rune sequence, something like Ans's for protective flow and Tuas for structural strength, it could work. The wards would deflect most magical attacks and stabilize the jet under duress." "Sounds like a plan to me," Howard said, his hands already moving as he grabbed a notepad and jotted down their suggestions. "You throw in your wizard mojo, and I'll adjust the alloy mix to bond with the magic." He paused, tapping his pen against his temple. "You can make it stick, right? I mean, I don't want this thing coming apart mid-flight." Gideon snorted softly, his lips quirking in a wry smile. "Do you doubt me, Mr. Stark? Magic is a language of permanence. If done correctly, the enchantments will outlast the machine itself. Howard raised a brow, clearly impressed but unwilling to let Gideon get the last word. Permanence, hey? I like the sound of that. But let's not get cocky, Adler. I'm trusting you not to blow this thing up while testing it. Gideon's smile widened ever so slightly, though his tone remained perfectly calm. I haven't blown anything up unintentionally in decades. Lily let out a quiet laugh, shaking her head. Don't jinx it, Gideon. Howard grinned, pointing his pen at her. Exactly. Let's not tempt fate, sweetheart. Now, what do you think about shielding the engines? That's where the real magic happens, figuratively speaking. Lily leaned in again, already pulling a small, leather-bound book out of her bag. We'll need to layer the spells carefully. I'll weave a repulsio field to deflect kinetic impacts, but we'll reinforce it with a salvio hexia net to block magical interference. If we link the enchantments to the jet's power system, it'll self-sustain. Howard's eyes lit up as though she'd just handed him the key to the universe. Self-sustaining magic armor? Now that's Stark-worthy. Gideon stepped forward, his fingers scheming over the blueprint as he considered Lily's suggestion. A clever solution. But the wards will require anchors, something to hold the magic in place. He looked up, his sharp gaze meeting Howard's. I assume the Quinjet's frame is made of a non-ferrous alloy. Howard grunted in confirmation. Titanium alloy base with Stark tech tweaks. Strong, but light enough to keep her fast. Gideon nodded approvingly. Then the Ans's runes will bond well to it. I'll etch the sequences myself, Lily can handle the ward integration. Between the two of us, this Quinjet will be impenetrable. Howard grinned ear to ear, clapping his hands together. Perfect. That's what I like to hear. Now we're cooking. He stepped around the table and leaned back against it, arms crossed. You two do your magic thing, and I'll get started on the frame adjustments. Let's aim to get this prototype ready in what, 3 weeks? Lily blinked. 3 weeks? That's ambitious. Howard shrugged, the cocky Stark charm on full display. Ambitious is my middle name. Gideon let out a quiet sigh, though his expression remained amused. You truly are relentless, Mr. Stark. Very well. 3 weeks it is. Lily shot Gideon a knowing look as she began flipping through her book of enchantments. Just don't let him rope you into one of his all-nighters. Trust me, it's a trap. Hey! Howard protested, holding up his hands in mock surrender. I only do all-nighters when we're on the brink of genius. Gideon chuckled softly, his eyes sparkling with faint amusement. Genius or madness, Mr. Stark, it's often hard to tell the difference. Why pick just one? Howard fired back with a grin. As the three of them got to work, the faint crackle of magic began to mix with the hum of machinery. It was science and sorcery in harmony, a collaboration that would push the limits of both fields. The Quinjet wasn't just going to fly, it was going to redefine what was possible. And if Nick Fury thought vibranium armor was impressive, he hadn't seen anything yet. In the heart of Camartage, beneath the ever-watchful gaze of the ancient library, the sparring session was coming to an end. The air hummed with the energy of the mystic arts, the sound of combat resonating like thunder in the vast, sacred courtyard. Harry Potter stood in the center, his chest rising and falling with the rhythm of his breathing, his armor gleaming faintly under the light of the setting sun. His body was in perfect harmony with the enchanted cloak of levitation that now merged seamlessly with the suit, its magic amplifying his already formidable physical abilities. Across from him, Baron Mordo and Caecilius, his masters in the ways of magic, were panting, sweat dripping from their brows. Mordo's face was a mask of concentration, his eyes narrowing as he circled Harry, his every movement measured and deliberate. The vaulting boots of Vaulter that Mordo wore, a rare and potent artifact, powered his jumps, allowing him to move through the air with the grace of a bird. Yet, despite all of his skill and the enhancement the boots provided, Harry's agility, bolstered by his super soldier speed and reflexes, had become nearly impossible to match. With a sudden surge of energy, Mordo launched himself forward, his boots propelling him higher than the eye could follow. He came down fast, aiming a spinning kick directly for Harry's head. But Harry was already gone. The cloak of levitation reacted almost instinctively, lifting Harry just enough to avoid the strike, but not enough to remove him from the action entirely. As Mordo landed, Harry's fist shot out in a blur of motion, catching Mordo on the side, sending him stumbling back. Caecilius, sensing the shift in the momentum, quickly stepped in. His hands glowed with dark magic as he conjured an energy blade, the bright green light of his creation humming ominously in the air. He slashed horizontally, aiming to catch Harry off guard. But Harry wasn't caught. With a fluid motion, he raised his arm, and the cloak twisted around him, sending a gust of wind to deflect the blade. Harry's armor shimmered, and before Caecilius could react, Harry darted forward, his speed too fast for the older sorcerer to track. A pulse of force burst from Harry's palm, knocking Caecilius off his feet and sending him crashing into the nearby stone pillar. The two sorcerers took a moment to regroup, each of them visibly straining now. Mordo wiped the sweat from his brow, eyeing Harry with a mix of admiration and frustration. "You've grown faster than I imagined," Mordo said, his voice clipped, but his respect undeniable. This isn't just your enhanced body. You've tapped into something deeper, haven't you?" Harry, leaning casually against a pillar, grinned. "It's not just the super soldier serum anymore. The magic of camouflage, combined with this armor, has turned me into something a little more unpredictable. You two need to step up your game if you want to keep up." Caecilius, brushing himself off, spoke next. "Your speed is unnatural, Potter. It's as if your body and the magic have fused into one unstoppable force. You make it look effortless." Harry smirked, shifting his weight. "Effortless doesn't mean easy. The armor's almost alive now. It's like it's thinking ahead of me. Makes the moves feel second nature." Caecilius raised an eyebrow. "Ascendant armor? That's new." "Well, let's just say it has a mind of its own," Harry replied with a wink, his eyes gleaming with a touch of mischief. Mordo exchanged a look with Caecilius, his brows furrowing. "Perhaps we underestimated the full scope of your potential." Harry straightened up, his posture easing. "You're still holding back," he said, tilting his head slightly. "I know you two have more in your arsenal." Caecilius gave a low chuckle. "Perhaps. But after that display, I'd say it's not just the armor we need to worry about." Harry grinned, his eyes glinting with a dangerous spark. "Well, I wasn't planning on making it easy." Mordo's expression darkened, his eyes locking onto Harry with a calculating stare. "Fine. But let's see how you handle this." The sorcerer lifted his hands and muttered an incantation, his magic coiling around him like a visible aura. A dark, swirling shield of energy appeared in front of him, a barrier capable of withstanding the most powerful of magical assaults. He leaped forward once more, his boots glowing with renewed power, this time aiming to land a crushing blow against Harry's chest. But Harry was ready. The cloak swirled around him again, shifting just enough to absorb the impact, allowing Harry to slide sideways, out of the range of the punch. He countered with a quick sweep of his leg, knocking Mordo's feet out from under him. In an instant, Harry was on top of him, a glowing fist raised, ready to end the sparring session. Caecilius was on the move again, his hands crackling with energy as he summoned tendrils of mystic force to bind Harry, but before he could strike, Harry twisted mid-air, using the cloak to propel him backward and out of range. "You're both getting too predictable," Harry said, landing lightly on his feet. "But I'll give you credit. You're keeping me on my toes." Mordo groaned from the ground, raising a hand. "Enough. You win." Again. Harry lowered his hand, smiling down at his masters, both of whom were now dusting themselves off and catching their breath. "You don't give up easily, do you?" Harry said, the hint of admiration in his tone. Mordo shot him a sharp look, though it was softened by a faint smile. "We are not the ones who need to give up, Potter. We simply recognize when we've been bested." Caecilius shook his head in amusement. "The boy's faster than we anticipated. And much more versatile." Harry nodded, the adrenaline of the fight slowly wearing off, replaced by a calm confidence. "Maybe next time, I'll let you get a hit in." Mordo laughed, though his eyes were sharp. "We'll see, Potter. We'll see." With the sparring session officially concluded, Harry turned, allowing himself a moment to breathe. The magic of camouflage, his strength, and the merging of his armor and the cloak had made him a formidable force. And though he could feel the limits of his power still stretching before him, he knew there was always more to learn. "You're getting better, Harry," Caecilius said as Harry began to walk toward the exit of the courtyard. "But don't let your confidence blind you. There are always opponents out there who will test your limits." Harry smiled back over his shoulder. "I'll keep that in mind, Caecilius. But for now, I think I've earned a break." As he left the courtyard, the weight of the lessons he'd learned in this sacred place settled over him, a quiet reminder that no matter how far he'd come, there was always more to discover. Huffs. Can't wait to hear from you. If you're passionate about fanfiction and love discussing stories, characters, and plot twists, then you're in the right place. I've created a Discord server dedicated to diving deep into the world of fanfiction, especially my own stories. Whether you're a reader, a writer, or just someone who enjoys a good tale, I welcome you to join us for lively discussions, feedback sessions, and maybe even some sneak peeks into upcoming chapters, along with artwork related to the stories. Let's nerd out together over our favorite fandoms and explore the endless possibilities of storytelling. https://discord.com/invite/hhhwrsb6wd. Can't wait to see you there. If you appreciate my work and want to support me, consider buying me a cup of coffee. Your support helps me keep writing and bringing more stories to you. You can do so via PayPal here. https://www.paypal.me/vikrantutker007 or through my Buy Me a Coffee page. https://www.bemeacoffee.com/vikard001s. Thank you for your support. Chapter 38, Chapter 37. The jet settled onto the dusty runway of a quiet airstrip in South Africa, the midday sun beating down like an unforgiving hammer. Natasha Romanoff adjusted her sunglasses, barely flinching at the oppressive heat, her mind already shifting into mission mode. She flicked her hair over her shoulder and gave Melinda May a side glance as they exited the jet. "Nice landing," Natasha said with a grin, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "Could have been worse. I mean, a few more bumps, and we might have actually had a rough landing. But no, all good." She rolled her eyes. "Just another Tuesday, right?" Melinda May, ever the professional, didn't even dignify the comment with a response. She simply moved toward the hangar, her stance solid, eyes sharp. The only thing about her that hinted at anything resembling emotion was the faintest twitch of her lips when she heard Natasha's jab. "Focus, Romanoff," May said, her voice cutting through the air with the precision of a blade. "We're not here for sightseeing." Natasha matched her pace, not one to be outdone. "Hey, I'm just getting into the local flavor." She hummed a few notes of a tune, the kind of melody that only Natasha would find amusing, before shaking her head with a sigh. "Fine, fine. Let's find this guy, get some intel, and then I can go back to being bored out of my mind." "You're such a buzzkill, May." May didn't respond. She was used to Natasha's banter, and honestly, part of her secretly enjoyed it. But when it came to the mission at hand, there was no room for distractions. They approached a small, weathered building at the edge of the town, a nondescript shack that looked like it had been through more than one sandstorm. The door opened before they even reached it, revealing a man with a wide grin plastered on his face, as if he'd just been waiting for the perfect moment to make an entrance. "Well, well," the man said, stepping into the sunlight with his arms wide. "If it isn't Melinda May, my favorite S.H.I.E.L.D. agent. And of course, the one and only Natasha Romanoff. The Black Widow herself, in the flesh. This must be my lucky day." His voice was smooth, with just the right touch of charm, like a man who could talk his way out of a sticky situation, or into one. His South African accent mixed with a layer of humor that made him sound as if he were narrating his own comedy special. Natasha shot him a flat look, barely hiding the annoyance that flashed in her eyes. "Cut the theatrics, David. We're here for information, not to hear you crack jokes." David's grin didn't falter. "Oh, don't be like that, Natasha. A little bit of fun never hurt anyone. But fine, let's get down to business." He gestured for them to follow him inside, his movements exaggerated, like a performer making an entrance on stage. Once inside, Natasha's gaze flicked over the room, noting the strange mix of old, dusty furniture and what looked like high-tech equipment hastily hidden under tarps. A map of South Africa covered one wall, with red circles around various towns and cities, some of them marked with cryptic notes in David's handwriting. May didn't waste time. She crossed the room with a purposeful stride and fixed David with a hard stare. "Where's Chloe?" David raised an eyebrow as if he'd just been asked to recite Shakespeare. "Straight to the point, hey? I like it." He clicked his tongue, then motioned for them to sit down at the cluttered desk. "All right, here's the deal. I've got ears everywhere. I hear things. Chloe's been making waves, but he's not stupid. You think he's just hanging around? Please. He's playing hide and seek, and right now, I'm your best chance at finding him." Natasha leaned against the desk, arms crossed, her sharp eyes never leaving David. "You've got a lot of confidence for someone who makes a living hiding in the shadows. What makes you think you've got anything we can use?" David's grin turned mischievous as he picked up a file from the corner of the desk and tossed it in front of them. The file was thick, and the cover was covered in hand-drawn maps and photos, some grainy, some surprisingly clear. The face of Ulysses Chloe stared back at them from several angles. "You see, I don't just talk a big game," David said, sitting down across from them, his elbows resting casually on the desk. "I know where Chloe's been, and more importantly, I know where he's going." He tapped the file, opening it to a specific map with a red dot near the northern border. "There's a port up here, big, industrial, lots of goods moving in and out. Chloe's been using it to move, let's just say more than weapons. Whatever it is, it's big. Too big for him to keep hidden for long. But he's smart. He's got people watching, waiting, making sure no one gets too close." May's eyes hardened. "You're sure?" David leaned back in his chair, folding his arms behind his head as though he were relaxing on a beach. "Oh, I'm sure. And here's the thing, Melinda. Chloe is as slippery as they come. If you go to that port, you better be ready for a fight, because he's not going to go down without a plan to disappear again. You know how he works." Natasha's lips curled into a smile. "That's the fun part, isn't it? The chase. And I do love a good chase." She stood up, stretching out her back before flashing a grin at David. "You've earned yourself that drink. We'll be in touch." David winked at her. "Oh, I'm counting on it. But remember, if you get into too much trouble, don't come running to me for help. I'm not getting my hands dirty for you too. Not unless you bring me something worth my while." May turned to leave, her gaze flicking over the map one last time. "We'll take care of Chloe. You just focus on staying alive." As they headed for the door, Natasha couldn't resist one last jab. "You know, David, I think you're getting a little too comfortable. I might have to take you up on that drink offer sooner than you think." She flashed him a wink before stepping out into the hot sun, already feeling the buzz of adrenaline. David's voice called after them. "Just don't get killed out there, ladies. I'd hate to lose my favorite customers." Natasha shot him a smirk, already in the jet, ready for the next leg of the mission. "Don't worry, David. We're just getting started." And with that, the jet's engines roared to life, and they were off again toward Chloe, and whatever dangerous surprises lay waiting for them at that remote port. The jet glided silently through the sky, its stealth mode engaged, blending with the clouds as it approached the northern port David had marked on the map. The sun was starting to set, casting long shadows over the rugged landscape below. Natasha Romanoff leaned forward in her seat, her eyes focused on the land below. Beside her, Melinda May sat with a quiet intensity, scanning the horizon through her own set of binoculars. Both women were used to this quiet, methodical, and precise. "Quiet. Too quiet," Natasha muttered under her breath, her gaze flicking between the radar and the oceanfront port that came into view. The area looked unassuming at first, just another industrial complex near the coast, surrounded by low, nondescript buildings and rusted shipping containers. But Natasha knew better than to take things at face value. A place like this, with all the commotion David had mentioned, was bound to have more than just cargo moving through it. May adjusted her position slightly, her jaw set. "No such thing as too quiet," she said, her voice soft but commanding. "That's what makes it dangerous." Natasha smirked. "Oh, I know. You'd think I'd get used to it, but somehow, the silence is always creepier than the noise." The jet descended slowly, hugging the coastline as it moved closer to the target. The port had a military-grade fence surrounding the perimeter, with surveillance cameras perched high on each corner. A few armed guards patrolled the area in slow, lazy loops, unaware of the quiet threat hovering just out of sight. May exhaled softly, her hand tapping on the console. "We'll land on the other side of the ridge. Keep it under the radar." "Of course." Natasha's voice was light, but there was a deadly seriousness in her eyes. "You know I'm all about staying under the radar. No loud explosions yet." She threw a glance at May, the teasing edge still present. "Unless you're into that sort of thing." May didn't take the bait. "Stay focused," was all she said. The jet touched down with barely a sound, its landing gear kissing the earth in the dead of night. Both women moved swiftly, already in full gear and silently disembarking as soon as the ramp lowered. The air was thick with the salt of the ocean, and the distant sound of waves crashing against the rocks was the only noise in the otherwise still night. Natasha led the way, her movements fluid and quiet as she moved towards a small outbuilding to the left of the main port. May, as always, was close behind, her instincts honed and ready for anything. As they approached, they ducked behind a row of stacked containers, keeping to the shadows. "Two guards at the entrance," Natasha whispered, her eyes narrowing as she peered around the corner. She pointed to two men standing by a small shack, their rifles resting at their sides. "This should be easy." May gave a single nod, her face unreadable. "Let's keep it that way." They moved in synchrony, their steps measured and deliberate. Natasha slid around the edge of the containers, creeping up on the guards with her trademark stealth. May followed suit, using the environment to her advantage. They were shadows in the dark, the kind of force that moved without hesitation or fanfare. With a sudden burst of speed, Natasha was on the first guard, her hand clamping over his mouth before he could even blink. A quick twist, and he was out cold, crumpling to the ground without a sound. May did the same with the second guard, one swift motion, a hand at the throat, and the guard was rendered unconscious before he even knew what hit him. Natasha smirked, kneeling beside the fallen men. "I'd say we're getting too good at this." "Shut it, Romanoff," May replied quietly, her tone unamused. "Let's keep moving." They moved deeper into the compound, slipping through a series of abandoned warehouses and storage units. There was something unnerving about the place, the eerie silence that surrounded them, the complete lack of activity for a port that was supposedly bustling with illegal trade. It was as though the place had been abandoned for years, but there were just enough signs of life to make it seem like a trap. Natasha stopped in her tracks, her hand raised to signal May. She crouched low and peered around a corner. At the far end of the complex, a large cargo ship was docked. Several men in tactical gear were unloading crates and boxes from the ship, moving with quick efficiency. "I don't like this," Natasha muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. "No guards? No reinforcements? This doesn't feel right." May's sharp gaze never wavered as she watched the scene unfold. "Chloe's too careful to risk everything on a few crates. There's something else going on here." A soft beep came from Natasha's wrist communicator. She glanced down and swiped it open. "Fury's calling." "Don't answer it," May said immediately, her voice tight with warning. "We don't need any distractions." But Natasha was already tapping the screen, raising it to her ear. "What's up, Fury?" "Report," came the gruff voice from the other end. "What's the situation?" "We're on site, but this place is too clean." "The usual suspects are nowhere to be found," Natasha said, her eyes still scanning the scene. "Something's off. I'm not getting a good feeling." "I'll bet," Fury replied, his voice tinged with annoyance. "Just keep your heads on straight. No surprises. Chloe's slippery, but he's not untouchable." May didn't take her eyes off the scene in front of her as she whispered to Natasha, "Keep the comms low. We need to be ready." Natasha gave her a brief nod before turning back to the device. "Understood, Fury. We'll report in once we have something." Out. She turned her attention back to the compound, her instincts telling her something was off. They had to keep moving. Chloe might be out there, or he might be in the shadows, waiting for the right moment to strike. "This is it," May said quietly, her eyes scanning the surroundings. "Get in position. If Chloe is here, we're going to need backup." Natasha grinned, her eyes flashing with excitement. "You know, I was hoping you'd say that. This is about to get fun." She moved forward, disappearing into the shadows with the fluidity of a ghost, her body a mere blur as she blended into the night. May followed closely behind, her sharp gaze never leaving the shadows around them. They were closing in on Chloe whether he knew it or not. He wasn't going to walk away this time. The hunt was on. Chloe stood at the back of the warehouse, away from the harsh glow of the overhead lights. The space was dimly lit, filled with shadows and the lingering smell of salt and rust from the nearby docks. He had a certain flair for conducting business in places like this, isolated, quiet, yet with a simmering sense of danger that matched his own volatile personality. A heavy, gruff voice broke the silence, followed by the scrape of a chair. "You're sure these weapons of yours will do the job?" The voice came from a large, burly man with a thick beard, a mercenary by the looks of it. He wore an armored vest and carried himself like someone who had seen more than a few bloody deals in his time. Chloe grinned, the wide smile tugging at his scarred face, revealing his sharp teeth. He was a man used to power, and he knew how to wield it with terrifying precision. "Oh, they'll do more than the job. They're state-of-the-art, imported straight from my special sources. Custom-made for maximum impact." His voice was smooth, like honey, but carried an undercurrent of menace. "The good stuff, you might say." The mercenary's eyes narrowed. "Last time we trusted you, we got leaked tech. That didn't end well." Chloe's smile never faltered. "You mean that little accident with the high-tech explosives?" "Please, that was a misunderstanding. Human error. You know, I'm not the kind of guy who tolerates mistakes. This time, everything's perfectly engineered." He flicked his hand dismissively, like the entire matter was beneath him. "So let's not dwell on small details." He stepped forward, his voice lowering into a darker, more conspiratorial tone. You see, I've been keeping an eye on bigger things lately. There's a new player in town, and I've got some interesting intel about them. A certain scientific endeavor. Now, that could be profitable. But that's for later. The mercenary eyed him carefully, weighing the words in the silence that followed. And you're sure this is going to work out? No more screw UPS. Chloe leaned in, his eyes narrowing with a hint of malice. When I'm involved, screw UPS don't happen. Before the mercenary could respond, the clink of boots on the concrete echoed through the back room. Chloe turned, his senses sharp as always, and saw the tall figure of a man approaching a middle-aged man dressed in a tailored suit, his expression unreadable. His presence exuded authority, but there was something about the way he moved that suggested a practiced menace, a man not afraid to get his hands dirty. "Ah, Mr. Chasm," Chloe greeted, his voice dripping with a faux warmth. "Always a pleasure." Chasm nodded coolly, giving the room a cursory glance. He didn't seem to care much for pleasantries. "You've been making moves, Chloe." "I'm just here to make sure it doesn't bite me in the ass." Chloe chuckled, a deep, gravelly sound. Of course, of course. We both know where the real power lies. And I assure you, everything's under control." He motioned toward the nearby crates stacked with weaponry. "But let's not waste time. You're here for the good stuff, yes?" Chasm's eyes lingered on the crates, then flicked back to Chloe. "Just make sure I'm not left with a pile of junk. You have a reputation for creative transactions." Chloe grinned widely, almost too widely. His smile was a stark contrast to the coldness in his eyes. "My dear Mr. Chasm, I invented creative transactions. I'm a visionary, you know? You're not going to regret this. Trust me." He gave the mercenary a knowing look, signaling him to begin opening the crates, revealing the shiny, dangerous weapons inside. Chasm observed the merchandise with the practiced eye of someone who had dealt in arms for years. His lips pressed into a thin line. "These better be the real deal, Chloe. Or else, you'll be the one at the bottom of the ocean." Chloe gave a soft chuckle at the threat, clearly not taking it seriously. "Oh, Mr. Chasm, you wound me. I'm above such things. Besides, who else has the kind of connections I do?" "No one, that's who. You're looking at the best weapons dealer in the world. The finest materials, the deadliest designs. All at your disposal." He stepped aside as the mercenary lifted a case, revealing an array of sleek, terrifying weapons. Chloe's pride was evident. "You'll have the firepower you need, plus a little, extra. Consider it a bonus for your loyalty." Chasm didn't smile, but his posture relaxed a fraction. "I'll take it. Just keep your end of the deal, Chloe. I'm not interested in your problems." "Agreed," Chloe said smoothly, his eyes gleaming with a mixture of arrogance and calculation. "Now, about our other business. We both know what's at stake. I trust you've been doing your homework on this new group? We can't afford surprises." Chasm's demeanor shifted slightly, his eyes glinting with caution. "I'm aware. We've got eyes everywhere. But don't be too eager to make this deal public just yet. There's talk. The kind of talk that could bring unwanted attention." "Let them talk," Chloe replied dismissively. "I thrive in the shadows, my friend. It's the light I'm allergic to." He paused, his eyes narrowing as he leaned in closer, lowering his voice. "Trust me, the world doesn't even know what's coming. And when it does, they'll wish they were never born." Chasm's eyes flickered briefly with something like unease, but he hid it quickly. "Fine. But remember, your reputation is on the line here." Chloe straightened, his face a mask of confidence. "And I don't take reputations lightly. You'll get what's promised on time, in full." He motioned toward the exit, the deal seemingly sealed. Let's shake on it, shall we? Kazim extended his hand, though his grip was firm, businesslike. There was a lingering moment of tension between them, but Chloe maintained his unwavering smile, knowing full well he had the upper hand. As they sealed the deal, Chloe's mind was already shifting to the next phase. The weapons would be out the door soon enough, and his real plans were only just beginning. The real money lay elsewhere at least, that's what he kept telling himself. But Chloe knew one thing for sure, in the world he inhabited, there were no real alliances, no permanent deals. It was all just a game, and Chloe loved playing it. The silence in the back room settled once again, broken only by the faint hum of machinery and the sound of crates being closed and sealed. Chloe turned to his mercenary. Get these weapons packed up and ready to go. I've got someone to meet. As the mercenary moved to follow his orders, Chloe's grin grew wider. There was always something to keep him entertained. And in this business, only the most dangerous players walked away with their hands clean. As Natasha and May continued their stealthy approach, they moved like shadows, weaving through the darkness with an almost unnerving precision. Every step was calculated, every movement deliberate, their experience showing in how they seemed to vanish into the night, making use of every container and shadow as their cover. The distant sound of waves crashing against the shore blended with the quiet whispers of the night, masking their approach as they closed in on their target. Natasha's eyes narrowed as she peered through a narrow gap between two shipping containers, scanning the scene with the kind of focus only years of training could instill. There, in the far corner of the yard, stood Ulysses Chloe, his presence unmistakable. The tall, wiry figure of the arms dealer was hard to miss, especially with the jagged scar running down his left cheek, a permanent reminder of the many dangerous deals he'd made over the years. But it wasn't just Chloe's figure that caught her attention, it was the crates stacked high with military-grade weapons being unloaded from the cargo ship behind him. Each box was marked with a logo Natasha didn't recognize, a symbol that made her gut twist with suspicion. Chloe barked orders to his men, the sound of his voice cutting through the night air like a knife. His arrogance was palpable as he surveyed the operation, his eyes gleaming with that all-too-familiar sense of control. But Natasha wasn't fooled. Something was off. This wasn't just an ordinary weapons deal. There was something far bigger at play here. May, you got eyes on him? Natasha's voice was a low whisper, barely audible over the wind and the crash of waves. May's voice crackled through her earpiece, steady and unwavering. Affirmative. Chloe's on sight. But those crates? I don't like the look of them. We need to figure out what's inside. Agreed, Natasha replied, her tone edged with resolve. She didn't need to ask, May knew exactly what was on her mind. Get ready for a fight. We're going to have to take them all down. May didn't flinch, her calm demeanor never wavering. On your mark. Natasha shifted her position slightly, trying to get a better view of Chloe's movements. The last thing she wanted was for him to slip away again. Not after all the times he had evaded capture. She could almost hear the mocking tone of his voice in her head, that insufferable laugh of his, like a challenge she'd never quite been able to fully meet. Her eyes flicked over to the right-hand man standing by Chloe, a bulky figure with a dark beard, too casual in his stance to be a real threat. But Natasha's sharp eyes caught something that sent a chill through her, a small gleam of metal beneath the mercenary's jacket. It caught the light just enough for her to recognize it as a signal beacon, the kind she'd seen in the past, often used to trigger larger operations. May, Natasha murmured, her voice dropping to a near whisper, the merc's got a signal beacon. Could be a failsafe or something bigger. We need to move, now. May was already on her feet, weapons drawn. Understood. Let's go. Natasha didn't wait for another second. She moved like liquid through the shadows, a ghost in the night, her body melding seamlessly with the darkness as she moved into position. Every muscle in her body was taut with anticipation as she closed the distance between them. Chloe couldn't get away this time, not with her so close. She felt May following behind her, silent and deadly, a perfect mirror of Natasha's movements. Their training was second to none, and they both knew exactly what to do. This was a mission of precision, and they'd both earned the trust that came with it. When they were close enough, Natasha tapped her earpiece, her voice barely audible as she spoke the words they'd both been waiting to hear, "We engage on my signal. Take out the mercs, leave Chloe to me." May's response was clipped, efficient. "Understood." The moment was perfect. Chloe was turned, his back to them, focused on the crates being unloaded by his men. Natasha's heart raced, not from fear, but from the thrill of the mission. One misstep and they'd be caught, but they weren't about to make that mistake. Not today. With a single, decisive movement, Natasha activated the COMM now. May was a blur of motion, her actions fluid and precise. A quick strike to one mercenary's neck dropped him silently to the ground, before she was already moving on to the next, a swift, lethal shot to the chest that left no time for a reaction. Natasha was right behind her, moving with the grace of a dancer but the lethal intent of a predator. One mercenary was down before he could even react, another dispatched with a swift kick to the ribs, and the third was silenced with a punch to the throat. Each strike was silent, efficient, and brutal. In a matter of seconds, the ground around them was littered with unconscious bodies, the mercenaries now no threat. Chloe, oblivious to the storm that had just swept through his men, was still surveying the crates, unaware that he was about to be taken down. His arrogance was like a beacon, drawing Natasha closer as she stalked her prey. When she stepped from the shadows, Chloe spun, his hand reaching for his weapon, but Natasha was faster. She closed the gap in a heartbeat, grabbing his wrist and twisting his arm behind his back with a crack that echoed in the still night air. He grunted in pain, but his usual smirk never wavered. It was like he was born with that grin plastered on his face, no matter the situation. "Romanov," he sneered, his voice thick with disdain. "Always a pleasure. You think you can take me down now, huh? After all this time?" Natasha's grip tightened, her voice ice cold. "You really think I care about your little speeches, Chloe? What's in those crates, and who are you working for?" Chloe let out a low chuckle, despite his painful position. "You know, you always were a thorn in my side. I was hoping you'd show up, but I never thought you'd be so predictable." "Let's cut the crap," Natasha said, her patience wearing thin. "You've got the tech, and we both know you're not working alone. So spill." Chloe's grin widened, his eyes glinting with a mix of malice and defiance. "You want answers? You'll have to deal with that first." Before Natasha could respond, the ground beneath them trembled, the rumble growing louder with each passing second. May's eyes snapped toward the source of the disturbance, her instincts immediately alert. A hulking armored vehicle reinforced and heavily armed was speeding toward them, the sound of its engine deafening as it barreled toward the compound. Chloe's smirk grew wider. "Guess you'll have to handle that before you get anything from me," he taunted. Natasha's gaze locked onto the approaching vehicle, her mind working at lightning speed. They had no choice but to take it down fast. She shot a look at May, who was already preparing for the battle to come. "This just got interesting," Natasha muttered, her grip on Chloe tightening as she readied herself for the fight that was about to explode in front of them. Just as Natasha prepared to deal with the incoming armored vehicle, a sudden, deafening roar split the air, and the ground beneath them seemed to shake with the force of an incoming impact. Before either she or May could react, the hulking vehicle, barreling toward them with its weapons primed, was suddenly thrown into chaos. A blur of black and gold shot out from the darkness, moving faster than a shadow could form, and with a single, powerful strike, the armored vehicle was flipped on its side, metal screeching as it tumbled across the compound. The shockwave of the impact sent a gust of wind that sent the crates and debris flying in all directions. Natasha and May instantly dropped into defensive stances, their weapons drawn, ready for whatever had caused the disturbance. The sight that met them was nothing short of breathtaking, a figure clad in sleek black armor with gold accents, moving with a fluid grace that suggested both power and precision. The figure landed lightly on the ground, barely a hint of dust rising under his feet. King T'Chaka, the Black Panther, stood before them. His presence was commanding, his stance regal, and his eyes were fierce with a glint of determination. The Black Panther's enhanced senses and reflexes had enabled him to take down the vehicle in a heartbeat, his claws gleaming ominously in the dim light. The vibranium-laced armor shimmered, reflecting the faint moonlight, and Natasha could almost feel the immense power radiating from him. He was a king in every sense of the word. Chloe's smug grin faltered for the briefest of moments, but he quickly regained his composure, a sneer replacing his previous bravado. Well, if it isn't the king of Wakanda himself. You've come to ruin my fun, T'Chaka. T'Chaka's voice was calm, controlled, but there was an underlying fury that made it clear he would not tolerate Chloe's presence for much longer. You've overstayed your welcome, Chloe. This ends now. Natasha exchanged a brief glance with May. They knew the history between T'Chaka and Chloe, and it was clear this was about much more than just a weapons deal. This was personal. Before Natasha could make a move, T'Chaka stepped forward, his eyes never leaving Chloe, who had taken a few steps back, his hands raised in mock surrender. You are a disgrace to Wakanda, Chloe. You were warned before. Now you will face the consequences. Chloe laughed, though there was an edge of uncertainty in his voice. Consequences? You think you can take me down? You think this is over? With a swift motion, Chloe signaled for a second round of mercenaries to rush in, but Natasha was already moving. She was a blur, catching the first mercenary off guard with a spinning kick that sent him crashing to the ground. May wasn't far behind, her fists and feet working in perfect synchronization as she dispatched another pair of attackers. But T'Chaka wasn't waiting for the fight to escalate. He was already in motion, his claws extending as he lunged at Chloe with the speed and precision of a predator. Chloe barely had time to react before T'Chaka slammed into him, knocking him to the ground with a thunderous crash. The Black Panther's claws glinted in the low light as he grabbed Chloe by the collar of his jacket, lifting him effortlessly. You never learn, do you, Ulysses? T'Chaka growled, his voice full of contempt. You will pay for what you've done. Chloe, despite being in a vulnerable position, sneered up at him. You really think you can kill me, T'Chaka? You're weak just like your father before you. The insult hung in the air for a moment, but T'Chaka didn't flinch. Instead, he tightened his grip on Chloe's jacket, lifting him higher. You'll find I am nothing like my father, he said, his voice dripping with cold fury. And you will regret every second of your existence. Natasha's eyes flicked to the crates once more, her instincts telling her that there was more to this mission than simply capturing Chloe. Whatever was inside those crates, it was far more dangerous than anything she'd expected. She glanced at May, who nodded silently in understanding, and the two women closed in, moving to inspect the crates. Chloe's eyes darted toward the crates, and he laughed again, though it was tinged with desperation. You think you'll find the answers in those crates? You have no idea what you're dealing with. T'Chaka's grip tightened, his claws digging into Chloe's jacket. Then enlighten me. What's inside? Chloe just grinned, his teeth bared. Let's just say, the weapons aren't the most dangerous thing you'll find tonight. With a final, contemptuous chuckle, Chloe spat at the ground before adding, but I'll leave that to you, Black Panther. I'll be long gone by the time you figure it out. Before anyone could react, Chloe activated a device on his wrist, and in an instant, a blinding flash of light erupted from his gauntlet. The explosion of light was so intense that it temporarily blinded everyone in the vicinity, and when their vision cleared, Chloe was gone, vanished into the shadows. Natasha cursed under her breath, already sprinting toward the crates. He's getting away. We need to move now. T'Chaka released a low growl, his eyes scanning the area. No. He's not getting far. Let's see what he was hiding. As Natasha and May approached the crates, the tension in the air was palpable. The mysterious symbol on the boxes was now at the forefront of their minds, and whatever lay inside had just become a priority far more urgent than dealing with Chloe. "This isn't over," Natasha muttered, looking at May. "We need to figure out what Chloe was really after, and who's pulling his strings." Huffs. "Can't wait to hear from you. If you're passionate about fanfiction and love discussing stories, characters, and plot twists, then you're in the right place. I've created a Discord server dedicated to diving deep into the world of fanfiction, especially my own stories. Whether you're a reader, a writer, or just someone who enjoys a good tale, I welcome you to join us for lively discussions, feedback sessions, and maybe even some sneak peeks into upcoming chapters, along with artwork related to the stories. Let's nerd out together over our favorite fandoms and explore the endless possibilities of storytelling. https://discord.com/invite/hhhwrsb6wd. Can't wait to see you there. If you appreciate my work and want to support me, consider buying me a cup of coffee. Your support helps me keep writing and bringing more stories to you. You can do so via PayPal here. https://www.paypal.me/vikrantutker007 or through my Buy Me a Coffee page. https://www.bemeacoffee.com/vikard001s. Thank you for your support. Chapter 39, Chapter 38. The metallic latches of the crate groaned in protest as Natasha unfastened them, her every movement precise, her jaw set with grim determination. Beside her, May held her weapon at the ready, her eyes scanning their surroundings for any signs of an ambush. Years of experience had taught them both to expect the worst, but neither of them was prepared for what they found. As the lid creaked open, the contents of the crate were revealed, and both women froze. Inside were children. Some were huddled together, their tiny frames trembling with fear, while others lay limp, unconscious, their small faces pale and gaunt. Around each of their necks was a metallic collar, faintly glowing with a sinister red light. Their clothes were torn, their eyes hollow, and the air was thick with the acrid stench of despair. Natasha sucked in a sharp breath, her fingers curling into fists at her sides. Her voice was low and cold, the edges of her words sharp as broken glass. "They're trafficking kids. Mutant kids." Her eyes flicked to May, who was staring at the collars with a frown that deepened with every passing second. "Those collars," May said, her voice tight, "they're not just for control. This is tech high grade. Designed to suppress abilities." She crouched beside one of the children, examining the device. "These aren't just prisoners. They've been weaponized." Natasha's lips pressed into a thin line, her anger barely contained. "Chloe's scum, but this is a whole new level." She knelt in front of a young boy near the edge of the crate, who was staring up at her with wide, tear-filled eyes. His voice was barely above a whisper. "Are you here to save us?" The words cut through Natasha like a knife. She forced herself to soften her expression, her voice losing some of its edge as she crouched down to his level. "Yeah, kid," she said gently. "We're here to get you out of this mess. No one's going to hurt you anymore." The boy nodded, his small hands clutching the edge of the crate. Natasha reached out and ruffled his hair lightly before standing. "May," she said, her voice hard again, "we need to move fast. If these collars are tied to a central system, Chloe might have a kill switch." May nodded, already assessing the logistics of getting the children out safely. "We'll need to deactivate them once we're clear." "I can handle it, but we can't waste time here." The sound of a heavy footstep behind them drew their attention, and they both turned as King T'Chaka approached, his presence commanding. His black and gold armor shimmered faintly in the moonlight, every step he took exuding an air of authority and control. His eyes, sharp and discerning, swept over the children before settling on Natasha and May. What have you found? His voice was deep, steady, and carried the weight of someone who had ruled with wisdom and strength for decades. Your worst nightmare, Natasha replied bitterly, stepping aside to give him a clear view of the crate. Mutant kids. Trafficked. Collared. God knows what they've been through. T'Chaka's jaw tightened, the lines of his face edged with fury. He stepped closer, his gaze locking onto the children. Then, his eyes caught on one figure in particular, a girl sitting at the back of the crate, her posture straighter than the others, her expression unbroken. She was striking, her dark skin glowing faintly under the pale light, her white hair cascading around her shoulders like a storm cloud. Her piercing blue eyes met his without flinching, filled with a quiet strength that belied her age. You, T'Chaka said, his tone softer now, almost gentle. What is your name? The girl tilted her chin up slightly, her voice steady despite the tremor of exhaustion in her limbs. Ororo, she said. Ororo Monroe. Natasha's brow furrowed at the name. It was familiar, though she couldn't place it. Ororo, she said, stepping closer, her voice quieter. Do you know where they were taking you? Ororo hesitated, her gaze flicking to the other children before returning to Natasha. To someone who wants us for what we are, she said simply. Her voice was calm, but there was a fire beneath her words, a defiance that hadn't been extinguished despite everything she'd endured. They wanted to make us into weapons. But I won't let them. May exchanged a glance with Natasha, her expression grim. She's got spirit, May said under her breath. We need to get her and the others out. Now. T'Chaka nodded, his voice firm again. We will not leave these children to suffer. You have my word, Ororo. You will be safe in Wakanda. Before anyone could respond, a sharp noise pierced the air, a distant shout, followed by the rumble of heavy footsteps. The remnants of Claw's mercenaries were regrouping, their weapons primed as they closed in on the compound. Damn it, Natasha muttered, drawing her pistols. We've got company. T'Chaka stepped forward, his claws extending with a metallic snick. I will deal with them, he said, his tone brooking no argument. Protect the children. Natasha opened her mouth to protest but stopped at the look in his eyes. This was a king who had made his decision. Fine, she said, turning to May. Let's get these kids moving. As May began guiding the children out of the crate, Natasha crouched next to Ororo again. Stay close to me, okay? I'll keep you safe. Ororo hesitated, then nodded, her blue eyes flicking to the shadows where T'Chaka had disappeared. He's going to stop them, isn't he? Natasha smiled faintly, her voice carrying a hint of admiration. Yet. He's not just a king. He's the Black Panther. And trust me, no one gets past him. In the distance, the sound of claws tearing through metal and the anguished cries of mercenaries filled the air. T'Chaka's voice carried through the chaos, steady and unyielding. You will not harm them. Not one. As Natasha and May led the children to safety, Ororo glanced back one last time, watching the Black Panther cut through the enemy with a ferocity that was both terrifying and awe-inspiring. For the first time in weeks, she felt something she hadn't allowed herself to feel. Hope. The children shuffled quickly through the dimly lit warehouse, their small footsteps quickening with every turn they took. May, leading the group, kept her posture low, her hand resting near her weapon, ready to spring into action at a moment's notice. Natasha trailed behind, her sharp eyes scanning the shadows for any sign of danger, fingers itching for the fight she knew was coming. The murmurs of the frightened children filled the air, their faces pale and eyes wide with fear. The tension in the air was palpable, but May kept her pace steady, her eyes flicking to Natasha with an unspoken understanding. Just outside the warehouse, the Durham mileage had already set up, like statues in the moonlight, their vibranium spears gleaming with quiet menace. Okoye, as always, led the charge, her eyes scanning the area with laser-like precision. She looked at Natasha and May, her voice commanding but reassuring. The children are in our care now. You have my word, Okoi's deep voice rumbled, a promise of safety that rang with authority. Good, May replied, her tone clipped. Get them out of here. We'll cover you. With a swift motion, Okoi directed the other Dora to move the children into the safe zone. Natasha's eyes narrowed as the unmistakable sound of rumbling engines reached their ears. She exchanged a quick glance with May. 2 minutes. Maybe less, Natasha muttered, already positioning herself in a way that allowed her to cover the exit, her mind running through escape routes. As if on cue, a black SUV screeched to a halt, and Chloe emerged from the vehicle with his signature grin. His metal prosthetic hand gleamed under the harsh warehouse lights, and his eyes scanned the area with cold calculation. Well, Chloe's voice echoed in the quiet night, his tone dripping with malice. Looks like I've found myself a little party. How rude of you to crash my operation. He clapped his hands sarcastically. Ladies, you've been real pests. Cut the act, Chloe, Natasha snapped, her eyes hard as steel. You're not fooling anyone. Not fooling anyone. Chloe grinned, his metal hand clicking. Oh, I think I'm fooling someone. Don't you, sweetheart? He winked at Natasha, his leer unmistakable. Before Natasha could respond, a low, predatory laugh filled the air. Craven the hunter stepped from the shadows, his fur-lined coat billowing in the wind as he prowled forward. His eyes gleamed with the excitement of the hunt, and there was something animalistic in the way he carried himself. His presence seemed to warp the very atmosphere around him, as though nature itself was bracing for what was to come. I came for the Black Panther, Craven said, his voice deep, guttural, and laced with hunger. But this is an unexpected delight. His gaze flicked to Natasha, then May, his grin turning feral. A red-haired widow and her companion. How delightful! Natasha didn't flinch. Instead, she let out a dry chuckle. Flattering, really. But you're barking up the wrong tree. Chloe smirked beside him. Enough of the chit-chat. Secure the children, he barked at his mercenaries, who immediately raised their weapons. The Durham mileage, poised and deadly, surged forward with practiced ease, intercepting the first wave of mercenaries with precision strikes. Natasha and May dove into action, their movements a blur as they cut down attackers with surgical efficiency. But the real threat emerged as Craven darted into the fray with the speed of a wild animal. With a predatory snarl, Craven lunged at Natasha, claws extended, aiming for her throat. Natasha flipped backwards, narrowly avoiding the strike, her face unreadable as she landed in a low crouch. You'll make a fine trophy, Craven growled, circling her. I don't plan on being mounted on your wall, sweetheart, Natasha retorted, flipping her combat knives into her hands. Before Craven could answer, a golden, shimmering portal erupted in the air behind him, crackling with an otherworldly energy. From the depths of the portal stepped Revenant, clad in his signature red and gold armor, the gleaming metal reflecting the harsh lights of the battlefield. His cloak of levitation fluttered behind him like a banner in the wind, and his green eyes gleamed with mischief and intensity. Did I miss something? Revenant's voice rang out, light and irreverent as he surveyed the chaos. He grinned at Natasha, winking playfully. Hey, widow! Miss me? Natasha didn't miss a beat. You always have to make an entrance, don't you? Of course, Revenant replied, flashing her a grin that was equal parts charming and mischievous. I'm nothing if not dramatic. His eyes swept over the battlefield, settling on Craven. And who do we have here? Discount Tarzan. Craven's lips curled into a snarl, his voice dripping with disdain. You must be the Revenant. I've heard of you. Ah, I'm flattered, Revenant quipped, his eyes narrowing. But I'm afraid the feeling's not mutual. Without another word, Revenant raised his hand, and his vibranium claws extended with a loud snikt, the metallic sound ringing in the air like the prelude to a storm. Craven's eyes flickered with momentary hesitation, but his confidence quickly returned, and he lunged at Revenant with a snarl. The two collided with a bone-jarring clash, their strikes sending shockwaves through the air. Craven's speed and strength were matched by Revenant's agility and reflexes, and the battle between them became a blur of slashes, blocks, and counterattacks. The sound of metal scraping against metal filled the air, punctuated by Craven's savage growls and Revenant's taunting remarks. "You know," Revenant quipped as he ducked under one of Craven's vicious blows, "for someone who calls himself a hunter, you're surprisingly bad at hitting your target." Craven let out a growl of frustration, his claws raking through the air. "You talk too much," he snarled. "And you fight like a Saturday morning cartoon villain," Revenant shot back, flipping backwards and landing with fluid grace. "Seriously, the fur coat? Overkill." Craven snarled, charging again, but Revenant was already in motion. He darted to the side, his claws flashing as he struck at Craven's side, forcing the hunter back. "You know, if you'd just stopped talking and paid attention," Revenant mused as Craven staggered, "you might have had a chance." "Enough games!" Craven roared, his movements becoming erratic as he launched himself at Revenant once more. But before Craven could reach him, a sharp voice echoed over the comms. "Revenant," T'Chaka's calm and commanding voice cut through the chaos, "the children are secure. Focus on ending this." "Got it," Revenant replied, his voice focused now, his eyes narrowing as he zeroed in on his opponent. With a sudden burst of speed, he darted forward, his claws extending with terrifying precision as he drove Craven back. "All right, kitty," Revenant muttered with a grin. "Playtime's over." Craven lunged one last time, but Revenant was ready. With a swift move, he caught Craven's arm, twisting it with a sickening crack before using the momentum to drive his claws deep into Craven's side. The force of the blow sent Craven sprawling to the ground, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Revenant stepped back, wiping his claws with a nonchalant flick. "I'm afraid your hunting days are over," he said, voice dripping with mock sympathy. Behind him, Natasha couldn't help the small smirk that tugged at her lips. "Well, that was fun." Ororo's wide eyes never left Revenant as he made quick work of Craven, her breath catching in her throat. The way he moved, so effortlessly like a force of nature, fascinated her. She had been told about the heroes of the world, the ones who wielded power and grace in equal measure, but seeing it up close was something else entirely. The sharpness in his strikes, the precision with which he moved, it reminded her of the storms she summoned, the raw energy she commanded, but with a fierceness she rarely saw in her own battles. She leaned against one of the crates, heart still racing as the adrenaline of the fight started to wear off. Her fingers tingled, almost itching to reach out and feel the electricity in the air, but she kept her eyes locked on the red and gold figure of Revenant. The way he taunted Craven, his every move laced with effortless confidence, it was like watching someone perform a deadly dance, each motion calculated and purposeful. "I've never seen anyone move like that," Ororo murmured to herself, her voice barely a whisper, but the words held a mixture of awe and curiosity. Behind her, the sound of approaching footsteps snapped her out of her thoughts. She turned just in time to see T'Chaka stepping forward, his regal presence imposing as always, though his gaze was locked on Chloe and the surrounding chaos. The Black Panther's posture shifted, his eyes narrowing with cold fury as he focused on the mercenary standing in the midst of his forces, Chloe's metallic hand gleaming in the warehouse light. But before he could move, May's voice rang out sharply, cutting through the tension. "Wait," May called out, stepping into view, her hand raised in a gesture of command. She stood with the same kind of authority that Natasha had, but there was something a little more weary in her eyes. As though, like Natasha, she'd been through too many battles to count. "Wakandan King," she said, addressing T'Chaka with a tone that left no room for argument, "you'll have to wait. Shield's orders are clear. We've been sent to take Chloe into custody." T'Chaka's lips pressed into a thin line, and Ororo could see the flash of annoyance in his eyes, but he didn't respond immediately. The atmosphere in the warehouse thickened, tension rising as the weight of May's words settled over everyone. Shield. Okoi's voice cut through the silence, disbelief clear in her tone as she stepped forward, her spear still in hand. You think we're going to just hand him over? The exchange was sharp, filled with an undercurrent of distrust. Ororo could feel the heat building, a storm that wasn't far off, one that might boil over into something much worse. Her eyes flicked to Natasha, who stood alongside May, arms crossed, her expression unreadable but focused. And then her gaze shifted to Revenant, who seemed more amused than anything else by the standoff unfolding. This isn't a discussion, May continued, her tone growing more resolute. We're not here for a fight, T'Chaka. But Claw is coming with us. She paused, her gaze firm. He's a threat to more than just Wakanda. There was a long moment of silence as T'Chaka considered her words, the tension crackling in the air like static before a lightning strike. Then, slowly, he nodded once, his voice deep and commanding. Very well, he said, though his eyes were cold with the weight of his decision. But know this, you are not taking him without consequences. Consequences? Natasha raised an eyebrow, her voice low but sharp. You know we're not here for a negotiation, right? If you try to stop us, things will get a lot worse. The challenge in her voice didn't go unnoticed. Ororo could feel the storm in the air, the heat, the electricity building again. She wasn't sure who she was more worried about, May and Natasha, or the warriors of Wakanda. Revenant stepped forward then, his cloak billowing behind him like a shadow in the night. He grinned, the mischievous glint in his eyes never fading, despite the tension mounting around them. Relax, everyone, Revenant said, his tone light but with an edge of seriousness beneath it. We're all on the same side, right? I mean, I like a good fight, but I'm pretty sure this one isn't worth it. T'Chaka's gaze shifted to him, his expression unreadable. The Black Panther took a step forward, but before he could speak, May's voice rang out again. Revenant's right, she said, her words clear and commanding. We're here to do our job. Claw's not going anywhere. The tension crackled for a moment longer, then, with a final look at his people, T'Chaka nodded once again, though the anger in his eyes didn't dissipate. Then be quick about it, he said, his voice quiet but laced with authority. I won't let my people suffer because of your orders. May didn't flinch, though Ororo could feel the simmering undercurrent of her own irritation. We'll handle it. Revenant flashed one last grin before he turned to the rest of the team, his hands casually resting at his sides. Well, that was fun. Can we move on now? I'm getting the feeling this could take all night. As the tension finally began to settle, Ororo turned her attention back to the group, watching as they moved toward Claw. Her mind raced with thoughts about what had just unfolded. The battle was far from over, but at least, for now, they had the upper hand. In her heart, Ororo could already feel the storm on the horizon, and she knew it was only a matter of time before it would break. But for now, they had the moment. And that would have to be enough. The silence that followed T'Chaka's grudging concession was thick, charged with an unspoken tension that clung to the warehouse air like the promise of a storm. Natasha and May moved with efficiency, taking control of Claw, while Revenant lounged against a crate, his posture nonchalant but his gaze razor-sharp, scanning the room for any lingering threats. All right, Revenant said, clapping his hands with exaggerated flair. This little drama's been riveting, but I think it's time we hit the road. Places to be, bad guys to interrogate. You know, the usual. Natasha shot him a withering glare but didn't dignify his comment with a response. Instead, she gestured for May to flank Claw as they began to move toward the exit. Wait, Ororo's voice rang out, clear and unwavering. All eyes turned to her. Natasha's sharp, calculating gaze lingered on the young woman with a flicker of suspicion. May raised an eyebrow, her expression unreadable, but her body tensed as though bracing for yet another twist in the night's events. Revenant tilted his head, curiosity dancing in his eyes as a slow grin began to spread across his face. T'Chaka stepped forward, his imposing presence filling the space. His voice was deep, measured, and laced with disapproval. "Child, this matter does not concern you. Stand down." Ororo squared her shoulders, her chin lifting with quiet defiance. "With respect, King T'Chaka," she said, her tone calm but firm, "this isn't your decision to make. I'm coming with them." The room seemed to hold its breath. "You are a child of Africa," T'Chaka countered, his voice steady but carrying the weight of authority. "Your place is with your people." Ororo's lips pressed into a thin line as she stood her ground. "I'm an American citizen," she said, her voice unwavering. "My father, David Monroe, was an American photographer. My mother, Ndare, while a princess of the Uzuri tribe, grew up in America. I don't owe anyone allegiance except to myself." Okoye stepped forward, her spear in hand, her expression a mix of disbelief and frustration. "You would turn your back on Africa," she demanded, her tone cutting like a blade. "On your heritage? For what these outsiders?" Ororo's gaze shifted to Okoye, her voice softening but no less resolute. "I'm not turning my back on anyone. But I've lost enough in my life to know that where I belong isn't for others to decide. My parents were killed when a bomber crashed into our home. My only living family, my sister Vivian, lives in New York. That's where I should be." Revenant let out a low whistle, crossing his arms as he leaned closer. "She's got a point," he drawled, the amusement in his tone barely concealing his admiration. "And, you know, having a young mutant on the team does sound like a win." Natasha rolled her eyes, folding her arms across her chest. "This isn't a team-building exercise," she snapped, her voice dripping with sarcasm. "She's not cleared, she's not trained, and we don't need another variable in this mess." May sighed heavily, pinching the bridge of her nose as though warding off an impending headache. "She's also not wrong," she said, her tone pragmatic. "If she's an American citizen, we can't force her to go to Wakanda." T'Chaka's gaze burned with controlled fury as he turned to Ororo. "The world outside Wakanda is not kind," he said, his voice low and deliberate. "You will not find the safety or unity you take for granted here." Ororo met his gaze without flinching. "I've survived losing my parents, living on the streets, and watching everything I loved taken from me. I'm not afraid of the world, King T'Chaka." The tension was palpable, the air thick with the weight of unspoken emotions. Finally, T'Chaka stepped back, his expression hard but his voice calm. "Very well," he said, his words clipped. "But do not mistake this for wisdom. You are walking into uncertainty." Natasha exchanged a glance with May, who shrugged slightly. "She's coming," May said simply, her tone leaving no room for argument. Revenant stepped forward with a mischievous grin. "Welcome aboard, Ororo Monroe," he said, his voice light but tinged with sincerity. "Let's see if you can keep up." Ororo allowed herself a small smile, though her heart raced with anticipation. She turned to Natasha and May. "So, are we leaving or what?" Natasha let out a small huff, clearly unimpressed but resigned. "You better not slow us down," she said curtly, turning on her heel and striding toward the exit. May gave Ororo a lingering look before nodding. "Stay close. And try not to get yourself killed." As the group moved out of the warehouse, Revenant fell into step beside Ororo, his red and gold armor catching the faint light. "You know," he said, glancing at her, "you've got guts. I like that." Ororo's smile grew a fraction wider, though she kept her voice even. "And you've got a habit of running your mouth. I noticed." Revenant chuckled, clearly unbothered. "Fair enough." As they stepped out into the cool night air, Ororo felt the storm on the horizon both within her and in the world she was stepping into. But for the first time in a long time, she felt ready to face it. The group moved through the narrow alleyways, the faint glow of Chloe's restraints casting eerie shadows on the damp walls. The silence was heavy, broken only by the faint hum of magic holding the smuggler suspended in midair. Chloe's muttered curses were silenced by a quick flick of Revenant's fingers, the shimmer of golden runes intensifying as his magic clamped the man's jaw shut. "Don't waste your breath," Revenant said lazily, his red and gold armor gleaming faintly in the dim light. "You'll have plenty of time to talk later." "Well, assuming you don't piss me off." Natasha was at the front of the group, her movements silent and deliberate. Her sharp gaze scanned every corner, every shadow, her body language screaming control. "Stay alert," she said curtly, her voice low but firm. "I don't want any surprises." "Relax, Natasha," Revenant drawled, his tone deliberately playful. "We're practically on a leisurely evening stroll. Just missing ice cream." Natasha didn't so much as glance back, her voice cutting through the air like a knife. "And you're missing a mute button. Shame." May, bringing up the rear, snorted softly. "She's not wrong, kid. Your mouth's writing checks I hope your magic can cash." "Don't worry, May," Harry replied, his smirk audible. "I always pay in full." May arched an eyebrow but didn't dignify the comment with a response, her sharp eyes scanning their surroundings like a hawk. Aurora walked beside Revenant, her steps steady but cautious. Her fingers brushed the cold metal collar still clamped around her neck, a grim reminder of Chloe's cruelty. As they neared the cloaked jet, its faint outline shimmering against the night sky, Revenant stopped. The mask of his armor began to retract with a faint hiss, the intricate metal dissolving like liquid gold. When it disappeared completely, a young man stood before Aurora, his striking green eyes filled with an easy confidence, his unruly black hair catching the faint light. He extended a hand, his grin equal parts charm and mischief. "Hi. Revenant's the code name, but you can call me Harry." Aurora blinked, momentarily caught off guard. Her gaze flicked between his outstretched hand and his face before she hesitantly shook it. "Aurora," she said, her tone polite but guarded. "Aurora," Harry repeated, as if savoring the sound. "Beautiful name for a beautiful person. Now, about that lovely little accessory." He gestured toward the collar around her neck. "Mind if I take care of it?" Her fingers brushed the cold metal again. "You can remove it." Harry's grin widened. "Of course. I'm full of surprises." He lifted his hand, golden runes flickering to life around his fingers. A faint hum filled the air as the collar deactivated with a soft click. Harry carefully removed it, holding it up like a trophy before closing his fist around it. The metal crumpled, disintegrating into a fine ash that scattered in the wind. "There," he said with a satisfied nod. "All set." Aurora's hand went to her neck, her expression a mix of relief and gratitude. "Thank you," she said softly, her tone carrying more weight than the simple words. Harry stepped aside with a playful bow. "Anything for the young lady?" Natasha rolled her eyes, finally turning to face them. "Are you done with the theatrics, or do you need another minute?" "Just being friendly," Harry replied with a shrug. "You should try it sometime." "Friendly doesn't keep people alive," Natasha shot back, her tone sharp but not unkind. "And we're wasting time." "Relax, Natasha," May interjected, her voice calm but firm. "The jet's prepped. Let's just get in the air." As they moved up the ramp, Harry gestured for Aurora to take the seat across from him. She hesitated, glancing around the sleek, high-tech interior of the jet, before settling into the seat. Harry leaned back, his green eyes twinkling with curiosity. "So," he began, resting an elbow on the armrest, "you're a mutant. What's your power?" "Something flashy, I bet." Aurora tilted her head, her expression thoughtful. "I control the weather." Harry blinked, then let out a low whistle. Seriously? Like storms and stuff? She nodded. Storms, wind, lightning, all of it. That's badass, Harry said with an impressed grin. You're basically a goddess. Ororo's lips twitched in a faint smile. That's what the locals called me, back home. Natasha, standing nearby, folded her arms. Control's going to be your biggest challenge, she said bluntly. If you're going to work with us, you need to learn how to stay steady, no matter what. Ororo frowned slightly. I've been learning. But when I get emotional, it's harder. May's voice came from the cockpit. Don't worry, kid. Everyone starts somewhere. Even Natasha used to have feelings. Natasha shot May a look, her lips twitching despite herself. Funny. Harry leaned forward slightly. We'll help you figure it out, he said, his tone softer now. Controlling powers is kind of our thing. Strap in, May called over the comms. We're taking off. As the jet hummed to life, Ororo glanced out the window, the city lights fading below. A small part of her felt nervous, uncertain of what lay ahead, but the flicker of hope in her chest was undeniable. Harry's easy confidence, Natasha's sharp focus, and May's steady presence made her feel, for the first time in a long while, that she wasn't facing the storm alone. Huffs. Can't wait to hear from you. If you're passionate about fanfiction and love discussing stories, characters, and plot twists, then you're in the right place. I've created a Discord server dedicated to diving deep into the world of fanfiction, especially my own stories. Whether you're a reader, a writer, or just someone who enjoys a good tale, I welcome you to join us for lively discussions, feedback sessions, and maybe even some sneak peeks into upcoming chapters, along with artwork related to the stories. Let's nerd out together over our favorite fandoms and explore the endless possibilities of storytelling. https://discord.com/invite/hhhwrsb6wd. Can't wait to see you there. If you appreciate my work and want to support me, consider buying me a cup of coffee. Your support helps me keep writing and bringing more stories to you. You can do so via PayPal here. https://www.paypal.me/vikrantutker007 or through my Buy Me a Coffee page. https://www.bemeacoffee.com/vikird001s. Thank you for your support. Chapter 40, Chapter 39. The jet hummed steadily as it cut through the night sky, the lights of the city far below twinkling like scattered stars. Inside, the cabin was filled with a mix of tension and uneasy camaraderie. Ororo sat stiffly in her seat, her fingers gripping the armrests. Her gaze was locked on the window, though her reflection showed the turmoil swirling behind her composed expression. Harry leaned back in his seat across from her, his green eyes fixed on Ororo. His signature smirk danced on his lips, but there was a softness in his gaze, a deliberate effort to put her at ease. So, he began, his voice light and teasing, what's the first thing you want to do now that you're not Chloe's favorite conversation piece? Ororo turned to him, her brow furrowing slightly. Favorite conversation piece? Yeah, Harry said, his grin widening. The guy talks big, but let's be real, he's just a second-rate Bond villain with a bad haircut and an even worse attitude. Ororo blinked, caught off guard by the blunt absurdity of the comment. You don't take him very seriously. Why should I? Harry replied, leaning forward slightly. He's not a problem anymore. You, on the other hand, are a lot more interesting. Ororo felt heat rise to her cheeks and quickly turned back to the window, though a faint smile tugged at the corners of her mouth. I'm not sure what to do next, she admitted softly. It's been a long time since I felt free. Before Harry could respond, Natasha's voice cut through the cabin like a whip. Freedom's an illusion. She was perched near the cockpit door, her sharp eyes scanning the cabin, her posture deceptively casual. You might have walked out of one cage, but there's always another waiting. Wow, Natasha, Harry said, throwing her an exaggerated look. Really leaning into that whole brooding assassin vibe tonight, hey? What's next? A monologue about darkness and the price of redemption. Natasha's lips quirked into the faintest of smirks. You'd do well to take notes, smartass. This isn't a game. Isn't it? Harry countered, his tone light but his eyes betraying a deeper seriousness. We're all just playing the hands we're dealt. The trick is knowing when to bluff. From the cockpit, May's voice chimed in over the comms, rich with wry humor. Look at you, waxing philosophical. Guess there's more to you than just bad jokes and shiny armor. Harry flashed a grin toward the cockpit, even though May couldn't see it. Thanks, May. That almost sounded like a compliment. Don't let it go to your head, May shot back. We've still got a job to do. Ororo glanced between them, a mixture of confusion and amusement crossing her face. Is this how you always talk to each other? Natasha gave a dry chuckle, crossing her arms. Welcome to the team. Dysfunction's part of the package. Harry leaned back again, giving Ororo a lazy grin. Think of it as a very weird, very chaotic family. Family? Ororo asked, skepticism lacing her tone. Natasha's expression softened just slightly as she replied, not by blood, but we've been through enough together. That counts for something. Ororo considered this, her fingers relaxing on the armrest. I've never really had that, she said quietly. Well, now you've got us, Harry said, his voice carrying an unexpected sincerity. Whether you like it or not. The faintest hint of a smile crossed Ororo's lips, and Harry couldn't help but feel a small surge of satisfaction. He was about to say more when Natasha stood, stretching with the precision of a cat. We're landing in New York in 20 minutes, she said, her voice all business now. There's a safe house where we'll regroup. Ororo frowned. New York? That's far from Cairo. Sometimes distance is what you need, May said, her tone softer than usual. Gives you space to figure things out. Plus, Harry added with a playful smirk, New York's got great pizza. Natasha rolled her eyes, shooting him a look. This isn't a vacation, Harry. Could have fooled me, Harry quipped, though his gaze softened as it flickered toward Natasha. But fine, boss. Whatever you say. Ororo watched the exchange, her gaze lingering on the way Natasha's lips twitched despite herself and the warmth in Harry's eyes when he looked at her. Something about it made her chest tighten, not jealousy, exactly, but something close. As the jet began its descent, Harry leaned closer to Ororo. Hey, he said, his voice low so only she could hear. You're gonna be okay. Whatever's waiting down there, you're not alone in this. Ororo met his gaze, surprised by the intensity in his emerald eyes. Thank you, she said softly, her voice carrying more weight than the words themselves. Anytime, Harry replied, his grin returning. After all, what kind of hero would I be if I didn't help the goddess of storms? Ororo's cheeks flushed again, but this time, she didn't look away. For the first time in what felt like forever, she allowed herself to feel something she hadn't dared to before, hope. The jet's engines let out a dramatic whine before cutting off completely, the rumble of its descent shaking the cabin like the aftershocks of a small earthquake. May, ever the expert, guided the plane down onto the hidden tarmac of the New York safe house with the kind of grace that made it look like she was born to fly planes into secret hideouts. The ramp hissed open, and the first person to step out was Harry Potter, who was, as usual, dressed like a walking piece of superhero merchandise. His armor gleamed in the dim light, a sleek red and gold suit that looked like it belonged in a comic book, or maybe a high-budget action movie. The cloak of levitation fluttered behind him like a giant bat wing, making him look way cooler than any of us have the right to look at 3 a.m. He stood there, chin high, shoulders back, the picture of confidence, Or was it just sheer stubbornness? Either way, he was ready for whatever drama was about to unfold. Behind him came Natasha Romanoff, also known as the Black Widow, with all the grace of a ninja and none of the flair. She didn't make a sound as she walked, and if you weren't paying attention, you might have missed her entirely. But her eyes were sharp, taking in every detail of their surroundings with that assassin's instinct of hers. She gave Ororo a quick glance, a silent acknowledgement that they'd made it out of whatever mess they'd been in alive. Ororo Monroe stepped off the jet last, her eyes wide as she scanned the place like she was trying to figure out if it was safe or if they were just walking into another trap. Her jacket, black and sleek, hugged her frame, but there was still a certain tenseness about her, like a lion about to pounce, but not sure if she was in a zoo or the wild. She met Harry's gaze, and that flicker of hope? Yeah, it didn't escape him. Maybe she didn't trust this place yet, but there was trust in his eyes. She could see that. As if on cue, May's voice came through the intercom. "Systems check complete. You guys are on your own from here." With that, Harry gave a short nod, and they made their way off the jet. At the foot of the ramp, there were two figures waiting: Nick Fury, the one-eyed man who had made it his life's work to look perpetually unimpressed, and Maria Hill, who could probably run the world in her sleep. Fury's coat flapped behind him as he turned his attention toward the jet, his face going through the motions of "This is the most inconvenient thing I've done all week." "You're late," Fury grumbled, voice so gravelly it could have been used to grind rocks. "Think you're running a hotel or a daycare center?" "We like to be thorough," Natasha replied with a shrug, making it clear that thorough was her middle name. "And we brought you a present." Fury's expression darkened as two S.H.I.E.L.D. agents dragged Ulysses Claw out of the jet, his hands bound, his mouth gagged. The man looked like someone had slapped him around with a wet noodle, frustrated, furious, and completely helpless. "Claw, hey!" Fury muttered under his breath. "Can't say I've missed that face. Don't worry, though. This time, we're keeping you locked up tight." "Good luck with that," Harry called back casually, crossing his arms. "Craven's muscle didn't put up much of a fight, but I left him out cold for Wakandan justice. Figured it was fitting." Maria Hill stepped forward, eyeing the group with the precision of someone who had calculated every variable in the room. "What about the kids?" she asked, not looking at Harry, but at May. "They're safe," May replied, her voice as cool and steady as always. "King T'Chaka's taking care of them. They're in good hands." Harry stepped forward, his gaze shifting over to Ororo, and that casual confidence melted into something more serious. "Craven didn't exactly impress, but it's done. You're safe now. You'll be with us, and no one's going to hurt you again." Ororo just nodded, though the weight of his words seemed to settle into her shoulders. She didn't speak, but her eyes, those stormy blues, held a silent promise of gratitude. Before the conversation could go much further, a loud clattering at the end of the hangar broke the moment like an alarm clock at 6 a.m. James and Lily Potter appeared, Sirius Black trailing behind them like a particularly rebellious shadow. And there was Tonks, who was always 10 steps ahead of everyone, bouncing around with more energy than a toddler hopped up on sugar. Harry's lips twitched when he saw them. His parents were an immediate source of comfort, but the real entertainment? Tonks, whose energy could power a small city. "Oh, hi," she called, her voice like a burst of sunlight in the middle of a dark, stormy night. Her hair was bubblegum pink, but it shifted instantly to blue when she noticed Ororo's surprised stare. "I'm Tonks." "Well, Nymphadora, but please don't call me that. I hate it." Ororo blinked, clearly caught off guard. "Your hair, how did you do that?" Tonks grinned like she'd just won a lottery. "Metamorphmagus," she declared, practically jumping in place. "I can change my face, my height, my hair, anything. Wanna see?" Ororo hesitated, but only for a second. "Yeah. Show me." Tonks immediately morphed her face into various comical shapes, nose growing absurdly long, ears vanishing completely, and her hair flashing every color of the rainbow. Ororo didn't even try to suppress the laugh that bubbled up from her chest. It was so unexpected, so ridiculous, that it was impossible not to. Sirius, who had been silently observing, clapped Harry on the back, looking far too proud for someone who'd definitely missed all the action. "Well, look at you," he said, his grin making him look like he'd just stolen the last cookie from the jar. "Saving kids, taking down bad guys. Guess you're the hero of the week now." Harry rolled his eyes but couldn't hide the grin. "Jealous? You're the one who missed all the fun." "Maybe," Sirius admitted, not bothering to act like he was bothered. "But I'd rather not be dealing with Fury right now." Fury, who had been overhearing, grunted. "Damn right. Potter, you're with me. We've got a debriefing, and someone get this clown out of my face before I find a cell with no windows and make it his new home." Harry gave Sirius a mock salute and turned to Ororo with a more serious look. "You're in good hands now. Tonks will show you around the place. And if anyone gives you trouble..." He let the sentence hang, his gaze promising that he'd handle it. "Just let me know." Ororo met his eyes for a long moment, and there was something in that look, a quiet, unspoken thanks. She nodded, and Harry, with a flick of his cloak, disappeared into the depths of the safe house with Fury and Hill. As Tonks bounced back into her transformation act, Ororo watched with a smile that was just starting to feel more real. For the first time in a long while, she wasn't entirely alone. And maybe, just maybe, she wasn't as lost as she thought. Tonks was practically skipping down the sterile, almost military-like hallways of the Shield safe house, her steps light, each one filled with a playfulness that almost made the place feel less like a covered base and more like a giant playground. She hummed a little tune, weaving around agents who seemed to know exactly when to step aside, giving her that knowing look that said, "Oh, it's just Tonks being Tonks." Ororo, on the other hand, was walking with more careful purpose, eyes wide and alert as she took in every detail. She wasn't used to this Shield, Hydra, all these new terms. She had been introduced to superheroes, villains, and now magical bloodlines in one crash course, and it was a lot. She kept her cool, though, even if her mind was racing. "So, this place is, what, like a fortress for superheroes?" Ororo asked, keeping her voice low as if the walls might be listening. "Yep, you got it. Welcome to Shield," Tonks chirped, not missing a beat. "Strategic Homeland Intervention, Enforcement and Logistics Division, if you wanna get all official about it." She shrugged with a grin, clearly not the type to be bogged down by lengthy titles. "But mostly, it's Nick Fury's personal playground for keeping the world from falling apart, dealing with things like Hydra." Tonks paused, her eyes narrowing slightly. "And trust me, you don't want to mess with them. They're the absolute worst. Imagine Nazis with a twisted obsession for science." "Yeah, that's them." Ororo gave a slight nod, absorbing the gravity of the situation. Her brows furrowed as she tried to comprehend just how deep this rabbit hole went. She had powers like lightning and storms, but this felt like a whole new universe, one where bloodlines and ancient curses were as common as morning coffee. "Your powers, you said they're not mutation-based, right?" Ororo asked, curious. "Smart cookie, you are," Tonks grinned, pointing a finger in her direction. "Nope, not a mutation. It's a family thing. My mom's side of the family has this whole thing going on, like a bloodline ability. We call it being a metamorphomagus. Fancy, right?" She twirled a strand of her bubblegum pink hair between her fingers, her voice filled with that trademark mix of mischief and pride. "Basically, it means I can change anything about myself: hair, height, face, hell, I could even turn into a toaster if I really wanted to, though that's a bit of an overkill." Ororo's eyebrows shot up. "So you just change?" Like shape-shifting. Yep. I'm basically my own walking, talking magic show. Every time I look in the mirror, I get a surprise. It's fun at parties. Tonks winked. But, it's not magic like yours. I'm a witch. She raised an eyebrow knowingly. And Harry? Harry's a wizard. Magic, wands, potions, all that fun stuff. We live in a world where unicorns aren't just a fairy tale. And trust me, magic is not the weirdest part of our lives. Ororo blinked, taking it all in. Wizards. Witches. Magic. It was a lot to process, but if anyone could handle it, it was her. She'd walked through storms, fought battles she thought she could never survive, and now, here she was, walking through a shield-safe house, meeting witches and wizards, and all she wanted was a cup of coffee. So Harry, he's a wizard, you said? Ororo asked, clearly still processing. And you're a witch? This is new for me. Oh, it gets way more interesting, trust me. Tonks gave a mischievous grin as they turned a corner. Let me show you something. You're gonna love this. They approached a door, and Tonks knocked lightly before swinging it open without waiting. Inside, Ororo was greeted with a scene that could only be described as utterly surreal. At a small, child-sized table sat a little girl, no older than 6, with wild red hair and oversized glasses that almost swallowed her face. She was hosting a tea party with 2 grown men in full shield tactical gear, Phil Coulson and Billy Koenig, both of whom were seated cross-legged on the floor, holding tiny plastic cups as if their lives depended on pretending to sip tea. Tonks, already laughing, introduced the scene with a flourish. Ororo, meet Rose, Harry's twin sister. Ororo blinked, trying to make sense of it. Twin sister, she asked, the confusion evident in her voice. But Harry, he's, older, right? How can she be his twin? Tonks chuckled, stepping into the room and gesturing for Ororo to follow. Yeah, so here's where it gets really wild. Harry's actually only 6. He was 5 when Hydra kidnapped him. They snatched him from his aunt and uncle's place, did all this messed up stuff to him, and poof, he went from 5 to, well, the guy you met. They injected him with the super soldier serum, which ages you up. They did a bunch of other stuff, too, but honestly, it was so complicated, I only half understood it. Harry gives the full rundown when he's in one of his I need to talk science moods. She looked over at Coulson and Koenig, both of whom were engaged in the ridiculous tea party with a stoic seriousness that was both hilarious and impressive. Ororo's eyes narrowed slightly. So. Harry's 6, but he's, what? How is he so different? Tonks nodded sagely. Hydra turned him into a child soldier. Think of him like a mini Captain America, but with a whole lot more claws. Claws? Ororo echoed, glancing at Coulson, who gave a slight nod, his usual cool demeanor unwavering. Yep, metal claws. Vibranium, in fact. Tonks flashed a grin, obviously fond of the fact. It's pretty cool, right? He can retract them and everything. She gave a dramatic shrug as if to say, what can I say? Harry's just that awesome. Ororo glanced back at the scene in front of her, Rose, the tiny redhead, offering Coulson an empty teacup with an earnest expression. She couldn't help but smile at the absurdity of it all. SHIELD agents, actual superheroes, reduced to playing make-believe for the amusement of a 6-year-old. And yet, something about it felt comforting. Like it was normal. Or at least, they're normal. This is a lot to take in, Ororo muttered, shaking her head in disbelief. I thought I had seen everything. Tonks put an arm around her shoulders in a mock sympathetic gesture. Oh, sweetie, you're just getting started. But don't worry, you're doing great. Stick with me, and I'll show you the ropes. It's like a crash course in how to survive when the world is insane. You've got this. She winked. And hey, if anyone gives you trouble, you've got magic on your side. And claws. And a bunch of other cool stuff. In a brightly lit tech lab nestled deeper within the safe house, the faint hum of machinery filled the air. Stark tech clashed with ancient magical relics in a strange but functional harmony. The walls, lined with high-tech screens, looked like something out of a high-budget spy thriller, but the presence of magical artifacts scattered across tables hinted at something far older, something more mysterious. James and Sirius stood near a workbench, speaking in low voices, but their conversation stopped when they heard the thud of heavy footsteps from across the room. Turning toward the sound, Harry felt a ripple of unease. He wasn't sure if it was the footsteps or the man walking toward him that made him feel that way. A towering figure with a deeply scarred face and a perpetual scowl approached, his missing eye replaced by a dark, enchanted glass that shimmered ominously. Alastair Mad-Eye Moody had a reputation, one that Harry knew all too well from stories and his own brief interactions with the world of magic. Mad-Eye's unnerving magical eye swiveled wildly in its socket, glinting as it fixed on Harry with a sort of eerie scrutiny. He was accompanied by a shield agent, who wheeled a high-tech prototype prosthetic leg toward him. The leg was sleek, built from vibranium, and pulsating with an aura of both magic and technology. "Ah, there he is," Mad-Eye grunted, his voice rough, as though every word was a battle. "The boy who survived Hydra. You're the one they've been whispering about." Harry blinked, suddenly feeling far too young in the presence of the older wizard. Sirius, seeing his tension, gave him a reassuring smile, but there was something about Moody's presence that made Harry instinctively want to brace himself for something more. Mad-Eye gave Harry a quick once-over, his magical eye spinning like a gear in a clock before locking onto Harry's face, narrowing with intensity. "Let me get a good look at ye, boy," he muttered, stepping closer. "They say you've got the claws of a beast." "Vibranium claws? A soldier's built at 6 years old? No normal kid could take that kind of thing." Harry stood taller, meeting Moody's piercing gaze with a mix of curiosity and wariness. "I'm not normal," Harry said, voice steady despite his nerves. "But I'm not a soldier either. I just want to survive." "Good answer," Moody grunted. He gestured toward his new prosthetic leg, which the shield agent had just finished adjusting. "Same goes for me, kid. People think I'm some kind of freak because of this," he tapped the gleaming metallic leg with a sigh, "but I'm just another man trying to do his job. Now, I hear you've had some serious lessons in survival." Harry nodded slowly, but before he could respond, Sirius spoke up. "Harry's been through a lot more than most people could imagine. He's made it this far because he's stronger than he realizes." Mad-Eye's magical eye zoomed over to Sirius with what seemed like an approving look. "Ain't that the truth?" He tapped the edge of his prosthetic leg against the ground, the sound ringing out through the lab. "That's why I wanted to meet you, Potter. I've seen enough kids fall through the cracks of the system, grow up to be what the world turns them into. But you, lad, you've got that fire. You've been through the fire, and you're still standing. That's rare." Harry blinked at the words, unsure how to respond. His mind was still processing the fact that a man like Mad-Eye Moody, who was feared by many in the wizarding world, was speaking to him like he had some sort of authority. Sirius grinned and put a hand on Harry's shoulder, giving him a little nudge. "Don't worry, he's a softie on the inside." Mad-Eye snorted in response, his magical eye now swiveling back to its regular scanning motion. "Softie, he says. I've got more scars than you've got hairs on that messy head of yours, Black." James stepped forward, his eyes glinting with amusement. "You're one to talk, Alastair. The boy's just been through enough trauma to last a lifetime. He doesn't need any more war stories right now." Mad-Eye looked at Harry with something akin to understanding, perhaps even a little admiration. "Right. War stories can wait. But I'll tell you this, Potter. You're gonna have to fight. Hydra's not the kind of enemy you can hide from. You can't just sit back and wait for it to go away. They'll come for you, sooner or later. And when they do, you better be ready. Harry swallowed, the weight of Mad Eye's words settling heavily in his chest. He was used to being told to prepare for battle, but somehow, hearing it from someone like Mad Eye, someone with so much experience, made the prospect feel real. It wasn't just about fighting with his claws or his abilities. It was about surviving a war that he had never asked for. I'm ready, Harry said quietly, meeting Mad Eye's gaze head on. I'll fight. Mad Eye's magical eye swirled again, and for a long moment, Harry wasn't sure if the old man was judging him or evaluating him. Finally, Mad Eye gave a grunt of approval. That's what I like to hear, he muttered, then turned back to the shield agent holding his new prosthetic. Now, about that leg. James, noticing the tension easing in the room, chuckled. You know, I'm still not used to seeing you so chatty, Mad Eye. Bah, Mad Eye grunted. I'm getting soft in my old age. Sirius raised an eyebrow. Really? Because you sure don't seem like the type to soften up. Shut it, Black. Mad Eye snorted. One thing I've learned in all my years is that you don't have to like someone to respect them. And I've got a hell of a lot of respect for this kid. He gave Harry a final look, one that seemed to appraise his every move before he added, Stay sharp, Potter. Keep that fire. As Mad Eye turned to leave, his final words echoed in Harry's mind, a reminder of the road ahead. Harry was beginning to understand that this wasn't just about surviving Hydra, it was about forging a new path in a world where nothing was ever simple, and everything required sacrifice. James put a hand on Harry's back, guiding him toward the door. You'll do fine, Harry. Just remember, sometimes it's okay to let other people help. Even Mad Eye knows that. Harry, a little shaken but resolute, nodded. Thanks. I think I'm starting to understand that. The safe house's training room had transformed into a battlefield of sorts, as Alexei Shostakov, freshly outfitted in his new vibranium weave red Guardian suit, stood ready for the ultimate test. The gear, crafted by the brilliant minds of Howard Stark and Lily Potter, gleamed under the harsh overhead lights, and though Alexei was a man who had been through decades of warfare, there was something special about the technology and magic woven into the suit. It wasn't just for show, it enhanced his already formidable strength, giving him an edge he hadn't felt in years. Standing across from him was Steve Rogers, the legendary Captain America, who was already wearing that stoic look of his. His shield rested at his side, gleaming as always. He was calm, collected as usual. Alexei, on the other hand, was anything but calm. He bounced on his heels like a man who had just been handed a golden opportunity. His heavy Russian accent thickened his words as he grinned ear to ear. You know, Steve, he began, his voice louder than necessary. I've been dreaming of this moment for a very long time. To finally fight Captain America, the Captain America. It's like my heart is going to explode in my chest. Steve gave him a sideways glance, his lips curling into a knowing, almost reluctant smile. You sure you're ready for this? I've got some moves myself. Alexei clapped his hands together. Ready? Steve, I was born ready. I mean, look at me, do I look like a man who isn't ready for battle? Look at these guns, he said, flexing his arms dramatically, his chest puffing out proudly. The vibranium weave suit made his muscles look even bigger, and he was relishing the attention. I was practically built for this moment. Steve let out a short laugh. All right, let's see what you've got then. Without another word, Alexei charged, his boots thundering against the floor as he lunged toward Steve, throwing a wide, wild punch aimed at his head. The power behind it was nothing short of impressive, and Steve had to leap back just in time, narrowly avoiding the blow. Ha! You're fast for an old guy! Alexei bellowed, swinging again, this time with both fists. He laughed loudly as he continued to press the attack, each punch more powerful than the last, his face a mix of pure joy and intense concentration. Steve expertly sidestepped the blows, his shield raised defensively. "You've got power, Alexei, but you've got to do better than that if you want to land a hit," Steve said with a grin, his voice cool and confident. "Better?" Alexei scoffed, his smile never wavering. "You want better? I'll show you better." With a dramatic flourish, he spun around and delivered a kick so powerful it sent the air whooshing around him. It collided with Steve's shield with a resounding clang, but Steve held his ground, his muscles straining as he absorbed the impact. Steve gritted his teeth. "You don't make it easy, do you?" "Of course not." Alexei roared, throwing another punch, this one aimed directly at Steve's stomach. This time, Steve was ready, and he dodged, using the momentum to shove Alexei back with a sharp push to his chest. Alexei staggered but immediately regained his balance, laughing like a man who had just been given the greatest gift. "Not bad. You've got moves. But now, we really see what you're made of." In a flash, Alexei surged forward again, and this time, he was throwing more than just fists. He was a whirlwind, using his massive size and strength to barrel into Steve with the force of a freight train. Steve struggled to keep up, his shield barely managing to deflect the blows that came raining down. Every hit that landed rattled Steve's bones, but Alexei was relentless. "This is it!" Alexei shouted, his voice filled with adrenaline and excitement. "This is the fight of my life." Steve's grin widened. "Yeah, I'm starting to see that," he said, deflecting another wild swing. "But don't expect to win it." Alexei took a moment to glance at Steve, his face lighting up with an exaggerated look of offense. "Win? Win?" He let out a dramatic sigh, putting his hands on his hips. "You really think I'm going to lose to you, Captain? I may be old, but I'm not stupid. This is what I've been training for, decades of practice, of trying to get this moment. Just wait. My time has come." The two men circled each other like a pair of gladiators, each sizing up the other, trying to anticipate the next move. Steve's shield was constantly in motion, deflecting every punch, while Alexei was like a wild bull, full of raw strength and fury, his every move driven by years of pent-up aggression and the thrill of the fight. "You know," Alexei said between breaths, a mischievous twinkle in his eye. "I gotta admit, I really thought you'd be more of a boring guy, you know? You're Captain America. The symbol of all things good, right?" He ducked under a punch, swinging his own fist to catch Steve off guard. "But you've got spirit, old man." Steve laughed, not missing a beat. "I'm glad to hear you're enjoying yourself. But just because you're having fun doesn't mean I won't take you down." "You really think so, hey?" Alexei said, his voice a little more serious now, though still filled with that unmistakable twinkle of someone who lived for the fight. "Well, you may be a super soldier, Steve, but I've been around the block a few times myself." He suddenly lunged at Steve with a fury, throwing a series of punches that caught Steve off guard, pushing him back. The shield in Steve's hands shifted, trying to absorb the impact, but Alexei was faster than expected. The Red Guardian suit was working wonders, amplifying his speed and strength. "Ha! Gotcha!" Alexei laughed, his grin wild and unrelenting. He slammed his fist toward Steve's face, but before it could land, Steve deftly ducked, using his shield to propel himself out of the way. Breathing heavily, Alexei stopped, his chest heaving as he wiped sweat from his forehead. He took a deep breath, holding up both hands. All right. You win this time. But let's be honest, that was too close." Steve, equally winded but with a satisfied smile on his face, raised his shield slightly in acknowledgement. "You've got some serious skills, Alexei. You're no slouch. I'll give you that." Alexei grinned from ear to ear, his chest swelling with pride. "Of course, Steve. I'm not some rookie. But, Hey, you still kicked my ass. Can't say I'm not a little disappointed, but hey, at least I'm still alive. Steve clapped him on the back, his smile widening. Good fight. Glad to have you on the team, Alexei. You've definitely earned your place. Glad to be here, Captain. Alexei smirked, winking. Now, how about that drink? I've earned it, yes. Steve raised an eyebrow but couldn't help laughing. Yeah, you definitely have. Let's go grab one. Just, try not to start any bar fights, alright? Alexei threw an arm around Steve's shoulder as they headed toward the exit. No promises, my friend. No promises. Dash. Huffs. Can't wait to hear from you. If you're passionate about fanfiction and love discussing stories, characters, and plot twists, then you're in the right place. I've created a Discord server dedicated to diving deep into the world of fanfiction, especially my own stories. Whether you're a reader, a writer, or just someone who enjoys a good tale, I welcome you to join us for lively discussions, feedback sessions, and maybe even some sneak peeks into upcoming chapters, along with artwork related to the stories. Let's nerd out together over our favorite fandoms and explore the endless possibilities of storytelling. https://discord.com/invite/hhhwrsb6wd. Can't wait to see you there. If you appreciate my work and want to support me, consider buying me a cup of coffee. Your support helps me keep writing and bringing more stories to you. You can do so via PayPal here. https://www.paypal.me/vikrantutker007 or through my Buy Me a Coffee page. https://www.bemeacoffee.com/vikard001s. Thank you for your support. Chapter 41, Chapter 40. The faint hum of Tony's latest contraption, the mark whatever he's calling it now, blended with the rhythmic tapping of Rhodey's pen against his physics textbook. Tony's half of the dorm was its usual organized chaos, wires coiled like snakes across the floor, a half-disassembled microwave perched precariously on the desk, and a holographic projection of some schematics floating mid-air. Rhodey's side, in stark contrast, was neat and tidy, his bed made so tightly you could bounce a quarter off it. "Cynthia, I don't think you understand," Tony said, spinning his chair around dramatically, arms flailing as he explained the intricacies of his latest invention. "This baby isn't just a toaster. It's a toaster and a cappuccino machine. Revolutionary, right? The kind of genius that gets you on the cover of Time magazine." Cynthia Smith, Miss Too Good to Be True, perched elegantly on the armrest of his chair, her fiery red hair catching the dim light of the room. She was leaning just close enough to invade Tony's personal space, her perfectly manicured nails lightly tracing circles on his shoulder. "Tony, you're amazing," she purred, her green eyes sparkling like emeralds. "I've never met anyone like you. The way your mind works, it's breathtaking." Tony smirked, puffing out his chest. "Well, yeah, I get that a lot. Genius, billionaire, playboy, future philanthropist. It's tough being this awesome, but someone's gotta do it." On the bed, Rhodey muttered to himself, his patience wearing thinner than the excuse Cynthia had given about her transfer. "Oh, for the love of Tony, you're killing me, man." Tony turned, raising an eyebrow. "What's your problem, Colonel Buzzkill? Can't handle a little genius in action?" "My problem," Rhodey said, closing his textbook with a sharp snap, "is that you're so busy using the wrong brain that you're ignoring every single red flag waving in your face." He jabbed a finger toward Cynthia. Tony looked genuinely confused. "What red flags? She's gorgeous. She's brilliant. And she laughs at all my jokes. What more could a guy want?" "I dunno," Rhodey said dryly, "maybe a little thing called truth? Like the fact that your so-called girlfriend claims she transferred from Caltech, but there's no record of her there." "None. Zilch. Nada. Cynthia's smile faltered just for a split second, but it was long enough for Rhodey to catch. Tony, of course, missed it entirely. Oh, here we go again, Tony groaned, spinning back toward Cynthia with a reassuring grin. Ignore him, Cyn. He's just mad because his last date was a box of takeout and an episode of The Love Boat. First of all, Rhodey said, holding up a hand, it was Golden Girls, thank you very much. Second, are you seriously going to ignore the fact that I checked with Caltech's student records and found nothing? No Cynthia Smith, no genius bombshell, no world's most perfect woman. It doesn't add up, Tony. Cynthia laughed lightly, the sound grating on Rhodey's nerves. Oh, Rhodey, she said, her voice dripping with faux sweetness, you must have made a mistake. Caltech is so strict about privacy, you know. Maybe they just didn't share the records with you. Rhodey deadpanned, crossing his arms. Sure. And maybe I'm the King of England. Tony snorted. You'd look good wearing a crown, Rhodey. Very regal. Rhodey glared at him. Tony, focus. Something isn't right here. Doesn't it seem just a little convenient that she magically knows everything about you? Your likes, your dislikes, your favorite breakfast cereal, for crying out loud. Tony opened his mouth to respond, but Cynthia beat him to it. What can I say, she said, her tone light and airy. Tony's an open book. It's not hard to figure him out if you pay attention. Right, Rhodey said, his skepticism practically dripping from his words. Because Tony Stark is just so predictable. Exactly. Tony said, missing the sarcasm entirely. I'm an open book. A brilliant, captivating book, but still open. Rhodey sighed, pinching the bridge of his nose. Tony, she's not who she says she is. I can feel it. Every gut instinct I have is screaming danger. But, of course, you're too busy drooling over her to notice. Cynthia's smile tightened, and Rhodey swore he saw her eyes flicker with something darker, something dangerous, but it was gone as quickly as it appeared. Rhodey, Tony said, his tone suddenly serious as he stood up, you're my best friend. My brother. But you've gotta trust me on this. Cyn's not hiding anything. She's just... He turned to her, his grin returning. Perfect. Rhodey groaned, throwing his hands in the air. Fine. But when this blows up in your face and it will, don't come crying to me. Tony waved him off. Noted. Now, if you'll excuse us, Cynthia and I have some very important toaster/coffee machine business to discuss. Rhodey glared at Cynthia one last time before grabbing his textbook and storming out of the room. As the door closed behind him, Cynthia's smile returned, but this time, it was sharper, colder. Your friend doesn't like me, she said, her tone light but her eyes calculating. Rhodey. Tony scoffed, dismissing the idea with a wave. Don't mind him. He's just jealous. Jealous, Cynthia repeated, her smile growing as she leaned closer. Of course. Outside the door, Rhodey leaned against the wall, his jaw clenched. He didn't know who Cynthia really was, but he was going to find out. And when he did, he just hoped it wasn't too late. Cynthia's apartment, Hydra Safe House. The apartment was a picture of deception. On the surface, it looked like the kind of place any wealthy college student might rent: tasteful furniture, a few art pieces strategically placed to imply good taste, and just enough clutter to seem authentic. But beneath the veneer was a sophisticated Hydra base of operations. Surveillance feeds covered MIT's campus, encrypted communications channels hummed quietly, and a concealed weapons cache hid behind a faux bookshelf. Cynthia Schmidt stepped inside, and the air seemed to chill. Gone was the charming, doe-eyed co-ed who had Tony Stark eating out of her hand. Her posture straightened, her eyes sharpened, and her lips twisted into a smirk that radiated cold superiority. She was her father's daughter in every sense of the word, her every move deliberate, calculated, and tinged with an inherited malice. The two Hydra operatives stationed inside snapped to attention as she entered. Both were trained killers, loyal to the cause, but even they seemed to shrink under her withering gaze. Agent Schmidt, the older of the two, greeted stiffly, his voice betraying a hint of unease. "We've been monitoring James Rhodes, as you instructed." "And?" Cynthia demanded, her tone clipped as she removed her tailored coat and draped it over the back of a chair. She crossed the room to the workstation, her heels clicking against the floor like the ticking of a countdown clock. The younger agent hesitated before speaking. "He's suspicious, ma'am. He's been digging into your background at Caltech. He didn't find a Cynthia Smith in their records, and he's been trying to piece together more. So far, nothing concrete, but he's persistent," Cynthia finished for him, her green eyes narrowing as she stared at the screen showing Rhodey's latest movements. Typical soldier. Always sniffing around like a loyal dog, trying to protect his master. The older agent cleared his throat. "Should we eliminate him?" Cynthia turned to him slowly, her smile venomous. "Do you think that's what Johann Schmidt would do? Panic and lash out at the first sign of trouble?" The agent visibly paled. "No, ma'am. Of course not." "No," Cynthia said, her voice taking on an almost mocking lilt. "The Red Skull didn't conquer through brute force alone. He used cunning, strategy, and manipulation. He didn't just kill his enemies, he destroyed them utterly, leaving no trace of resistance. That's how Hydra prevails, always patient, always meticulous." Her words hung in the air, heavy with the weight of her inherited philosophy. She turned back to the screen, her fingers tapping rhythmically against the desk as she considered her options. "Rhodes is a problem," she admitted, almost begrudgingly. "He sees too much, asks too many questions. But he's also predictable. He won't act without proof. That gives us time to steer him away or, failing that, discredit him." The younger agent shifted uneasily. "And if he keeps digging?" Cynthia's smirk returned, sharper now, more dangerous. "Then we deal with him. Permanently. But only when it's convenient for us. An accident, perhaps. A tragic car crash. Or better yet, something Stark blames himself for. That would weaken him further, make him more dependent on me." The agents exchanged a glance, clearly unsettled by how easily she spoke of orchestrating someone's death. But they knew better than to question her. "And Stark himself?" the older agent asked carefully. Cynthia chuckled, a sound devoid of warmth. "Stark is brilliant, yes, but he's also arrogant and impulsive. He's blinded by his own genius and by me." She leaned back against the desk, crossing her arms. "He thinks he's untouchable. That makes him vulnerable. All I have to do is keep stroking his ego, and he'll do whatever I want. His technology, his ideas, they'll all belong to Hydra soon enough." Her gaze flicked back to the screen, where footage of Tony and Rhodey in their dorm room played on a loop. Tony was animated, showing off some prototype to Cynthia's earlier facade, while Rhodey sat in the background, watching her like a hawk. "It's almost laughable," Cynthia said, her voice tinged with disdain. "The great Tony Stark, future industrialist, genius inventor, reduced to a lovesick fool by a pretty face. And Rhodes so noble, so loyal. But loyalty is a weakness, one I'll exploit if necessary." The younger agent finally found his voice. "And if Stark begins to suspect?" Cynthia's eyes darkened, her expression turning icy. "Then we remind him why he needs me. Stark is ruled by his emotions, his ego, his desires, his fears. All it takes is the right pressure point, and he'll crumble. Hydra always wins, gentlemen. Always." The two agents nodded, their unease palpable but their loyalty unshaken. "Good," Cynthia said, pushing off the desk and straightening her posture. "Keep monitoring Rhodes. Report any changes immediately. And tighten our surveillance on Stark. I want to know what he's working on at all times. Understood. Yes, ma'am, they said in unison. Cynthia turned away, her smirk returning as she walked to the apartment's hidden armory. She ran her fingers along the edge of a concealed panel, her mind already plotting her next move. She was a Schmidt, after all. Manipulation, control, and domination were in her blood. Tony Stark thought he was playing a game of intellect and innovation. He had no idea he was already losing a far deadlier game of power and survival. The icy Massachusetts wind had Rhodey pulling his jacket tighter around him as he stood hunched over a payphone. He glanced over his shoulder, his breath fogging in the chilly air, paranoia gnawing at him. The empty street was quiet, save for the distant hum of passing cars. The glow of streetlights cast long, ghostly shadows, amplifying the uneasy feeling in his gut. Rhodey wasn't one to overthink, or at least, that's what he told himself. But this situation had been nagging at him for weeks. And now, standing outside in the cold with the phone pressed against his ear, it felt like everything was about to come to a head. Stark Industries, New York office. How may I direct your call? The voice on the other end was polished, professional, and annoyingly calm. Rhodey hesitated, tightening his grip on the receiver. This wasn't just crossing a line, it was straight up pole vaulting over it. If Tony ever found out about this call. Yeah, he started, his voice coming out more awkward than intended. He cleared his throat. I need to speak with Howard Stark. It's urgent. There was a brief pause before the woman responded. Mr. Stark is currently unavailable. May I ask who's calling and the nature of the urgency? Rhodey closed his eyes for a moment, composing himself. It's James Rhodes. I'm a friend of Tony's. His son. It's about him. Tony, I mean. I think he's in some kind of trouble. The receptionist's tone softened just slightly, enough for Rhodey to notice. Please hold, Mr. Rhodes. I'll see if Mr. Stark is available. The line went silent, save for a faint hum. Rhodey shifted his weight, glancing over his shoulder again. This wasn't like him. He was a call it like you see it kind of guy, not a sneaky, behind your back type. But when it came to Tony, someone had to be the responsible one. His thoughts were interrupted by a deep, unmistakable voice on the other end. James. This is Howard Stark. What's this about my son being in trouble? Rhodey straightened up instinctively. Mr. Stark, sir. Look, I don't want to waste your time, but I think something's wrong. There's this girl Cynthia Smith. She showed up out of nowhere a couple months back, and she's been getting real close to Tony. Close how? Howard's voice was sharp now, all business. Too close, Rhodey replied. She's perfect, too perfect, if you know what I mean. Knows all the right things to say, laughs at all his jokes, even understands his tech stuff, which, let's be real, is a pretty short list of people. I checked into her background well, tried to. There's nothing. No school records, no family, no paper trail. It's like she just appeared out of thin air. Howard didn't respond immediately, and Rhodey could almost hear the gears turning on the other end of the line. You're saying she's after something, Howard finally said. Exactly, Rhodey confirmed, his voice firm. I don't know what it is, but I've got a bad feeling about her. She's dangerous, Mr. Stark. And Tony? He's too smitten to see it. Howard let out a low hum, the kind that made Rhodey think he'd already started connecting dots Rhodey didn't even know existed. All right, James. You did the right thing calling me. I'll look into it. But listen to me carefully, Tony can't know about this. If he catches wind, he'll shut us both out faster than you can say reactor core. Rhodey nodded, even though Howard couldn't see him. Understood. I'll keep my head down. Good. And James? Howard's voice took on a sharper edge. Keep an eye on her. If she is what I think she might be, this is bigger than you realize. Yes, sir, Rhodey said, the weight of the conversation settling heavily on his shoulders. The line went dead. Rhodey hung up the receiver, leaning against the payphone for a moment. His breath was visible in the cold air, and he let out a low groan. What the hell did I just get myself into? Some distance away, in a dimly lit apartment that masqueraded as a cozy student living space, Cynthia Schmidt stood in front of her concealed armory. She pulled open the hidden panel with a practiced motion, revealing an arsenal of Hydra-issue weapons and gadgets. The cold steel glinted under the harsh fluorescent lights. Behind her, 2 Hydra agents stood at attention, their unease palpable despite their disciplined postures. Cynthia's icy green eyes flicked to them in the reflection of the armory's mirrored surface. "You're dismissed," she said curtly, her voice laced with authority. The agents exchanged a quick glance before retreating silently, the soft click of the door leaving Cynthia alone with her thoughts and her weapons. She lingered in front of the armory, her fingers tracing the edge of a sleek dagger. A smirk curled at the corner of her lips. "James Rhodes," she murmured, the name rolling off her tongue like a curse. Loyal, predictable, and annoyingly persistent. Her mind raced, calculating her next move. Rhodes was a minor inconvenience, a fly buzzing too close to her web. But his interference was proof that her work had been effective. Tony Stark was exactly where she needed him, trusting, infatuated, blind. Cynthia crossed to her workstation, her smirk widening as she activated a holographic display. Schematics of Stark's latest project flickered to life before her, along with encrypted Hydra communiques. "Stark's trust," she mused, tapping a finger against the hologram, "is his greatest flaw. And Rhodes? He's just another piece on the board." Her smile turned predatory as she formulated her plan. Tony's brilliance, his technology, his influence, all of it was within her grasp. The Stark legacy would soon serve Hydra's cause. And when the time came to shed her Cynthia Smith disguise, the world would learn to fear the name Cynthia Schmidt. For now, she would play her role to perfection. The sweet, adoring girlfriend. The ideal student. The girl next door who had Tony Stark wrapped around her finger. But beneath the surface, the Red Skull's bloodline burned bright, and Cynthia Schmidt would stop at nothing to claim what was hers. Howard Stark leaned back in his leather office chair, the dim glow of a single desk lamp illuminating the controlled chaos of his workspace. Blueprints and prototype sketches littered the desk, alongside half-assembled devices humming faintly with energy. Normally, this was his sanctuary, the place where his genius thrived. But tonight, the air felt heavier. He reached for the rotary phone, its polished black surface cold against his fingers, and dialed a number from memory. After 2 rings, a gravelly voice answered on the other end. "This better be good, Stark. I'm not in the mood for one of your late-night brainstorms about jetpacks or invisible cars." Howard didn't bother with small talk. "Fury, it's not about me this time. It's about Tony." There was a beat of silence before Nick Fury's unmistakable baritone cut through, sharp and unrelenting. "What did he do now? Blow up another lab? Hack a government satellite? Or is this about that mess at the gala last month with the senator's daughter?" Howard's voice dropped an octave, carrying an edge that made even Fury pause. "It's serious, Nick. There's a woman, Cynthia Smith. She's been hanging around Tony for months, cozying up to him like she's auditioning for a rom-com. But there's something off about her. No records, no history, no family. It's like she doesn't exist." "Sounds like half the women in Hollywood," Fury shot back, though his tone had shifted to something more focused. "You're saying she's a ghost?" "Exactly," Howard replied. "And ghosts usually have someone pulling their strings. My gut says Hydra." Fury let out a low, humorless chuckle. "Hydra, hey? You're dragging me into this for a hunch?" You've always had a flair for paranoia, Stark, but this is a stretch even for you. Don't patronize me, Fury, Howard snapped, leaning forward as if the intensity of his voice could travel through the line. I've seen this play before. The perfect facade, the charm, the calculated moves. They're using her to get to Tony and by extension, me. There was a long pause on the other end, then the sound of Fury shifting, likely leaning back in his chair. All right, Howard. Let's say you're right, and Hydra's got their claws in some Stepford girlfriend. What's their angle? What's she after? That's what I need you to figure out, Howard said, his voice tight with frustration. Tony's too smitten to see it. And if I get involved directly, he'll shut me out faster than you can say arc reactor. Fury sighed heavily, the sound carrying equal parts annoyance and resignation. You're a pain in my ass, you know that? All right, I'll put some people on it. But you owe me for this one, Stark. And don't give me that I funded half of SHIELD speech. This is personal, and personal costs extra. Howard smirked faintly, though there was no humor in it. Put it on my tab. Damn right I will, Fury said. But let me give you some advice. If this girl's Hydra, you'd better be ready for the fallout. You know how these bastards operate, they don't play games. If she's embedded herself with Tony, it's because they think he's useful. And if she's working him, then she's dangerous. Very dangerous. Howard's grip on the receiver tightened. You think I don't know that? That's why I called you, Fury. Hydra's been lying low, but if they're resurfacing now through my son, it's a declaration of war. You're damn right it is, Fury said, his voice dropping into a growl. And when Hydra declares war, you don't hesitate. You hit first, and you hit hard. So here's what I need from you, keep your head down, keep an eye on Tony, and let me do what I do best. If Hydra's making moves, I'll find them. And when I do, I'll make sure they regret it. Howard leaned back in his chair, exhaling slowly. Just find out who she is, Fury. That's all I'm asking. Oh, I'll find out, Fury said, his tone dripping with confidence. And when I do, you'd better be ready to play ball, Stark. Because if this is Hydra, it's not just Tony they're after, it's everything you've ever built. The line went dead, leaving Howard alone in his office, the weight of the conversation pressing down on him. He set the phone down carefully, then reached for a weathered file folder marked with the SHIELD insignia. Inside were decades of classified reports, each one a grim reminder of Hydra's reach and ruthlessness. The safe house in New York was quiet, the only sounds coming from the faint hum of the heater struggling against the December chill and the distant din of the city outside. Fury, seated at a metal desk, drummed his fingers on its surface as he stared at the rotary phone like it owed him an explanation. The room was dimly lit, the single bulb swinging faintly as if in rhythm with his growing impatience. Finally, he dialed the number, each turn of the rotary wheel adding to his frustration. After a few rings, a familiar voice answered. Calm, smooth, and ever so slightly amused. You rang, Fury. Damn right I did, Fury barked. Tell me, Romanoff, when was the last time Stark wasn't at the center of a goddamn mess? There was a faint sound of typing on Natasha's end, and he could picture her lounging on some couch, probably wearing that smug smirk of hers. Tony Stark and mess go together like vodka and bad decisions, director. What's he done now? He hasn't done jack yet, Fury shot back, his tone sharp. But there's this woman Cynthia Smith. Showed up a couple months back, and according to Rhodey, she's already got Stark wrapped around her finger. Laughs at his jokes, keeps up with his tech talk, even looks like she was designed in some damn lab to be his perfect match. Natasha's voice turned serious, though there was still a hint of amusement. And you're worried she actually was designed in a lab, Hydra? Bingo, Fury said, leaning forward, his hand gripping the phone like he could wring answers out of it. Howard Stark's gut is screaming Hydra, and as much as I hate admitting it, the old man's instincts are usually dead on. This isn't some gold digger or opportunist, Romanoff. It's too clean, too calculated. And if Hydra's got their claws in Stark, it's only a matter of time before they get their hands on the arc reactor or worse. There was a brief pause before Natasha spoke again. You think they're targeting Stark to get to Howard? Or are they planning to use Tony as a weapon? Hell if I know, Fury growled. That's why you're on this. I need you to dig into this woman Cynthia Smith. Every detail. I don't care if she bought a latte at some back alley cafe in Prague, I want to know about it. Natasha sighed, the sound barely audible but clear enough to make Fury's eye twitch. You really know how to make an assignment sound fun, Fury. This ain't about fun. It's about keeping Hydra from turning Stark into their personal golden goose. If they get access to his tech, we're looking at a world of hurt that makes Manhattan look like a walk in Central Park. All right, Natasha said, her voice firm now, all traces of amusement gone. I'll start digging. She's bound to have slipped up somewhere. Nobody's perfect, no matter how good their cover is. Damn straight, Fury replied. And Romanoff? Keep this quiet. If Stark gets wind of us digging into his new lady friend, he'll shut this operation down faster than you can say genius billionaire playboy philanthropist. Natasha chuckled lightly, but there was steel in her tone. Understood. You'll have an update soon. 6 hours, Fury said, his voice a command. I want updates every 6 hours. And if she sneezes, I wanna know the direction the snot flew. Got it, Natasha replied, her tone dry. Anything else, or can I get to work? Just don't screw this up, Fury said, hanging up before she could respond. Dash. On the other end of the line, Natasha set her phone down and leaned back in her chair, her sharp eyes already scanning the preliminary files she'd pulled up on Cynthia Smith. As expected, there was nothing. No school records, no family, no paper trail. It was as if she'd appeared out of thin air. Natasha frowned, her fingers tapping thoughtfully on the desk. Fury was right, this woman didn't just scream Hydra, she practically had their logo tattooed on her forehead. But there was something else nagging at Natasha, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. Too clean, she muttered to herself. And too convenient. Her eyes flicked to the small, enchanted notebook sitting on the corner of her desk. It had been a gift from Harry, enchanted to allow instant communication via written messages. She'd been meaning to call him anyway. Portal travel was infinitely more convenient than a red-eye flight to Massachusetts. Reaching for the notebook, Natasha smirked to herself. Time to bring in the wizard. Hydra's little ghost won't know what hit her. With a flick of her wrist, she wrote a quick note, Harry, I've got a job for you. It's about Stark and Hydra. I'll explain when you get here. Open a portal to the safe house. She closed the notebook, leaning back with a satisfied expression. Let's see how Hydra handles a wizard on their tail. The ancient library of Camartage was steeped in an aura of quiet mysticism. Shelves crammed with scrolls and tomes stretched up to the high ceilings, and the faint hum of magical wards made the air feel alive. Harry sat cross-legged on the floor, a thick book titled Dimensional Rifts and Their Practical Applications open in front of him. Despite the scholarly scene, his green eyes were lit with mischief. Across the room, Wang was muttering irritably as he tried to untangle a mess of floating scrolls that, unbeknownst to him, Harry had enchanted to reorder themselves into the words Wang Supreme Librarian. Potter. Wang's voice boomed, breaking the tranquil atmosphere. Do you ever take your studies seriously? Harry didn't look up from his book, instead flipping a page with exaggerated focus. I'm deeply engrossed in expanding my magical horizons, Wang. You should be proud. Proud. Wang's eyebrows shot up as he swatted at a rebellious scroll trying to spell #1 fan of Beyoncé. I'll be proud when you stop treating this place like your personal playground. Harry shrugged, his grin barely hidden. Can't help it if my creativity overflows into my studies. Wang crossed his arms, glaring at Harry like an exasperated parent. Creativity? If by creativity you mean turning my library into a bad comedy club, then yes, you're a visionary. Before Harry could retort, his enchanted notebook on the nearby table began to glow, the edges pulsating with a faint golden light. The smirk on Harry's face faded as he reached for it, flipping it open to see Natasha's familiar handwriting. Harry, I've got a job for you. It's about Stark and Hydra. I'll explain when you get here. Open a portal to the safe house. Harry groaned, shutting the book with a snap. Great. Hydra again. Wang raised an eyebrow, his interest piqued. Hydra? Still trying to resurrect their tired world domination schemes, I see. Seems like it, Harry muttered, shoving the book into his satchel. And guess who gets to be the wizard on call for all things Hydra and Stark related? Wang snorted, his irritation replaced by a wry smile. Well, don't let me keep you from your grand adventures. Just remember, the next time you prank my library, I'll personally send you to the mirror dimension. Love you too, Wang, Harry shot back with a grin. He stepped into the center of the library, and with a flick of his wrist, drew a glowing circle in the air. The swirling, golden portal stabilized, casting warm light across the room. Harry glanced back at Wang, his grin widening. Don't miss me too much. Wang waved him off with a dismissive flick of his hand. I'll try to endure the peace and quiet in your absence. Harry chuckled and stepped through the portal. Dash. He emerged into the dimly lit interior of a New York safe house. The contrast from Camartage's serene library was jarring, this place buzzed with tension, the hum of hidden technology blending with the faint rumble of the city outside. Natasha was already waiting for him, leaning casually against a metal table. Dressed in her usual black tactical suit, she looked every inch the deadly operative. But her posture, while relaxed, had the kind of calculated ease that spoke of someone who was always ready to spring into action. Took you long enough, she said, her voice cool but edged with dry humor. Nat, Harry greeted, brushing imaginary dust off his robes. Hydra again? Don't they ever get bored of being the bad guys? Natasha's lips twitched into a faint smirk. You'd think so, but no. They've got a new angle this time, and it involves Tony. Harry frowned, his playful demeanor giving way to concern. What's going on? There's a woman, Natasha began, pushing a file across the table toward him. Cynthia Smith. She showed up in Tony's life a few months ago, and she's well, let's just say she's the kind of perfect that sets off alarm bells. Harry flipped open the file, scanning the contents. No background, no family, no history, he muttered. She's a ghost. Natasha nodded, her expression serious. Exactly. And Tony's too smitten to notice. Fury thinks she might be Hydra, sent to get close to him and, by extension, Stark Tech. Classic honey trap, Harry said, closing the file and giving Natasha a pointed look. So what's the plan? You, Natasha replied simply. Harry raised an eyebrow, the sarcasm already dripping from his voice. Me? Natasha straightened, crossing her arms in that confident, no-nonsense way she always did. You're our magic expert. If she's using any kind of magical concealment or enhancements, you'll spot it faster than anyone else. Harry didn't respond immediately, instead leaning against the table and giving her a slow, knowing look. Natasha stared back, expression unreadable, her poker face honed to perfection. Unfortunately for her, Harry wasn't easily fooled. Oh, that's good, Harry said at last, a smirk tugging at the corner of his lips. Real convincing. You almost had me there. Her eyes narrowed slightly. What are you talking about? Oh, come on, Nat, Harry said, waving the file in the air. You don't call me just because I'm a magic expert. You call me because you don't want to haul your perfectly toned spy ass onto a SHIELD jet and spend hours flying to Massachusetts. Natasha's poker face faltered for just a fraction of a second, a blink and you miss it moment that Harry immediately caught. That's ridiculous, she said, her tone cool and controlled. I called you because you're the best person for this job. Right, because Fury's entire network of agents, analysts, and tech specialists can't figure out what I could in 5 minutes, Harry quipped, grinning. Face it, Romanoff. You just wanted a shortcut. Natasha tilted her head, her lips pressing into a thin line as if considering whether to deny it further. Then, with a small shrug, she let out a sigh. Fine. You got me, she admitted, her tone dry. Massachusetts is cold, the jets smell like stale coffee, and I don't feel like spending hours listening to Fury bark orders in my ear. Happy? Very, Harry replied smugly. You could have just said that up front, you know. Saved yourself the trouble of pretending you care about my magic expertise. She rolled her eyes but didn't argue. Well, you're here now, so are you going to help or what? Harry leaned back, arms crossed, enjoying the moment. Oh, I'll help. But you owe me. Owe you what? Natasha asked, arching an eyebrow. I don't know yet, Harry said, his grin widening. But when I figure it out, you'll be the first to know. Natasha smirked, her sharp, calculating side showing again. Just make sure it's something I won't regret agreeing to. Oh, I'll make it memorable, Harry promised, already summoning his wand. With a quick flick, a portal began to form, swirling with golden energy. As the portal stabilized, Harry glanced back at Natasha, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. You're lucky I like you. Otherwise, you'd be booking that jet yourself. Natasha gave him a sly smile, already stepping toward the portal. And you're lucky you're useful. Otherwise, I wouldn't put up with your mouth. Harry chuckled, shaking his head. Go on, then. Let's save Stark from his poor life choices. Typical Tuesday, Natasha replied before stepping through the portal, leaving Harry to follow with a shake of his head and a grin. Dash. Huffs. Can't wait to hear from you. If you're passionate about fanfiction and love discussing stories, characters, and plot twists, then you're in the right place. I've created a Discord server dedicated to diving deep into the world of fanfiction, especially my own stories. Whether you're a reader, a writer, or just someone who enjoys a good tale, I welcome you to join us for lively discussions, feedback sessions, and maybe even some sneak peeks into upcoming chapters, along with artwork related to the stories. Let's nerd out together over our favorite fandoms and explore the endless possibilities of storytelling. https://discord.com/invite/hhhwrsb6wd. Can't wait to see you there. If you appreciate my work and want to support me, consider buying me a cup of coffee. Your support helps me keep writing and bringing more stories to you. You can do so via PayPal here. https://www.paypal.me/vikrantutker007 or through my Buy Me a Coffee page. https://www.bemeacoffee.com/vikard001s. Thank you for your support. Chapter 42, Chapter 41. Harry and Natasha stepped through the shimmering portal, the golden light around them dissipating as they emerged onto the MIT campus. The immediate contrast to the cool serenity of Camartage's library was jarring here. The air was thick with the hum of city life, the dull murmur of students walking by, busy with their daily routines. A few chuckled and chatted as they passed, completely unaware that two of the most dangerous individuals on the planet had just arrived in their midst. Harry's eyes flicked across the students as he ran his hand through his messy hair, brushing the stray strands back into place. His hoodie and jeans materialized effortlessly with a snap of his fingers, changing his appearance to something more suited for blending in. But Natasha, as always, had the perfect balance of grace and intimidation. With a flick of her wrist, her black tactical suit transformed into a sleek leather jacket and dark jeans, making her look like the kind of girl you'd find sitting in the corner of a coffee shop if you didn't mind the cold aura of danger radiating from her. She adjusted her sunglasses with the casual air of someone who owned the world, or at least this small corner of it. "You've got the look, magic boy," she said, glancing at him with a raised eyebrow. "Now let's make sure we don't make the mistake of standing out." Harry let out a chuckle, adjusting his sleeves as he looked around. "Yeah, because the kid with a wand and the world-weary super spy aren't gonna stick out. We'll fit right in." "You don't want to draw attention," Natasha said, her tone sharpening as she dropped her usual sarcastic edge for a moment. "Trust me. We're here to find Tony, not make the front page of the Daily Bugle." Harry raised an eyebrow. "We're on a mission to find Tony Stark, and you think I'm gonna be the one to blow our cover?" He smirked, clearly enjoying the playful banter. "I've never said you were the one who would," Natasha said, tossing a sideways glance at him as they moved through the crowd. Her tone had that unmistakable sharpness, the kind of edge that made her sound like she'd been trained to pick apart a situation and carve out the best path through it. It was something Harry had come to admire about her, even if he didn't always show it. "But you can't forget why we're here, Harry. There's nothing ordinary about Tony's girlfriend. And that means she's probably a threat." "Right, right. So we keep our heads down," Harry said with a teasing grin. "And you don't flirt with the first person who offers to buy you a coffee, yes?" Natasha's lips twitched into a sly grin, her eyes glinting with mischief as she glanced sidelong at him. "That would be the most boring part of the day, don't you think? But fine, I'll leave the flirting to you." "Good," Harry said with a wink. "Wouldn't want to share you with anyone but me, anyway." Her smile widened just slightly, barely noticeable, but there was a flicker of something in her eyes, a glint that only Harry seemed to catch. "I'll keep that in mind." They continued walking, making their way across the campus, when the unmistakable figure of Tony Stark appeared in the distance. He was standing with a woman talking animatedly, his hands gesturing wildly as usual, but there was something about the woman that immediately set off Natasha's instincts. Her breath hitched in her chest for a split second. No. It couldn't be. Harry, following her gaze, frowned. "That's Tony and his girlfriend. Her name's Cynthia Schmidt," Natasha said flatly, her voice suddenly tight, a coldness creeping in. "And that's not just some random girl. She's the genetically engineered daughter of Red Skull. Trained in the Red Room. A manipulator." She clenched her jaw, clearly unsettled. "If she's with Tony, this could be bad." Harry raised an eyebrow. "So, we've got a Hydra agent trying to get close to Stark, huh?" "Classic." "It's worse than that," Natasha muttered, her mind already racing. "If she recognizes me, everything goes to hell. She'll know I know who she is, and it will put Tony in danger." Harry's tone became a little more serious. "What's the plan, then?" Natasha's eyes narrowed, studying Cynthia and Tony. "We're not getting close to her, not without blowing our cover. We need to keep low. I'll contact Fury and Howard, get back up." She quickly pulled out a COMM mirror, the familiar holographic interface popping to life. Fury's face appeared, his expression as stoic as always. "Romanoff," Fury's voice crackled through, "what's the status?" "Cynthia Schmidt is here," Natasha replied, voice low and controlled. "She's Tony's girlfriend, and she's dangerous. We can't approach Tony directly right now. She'll know something's up." Fury's eye glinted. "Stay low. I'm sending backup. Captain America, Captain Carter, White Wolf, and Red Guardian will be on their way." Natasha shot him a look that almost bordered on disbelief. 5 super soldiers for 1 Hydra agent. There's no such thing as too much backup when it comes to Red Skull's bloodline, Fury said, his tone firm, no room for debate. Natasha sighed but didn't argue. Fury had his reasons, and it wasn't like she could ignore his orders. Fine, I'll stay out of the way, but I need more information on Tony's situation. I can't let him fall into her hands. Fury's face softened ever so slightly, the corners of his mouth curling in the smallest hint of approval. I'll send you all the intel we've got. Stay in touch. The connection ended, and Natasha swiftly contacted Howard Stark. His face flickered to life on the COMM mirror. Natasha, Howard said, his tone casual but with a hint of concern. What's the situation? Cynthia Schmidt is Tony's girlfriend, Natasha said, her voice now colder than before. She's Red Skull's daughter, genetically altered and trained in the Red Room. If she's here, she's manipulating Tony. We can't just go up and warn him. Howard's expression darkened. I always thought something was off about her. I've been getting reports, and Tony's behavior has been different. Rhodey's been keeping an eye on things. I suggest you reach out to him, he might have some info that could help. I'll do that, Natasha replied. Stay in touch. The call ended, and Natasha turned to Harry. Backup's on the way. But we've got to handle this carefully. We're not just dealing with a Hydra agent, we're dealing with someone who could manipulate Tony in ways we can't predict. Harry's eyes were sharp, his usual teasing tone replaced with quiet determination. I'll follow your lead, Nat. Just don't let her get to him. Natasha nodded, her gaze already locking onto Tony and Cynthia once more. I'm not letting her touch him. Not while I'm still breathing. They moved forward, staying hidden in plain sight, ready for whatever this dangerous game would throw their way. In the dimly lit safe house in New York, tension hung in the air as the super soldiers gathered around the table. The soft hum of the cooling system was the only sound as Fury, arms folded, leaned against the wall, surveying the room. Maria Hill stood beside him, ever the picture of cool professionalism, her eyes darting between the team of super soldiers. Nick Fury, exuding the confidence of someone who had seen it all, finally spoke, his voice cutting through the silence. All right, listen up, people. Here's the deal, he began, his voice gravelly but commanding. Tony Stark's been making contact with someone named Cynthia Schmidt. Now, some of you might know that name, but Steve, you're in the dark. So, let me bring you up to speed. Steve Rogers, still trying to catch up to modern life after his decades of being frozen, raised an eyebrow, a frown tugging at the corners of his mouth. Who is she? Another Hydra agent. Worse, Fury shot back. She's Red Skull's daughter. Trained in the Red Room. A product of Hydra's finest, and she's got a gift for manipulation. We've been keeping tabs on her for years, but now she's managed to get close to Stark. And if she's got her claws in him, we've got a serious problem on our hands. Bucky Barnes, his metal arm resting against the back of a chair, looked up with a sharp gaze. I've crossed paths with her before. Cynthia's not just dangerous because of her training. She's good with minds. Really good. She gets inside your head, makes you see things, makes you believe things that aren't true. If she's after Tony, we need to move fast. Alexei Shostakov, leaning against the wall with his arms crossed, growled low in his throat. She's Red Room. I know what she's capable of. She's been trained to manipulate people, to break them. She's not someone you want anywhere near Stark. Peggy Carter, her eyes steely with determination, added, I've had my share of encounters with Red Skull's experiments. This won't end well unless we stop it now. Stark can't afford to be her next pawn. Fury's expression hardened. Exactly. We need to get to Tony before she does. But here's the problem, Tony's in Massachusetts, at MIT. We're talking hours, not minutes, to get there. Bucky, his fingers tapping lightly against the table, raised a brow. So we're supposed to drive? Take the jet. No, Hill interjected, her voice as sharp as ever. We don't have the luxury of time. Getting there the old-fashioned way isn't an option. Steve frowned. Then what do we do? How do we get there fast? Fury let out a long, annoyed sigh. You think I don't know? We don't have a damn answer yet, Cap. Before anyone could respond, something strange happened. The air in the room seemed to crackle, shimmering with an iridescent light. The group froze, instinctively reaching for weapons that weren't there. Hill's eyes darted to the corner, her posture stiffening in anticipation. Fury, ever the calm and collected agent, didn't flinch, though his hand hovered near the small of his back. Without warning, a golden portal opened up in the corner of the room, the edges shimmering and swirling with otherworldly energy. The portal grew wider and more defined until a figure stepped through. He was cloaked in dark robes, with a calm yet commanding presence that immediately put everyone on edge. Bucky, ever the skeptic, growled, "Okay, this is new." Fury, who had been bracing for something big, narrowed his one good eye and leveled the figure with a steady stare. "Who the hell are you?" The figure straightened, a small, knowing smile on his lips as he bowed slightly. "I am Wang, sent by the Ancient One," he said, his voice steady but full of authority. "The Ancient One has tasked me with providing you transportation." The super soldiers exchanged confused glances, the tension thickening. Bucky's face twisted in disbelief. "Transportation? What, like a cab service? From where?" "Massachusetts," Wang replied, unperturbed. "I will open another portal, and you will be able to proceed directly to MIT." Maria Hill, ever the pragmatist, shot a glance at Fury. "I guess we've reached a point where we're asking sorcerers for help now." She quirked an eyebrow at him. "Maybe we should recruit some of them. Harry's the only one in our ranks who can open portals." Fury, his gaze still fixed on Wang, let out a low chuckle, though there was no humor in it. "First time for everything, Hill. We don't have time to debate. Let's move." Steve, still catching up to the weirdness of it all, stepped forward. "So, we just step through that portal?" Wang nodded. "Yes. It will take you directly to your destination. Do not worry, it is perfectly safe." Alexei, never one to back down from a challenge, cracked his knuckles and grinned. "I like this plan. Magic is always fun." Bucky smirked, rolling his eyes. "You're a real treat, Red." Steve, glancing at the swirling portal, hesitated for a moment, then turned to Peggy. "You sure about this?" Peggy, her expression as determined as ever, nodded. "We don't have a choice. Let's go." And with that, they followed Wang through the portal, one by one. Dash. The next moment, they found themselves standing on the bustling MIT campus, the sounds of students talking and laughing all around them. The sight of ordinary people going about their day felt so jarring compared to the urgency of their mission. Wang, already having opened the second portal, stood aside with a mild smile. "Here we are. The campus. Safe and sound." Alexei let out a long sigh, stretching his arms. "Well, that was different." Bucky, still processing everything, gave a wry grin. "Yeah, because who needs regular old transportation when we've got magic portals?" Steve, ever the soldier, scanned the area, his expression focused. "We don't have time for sightseeing. Let's find Stark." Peggy, her voice cutting through the noise of the crowd, nodded. "We move fast. We don't know how much time we've got." As they started to move through the crowd, Maria Hill's voice crackled in their earpieces. "We've got eyes on Stark. Be ready. Cynthia's not far behind. Stay sharp." Bucky gave a low chuckle as he adjusted his gear. "Sharp? Please. I'm always sharp." "You'd think that, Wouldn't you? Alexei muttered, walking ahead with a half-grin. Wang, still standing a few feet behind them, observed the super soldiers with a knowing smile. You've got quite the team here. Just be careful. Time and fate can be very tricky. With that, the super soldiers took off, pushing through the crowd and heading toward the building where Tony Stark was reportedly located. The mission was clear: find Tony, stop Cynthia, and pray they weren't already too late. Dash. Back in the safe house, Fury and Hill exchanged a glance. Maria spoke first. You know, I think we're going to need more than just a few sorcerers after all this is over. Fury smirked, his one eye gleaming with a mixture of pride and exasperation. You're telling me? But for now, let's let the magic men handle it. The MIT campus was alive with the buzz of students, some rushing between buildings, others lingering in clusters near benches, chatting and laughing. It was a typical day on the bustling campus, but Natasha and Harry moved through it with a quiet intensity, their every step calculated and purposeful. Natasha, her posture straight, walked with the kind of unshakable confidence that turned heads without her ever needing to glance at anyone. Harry, hands casually tucked into his pockets, kept his gaze sharp, though there was a slight grin on his lips, the sort that told anyone paying attention he wasn't just another face in the crowd. The two of them were an odd sight here, a pair who seemed slightly out of place among the students in hoodies and backpacks, but the fact that no one questioned them showed that they carried an air of authority, whether by intention or sheer force of presence. Harry's wand was hidden up his sleeve, and Natasha's fingers hovered near the small tactical device on her belt. They were prepared for whatever came their way. They arrived at the small cafe on the edge of campus, a favorite hangout for students in the area. As Harry glanced down at his wristwatch, the image of James Rhodes flickered into view on their COMM system. His face appeared young, a little scruffy, with a mix of doubt and confidence. The boyish expression of someone still figuring things out, but the sharpness in his eyes gave away that he'd been through his fair share of struggles. So, what do you think? Harry asked, his voice low, though there was an unmistakable edge of curiosity. His eyes remained on the screen, but his attention was split between the conversation and scanning the crowd for anyone suspicious. Natasha's lips pressed into a thin line, her sharp features giving nothing away. He'll trust us. Eventually. She spoke with the certainty of someone who had been in this situation more times than they could count. But her voice softened just a fraction when she added, he won't have much of a choice. The pair pushed open the door to the cafe, and immediately, they spotted Rhodes. He was sitting by himself at a corner table, absent-mindedly picking at half of a sandwich, eyes scanning the room with attention that hinted at someone who was used to being alert. His gaze locked onto them as they approached, and he stiffened, hands momentarily stilling as if preparing for something. Rhodes didn't mince words. Who the hell are you two? He barked, his voice full of skepticism and guarded wariness. He was younger than either of them expected, but there was something about the way he carried himself that demanded respect. His military background, even at this age, was evident in the way he held himself. Harry, ever the smooth talker, gave a shrug and a half-smile, not at all fazed. Relax, kid, he said, holding up his hands in a mock surrender. We're not here to make your life harder. He shot Natasha a glance before continuing, we just need to find someone. And it looks like you might be the guy who knows how to get to him. Tony Stark, Natasha cut in, her voice icy and measured. We're friends of his. And we need to talk to you. It's urgent. Rhodes narrowed his eyes, his lips pressing together into a tight line. The air between them was heavy with suspicion, but his gaze shifted slightly, looking Natasha over with a calculating stare. Friends of Tony, hey. He didn't seem convinced, his hand resting on the edge of his sandwich as he slowly chewed over the idea. And you just show up out of nowhere, no introduction? Not buying it. Fair, Harry said, his grin remaining in place. He leaned slightly forward, dropping the casual tone. But trust me, we're not here for small talk. This is bigger than just Tony. This is about her. He didn't need to say her name. Natasha's eyes flicked momentarily to the side, just enough for the warning in them to hit home. Rhodes stiffened, the suspicion in his eyes giving way to recognition. Her? Who the hell? Before he could finish, the COMM device on Harry's wrist buzzed, and Natasha reached for her own communicator. With a flick of her fingers, a small hologram sprang to life above the table. The image of Howard Stark's face appeared, his usual smirk absent and replaced by something more serious, maybe even a little concerned. Rhodes, Howard's voice crackled through the speakers. Listen to them. They're on our side. Trust me. These two are the real deal. Rhodes blinked, his gaze flicking from the hologram to the two of them. His jaw tightened as he stared at the familiar face of Howard Stark, and the gears in his mind slowly began to click into place. Stark's voice was unmistakable, and the tech in front of him was something only Tony or someone he trusted could have designed. Howard. Rhodes said, still cautious. This isn't exactly what I expected when I got up this morning. Welcome to the club, Harry said with a wry smile, clearly aware of how overwhelming the situation was. He didn't give Rhodes time to protest further. Now, we need to talk business. Rhodes looked back and forth between them and Howard's image, the skepticism gradually melting from his face. All right, fine, he muttered, running a hand through his hair. But you better be straight with me. What's going on? Natasha leaned in slightly, her voice low but filled with purpose. Cynthia Schmidt, she said, her words hanging in the air like a weight. She's not just some rogue agent. She's Hydra's weapon. The genetically engineered daughter of Red Skull. And she's playing some serious games, ones that involve Tony. We need to make sure she doesn't get to him first. The mention of Hydra immediately shifted Rhodes' entire demeanor. His face paled just a little, his shoulders tensing. Red Skull's bloodline? Damn. He shook his head, as if the very thought of it left a bad taste in his mouth. That's bad. Really bad. He leaned back, glancing at Harry, then Natasha, trying to make sense of the information. What do you need me to do? Harry exchanged a look with Natasha, both of them silently agreeing. We need to assemble the team. Get ready to move out. Rhodes' brow furrowed in confusion. Team? What team? Are you saying you've got some sort of Justice League-style backup for this? You have no idea, Natasha replied, her voice flat, but there was a hint of amusement in her eyes. Just then, Harry's COMM buzzed again, and the holographic interface projected more faces. Peggy Carter, Steve Rogers, Bucky Barnes, and Alexei Shostakov each standing strong in their respective uniforms, ready for anything. Revenant, Steve said, his calm voice cutting through the tension, we've landed. What's the play? Harry tapped his COMM with a slight smile, looking at Rhodes, who was now completely bewildered. Right on time, Harry muttered. Meet us at the quad. Stay low and stay sharp until we give the word. Rhodes let out a breath, his mind clearly racing to catch up with everything. Wait. Hold up. Who the hell are these people? Natasha looked at him evenly. They're exactly who we need right now. Super soldiers. And they're on our side. Rhodes blinked, still processing. Wait, you mean to tell me these super soldiers are ready to handle one Hydra agent? You'd be surprised how much trouble a little bit of Red Skull's bloodline can stir up, Natasha replied, her voice cold, matter of fact. Rhodes, no longer arguing, finally exhaled, his shoulders relaxing slightly. All right, he said, determination creeping into his tone. Let's get moving. The group headed out toward the quad, their steps steady and synchronized as they prepared for the mission ahead. Rhodey kept his eyes on the ground, his thoughts still racing. He was finally starting to understand the gravity of what they were dealing with and how quickly it was about to hit the fan. Let's go, Natasha said, her voice sharp as ever. We don't have time to waste. And together, they set off united in purpose, their team now one step closer to finding Tony Stark and putting an end to Cynthia's deadly game. The quad was bustling with the usual college activity as students scattered across the grass, oblivious to the heavy tension in the air. Harry, Natasha, and Rhodey walked briskly toward the rendezvous point, their steps synchronized, the quiet urgency between them palpable. The mission loomed large. Hydra's deadly new weapon, Cynthia Schmidt, was somewhere nearby, and they were about to square off with her to protect Tony Stark. As they approached the designated meeting spot, Rhodey's military instincts kicked in. His eyes immediately fell on the group of super soldiers standing at attention. He froze for a second, taking in the sight of them. The first one he spotted was a man he never expected to see in person: Steve Rogers, Captain America, standing strong and proud in his star-spangled gear, his shield strapped across his back. Rhodey blinked, disbelief flashing across his face. "No way!" Rhodey muttered under his breath. Is that really Captain America?" His voice was low, almost to himself, as he took in the sight of the legendary soldier. Behind Steve stood Peggy Carter, her frame as commanding as ever. She was in full uniform, her iconic red, white, and blue colors a reminder of her own legacy. The only thing more imposing than her stance was the fiery intensity in her eyes. Next to her was Bucky Barnes, now known as the White Wolf. His bionic arm was outstretched in a way that suggested he was always ready to leap into action, even as his eyes scanned the surroundings warily. And then, towering behind them, was Alexei Shostakov, the Red Guardian. His dark, battle-worn armor gleamed in the sunlight, and the look on his face was the one of someone who had seen decades of combat. His posture was relaxed, but there was a quiet readiness about him. Rhodey couldn't quite grasp the situation. This wasn't just a team of soldiers. This was a legendary team of soldiers. He couldn't believe what he was seeing, and yet, there they were, standing like they were born to fight together. "You're telling me that's really Captain America?" Rhodey asked, voice tinged with disbelief. His eyes shifted from Steve to Natasha, who had not broken her stride as they neared the group. Natasha, never one for sentimentality or dwelling on distractions, turned her head to him with a sharp look. "Focus, Rhodey. We don't have time for explanations." Rhodey's mouth hung open for a moment longer, trying to process everything. But before he could make sense of it, Harry stepped forward, unfazed by the sight of these living legends. With a snap of his fingers, the magic was in motion. The air shimmered slightly around Natasha as her casual clothes, the kind of outfit that blended perfectly into the college crowd, suddenly morphed. Her attire shifted seamlessly into her tactical armor. The black combat suit, reinforced with sleek armor plating, materialized like a second skin. Her iconic Widow's Bite gauntlets were in place, the Black Widow logo on her chest standing out starkly against the dark fabric. Rhodey's jaw nearly hit the floor. Did she just change outfits?" he whispered, his voice low but incredulous. "Magic," Harry said offhandedly, not even bothering to look at Rhodey. He was too busy retrieving something from his pocket, a seemingly impossible task considering the size of the item. But when Harry pulled out the cloak of levitation, Rhodey froze. No way! That can't fit in there. What the hell is going on?" Rhodey asked, his tone now a mix of confusion and awe. Harry just grinned, pulling the cloak over his shoulder. "You'd be surprised what you can fit in a pocket, Rhodey," he said casually. This he flicked the cloak with his fingers. "Is a bit of ancient magic mixed with a touch of cleverness." The cloak rippled like liquid, and as it settled over his shoulders, the transformation began. His body seemed to absorb the fabric, and his casual clothing was replaced by armor that shimmered into existence. It was similar to the gear that Captain America and Red Guardian wore, an amalgamation of strength and functionality, but red and gold, with black accents running down the arms and sides. A golden phoenix emblem appeared proudly on his chest, symbolizing the fire within. The armor formed around him seamlessly, creating a perfect fit, as a red and gold phoenix-style cowl and mask wrapped around his head. Rhodey's mind was officially blown. Okay, seriously, you're telling me that cloak did all that? He turned to Natasha, then to Harry. Man, I need whatever you guys are on. This is insane. Steve Rogers, who had been watching this transformation with a raised brow, turned toward Rhodey with a half-smile. He's not wrong, you know. We could all use a bit of that magic in our lives, Steve said, his voice a blend of amusement and admiration. Natasha shot them both a look, her face impassive, though the faintest smile tugged at the corner of her lips. Focus, she repeated, her tone no nonsense as ever. We have a job to do. Bucky, his eyes narrowed as always, glanced at Steve and muttered, I don't know, Steve, something tells me things are gonna get complicated real fast. He kept his voice low, but Rhodey could hear the weight of his experience in every word. Alexei, ever the larger-than-life presence, grunted with a laugh. Ah, don't worry, White Wolf, he said with a deep chuckle. Complicated is just part of the fun. Peggy Carter stood with her arms crossed, her face a mixture of seriousness and command. Enough with the banter. We need to move. Cynthia Schmidt won't wait for us to get our acts together. Rhodey blinked at her, still trying to absorb the surreal nature of the situation. But the sharpness in her voice snapped him back to reality. Right, he said, shaking his head. Focus. Got it. Just one thing. Are we seriously about to charge into battle with all of you? Like, the legends themselves. He gestured to the group in awe. This is crazy. You'll get used to it, Lieutenant, Steve said, his voice calm, steady, and full of leadership. We've all been through worse. Harry looked over his shoulder, his golden phoenix emblem gleaming in the light. Let's not waste time talking about it. Time's running out for Tony. He stepped forward, his cloak trailing behind him like a phantom. We need to find Cynthia Schmidt and stop her, fast. Steve gave a short nod. Agreed. Let's move. The team fell into formation, each of them legends in their own right marching toward their shared goal with precision and purpose. Harry, Natasha, Rhodey, and the others were ready. The stakes were high, and the danger was real, but with this team, Rhodey knew one thing for certain, there was no mission too dangerous, no fight too impossible. And as they headed toward their confrontation with Cynthia, Rhodey couldn't help but feel a strange sense of reassurance. They might be up against a monster, but they weren't alone. Not anymore. The atmosphere inside the lab was thick with tension, but Tony Stark was oblivious, his usual self-assured swagger taking center stage. His fingers grazed over a blueprint, his mind already 5 steps ahead of whatever conversation he was having. To anyone watching, it would seem like a perfectly ordinary meeting between two brilliant minds, except that one of those minds belonged to Cynthia Schmidt, and she had no intention of just talking tech. This is incredible, Tony said, leaning back in his chair, grinning like a kid who'd just figured out how to hack the system. I mean, look at this. If we can pull this off, it's gonna be world-changing. Maybe even world-saving. His tone was all genuine enthusiasm, and he punctuated it with a quick, self-congratulatory chuckle. You've got the right idea, Cynthia. You really know your stuff. Cynthia, playing the part of the charming, mysterious mastermind, leaned in closer, her eyes glittering with something Tony was too busy admiring to notice. Oh, I'm sure you're more than capable, Tony, she said, her voice a smooth whisper, pulling him in like a spider wrapping him in silk. Together, we could be unstoppable. Tony grinned, leaning into her words like a moth to a flame. I like the sound of that. And hey, not to brag, but unstoppable is kind of my middle name, he said, winking at her, completely unaware of the more sinister undertones in her expression. Cynthia's smile, however, didn't reach her eyes. Instead, it was laced with something darker, a glint of malice hiding beneath the sweet facade. But Tony, ever the optimist, just took it as a sign of her enthusiasm. As the conversation continued, Tony was already mentally mapping out the next steps for their collaboration, lost in the possibilities. Meanwhile, outside the lab, Bucky Barnes' White Wolf was crouched by the entrance, his eyes sharp, scanning the perimeter with all the focus of a predator on the hunt. Something was off. There was a tension in the air that felt like a storm waiting to break. "Steve," Bucky muttered, voice low, his instincts kicking into overdrive. "Two agents, moving toward the back entrance. Not our usual crowd." Steve Rogers' Captain America raised an eyebrow, his expression hardening with purpose. "Hydra. I'll take care of it." He adjusted his shield, every motion purposeful as he began to move toward the threat. Behind him, Peggy Carter's voice cut through the air, as commanding as ever. "We're not giving them an inch, Steve. Neutralize them quickly. We can't afford any mistakes." Natasha, poised in the shadows, was already slipping into position. A silent nod to Bucky was all the communication she needed. This was her kind of operation, quick, clean, and no room for error. Rhodey, however, stood awkwardly off to the side, clearly out of his element. He had no idea how he had gotten wrapped up in this mess. One minute, he was a hopeful Air Force recruit, and now he was standing in the middle of a full-blown covert operation with super soldiers. Talk about a career change. "So, what exactly am I supposed to do?" Rhodey asked, his voice betraying the uncertainty that had taken root in his gut. "I mean, I know I'm a big guy, but, this isn't exactly a good place for someone with no powers, right?" Harry, who had been calmly walking toward the back of the building, his golden armor gleaming in the fading sunlight, shot Rhodey a sidelong glance. "You're not the sidekick type, Rhodey," he said, his tone laced with amusement. "But if it helps, you can keep an eye on Tony. He seems a little too cozy in there with Cynthia. We don't want him getting too distracted." Rhodey looked at Tony, who was still completely absorbed in his conversation with Cynthia, oblivious to the danger. "Right. Got it. Keep an eye on the genius in there." "That's surprisingly easy," he said, trying to sound more confident than he felt. Outside, Bucky crouched low, his hand on his weapon as his eyes darted back and forth. "They're closing in. Time to take out the trash," he muttered, cracking his knuckles. "Let's see if these guys can actually keep up." Inside the lab, Tony was lost in Cynthia's words, her voice almost hypnotic as it wrapped around him. "I think we're really on to something here," she purred, her eyes locking onto his with an intensity that sent a thrill up his spine. "Tony, we could build something incredible together, something beyond tech. A partnership, perhaps?" Tony chuckled, his ego soaring. "I like the sound of that," he said, giving her a wink. "But let's not get ahead of ourselves. We've still got a lot of work to do before we change the world, right?" Cynthia smiled, but it was a smile that didn't quite match the cool calculation in her eyes. "Of course, Tony," she said, her voice a velvet whisper. "We'll get there. Together." Meanwhile, Bucky and Natasha were already moving in on the Hydra agents, their stealth and coordination impeccable. Steve and Peggy weren't far behind, ready to put the squeeze on the intruders before they even knew what hit them. The rest of the team was ready to spring into action. Alexei, the Red Guardian, was waiting for the signal to charge if things went south. As Rhodey continued to watch Tony and Cynthia, a nagging feeling grew in his chest. Something didn't sit right. Tony seemed so comfortable. Too comfortable. It wasn't just the tech. It was the way Tony was reacting to her, like he was falling for every word she said, every move she made. "This doesn't feel right," Rhodey muttered to himself. "Not at all." Bucky, now on the move, muttered under his breath, "This is about to get real ugly." And ugly it was. The Hydra agents had arrived, and they were closing in. The team wasn't about to let them get any closer, but the stakes were high. This wasn't just about the mission. It was about keeping Tony out of Hydra's clutches before they succeeded in what they'd been trying to do all along. "Let's move out," Steve barked. "No room for mistakes." Peggy's eyes were hard with resolve. "Agreed." With weapons drawn and the team moving with military precision, the team sprang into action. They wouldn't let Hydra take Tony, not on their watch. And Rhodey? For the first time in a long time, he felt like he belonged. He wasn't just a bystander. He was part of something that mattered. And when Hydra came knocking, they would get a lesson they wouldn't soon forget. Huffs. Can't wait to hear from you. If you're passionate about fanfiction and love discussing stories, characters, and plot twists, then you're in the right place. I've created a Discord server dedicated to diving deep into the world of fanfiction, especially my own stories. Whether you're a reader, a writer, or just someone who enjoys a good tale, I welcome you to join us for lively discussions, feedback sessions, and maybe even some sneak peeks into upcoming chapters, along with artwork related to the stories. Let's nerd out together over our favorite fandoms and explore the endless possibilities of storytelling. https://discord.com/invite/hhhwrsb6wd. Can't wait to see you there. If you appreciate my work and want to support me, consider buying me a cup of coffee. Your support helps me keep writing and bringing more stories to you. You can do so via PayPal here. https://www.paypal.me/vikrantutker007 or through my Buy Me a Coffee page. https://www.bmeacoffee.com/vikird001s. Thank you for your support.